Well, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are in the country, in the world. Whether you're watching this live or on replay, it is much better live. It's been a hectic morning. I cannot tell you how crazy it has been. Uh, uh, First of all, we thought we didn't have Emilio's video, and then we found we did, and then we didn't, and then we did, and lots of things. The good news is Emilio is here, and he is in the studio, and he will be answering questions live a little bit later. The only thing that I have got to say, and hello to everybody also saying hi from various countries, including, I'm presuming, one for Emilio, which is hola a todos, saludos desde Huelva, España. I'm probably pronouncing that really badly, but anyway, I'm sure you can all read it much better than I can say. We are having a bit of a schedule change, and it's complicated as to why that is. Sometimes people can't always get the content ready in time, and for this CodeRage, I cannot do live sessions. The reason is we're doing automatic subtitling, and we're distributing the content on some platforms that will do AI interpretation of the voices during the recorded section as well. And I have too many things happening at the same time to process the videos. So unfortunately, there is a change to the schedule. And the schedule is as follows. So up in a moment is Emilio Perez and Jose Garcia from Danisoft, and they are talking about vibe coding with AI and Delphi. Everybody's favorite subject. Good stuff. Ricardo Borro is after that. Talk to your legacy data. Another great session. Emilio's is in Spanish with English subtitles. Ricardo's is in English with English subtitles. He is Brazilian, but he did his session in English. After that, Cesar Cardoso is doing a session in Brazilian Portuguese with English subtitles. AI in practice, LLM, RAG, MCP, agents, function calling, and all sorts of a whole bunch of stuff. Let's put it that way. And so I'm guessing the first three sessions are probably AI focused, which is kind of interesting. And then at 1 p.m. my time, 7 p.m. US UTC or GMC is GMT, sorry, is a session on TMS Smart Setup. This is by Wagner Landgraf, a great developer, and Adrian Galero, both on behalf of TMS. This is TMS's only session this time in CodeRage, but as you know, they recently got a new managing director there. Bruno's still around. I think he's now chief technical officer, but there is a new boy in town, Dennis, and TMS is continuing on. Still very, very popular as a component developer and provider. I love their stuff, and TMS Smart Setup is about their products, but also goes a little bit further and shows you how you can use that for your own setups and stuff like that. And then finally, a change to the session. We were hoping to have David Millington. Unfortunately, for various reasons, we couldn't get that session together. And so the final session will be Python in Delphi with Cady Campos. Cady is an amazing presenter. I think her session has got robotics in it and all sorts of stuff. If you want to see the future of crazy stuff you can do with Delphi, then watch Cady. And then we're wrapping up. That's the final session of the day and of CodeRage. So it's been great, really. A lot going on. Very, very busy. I think we've had something like 43 hours of content. Which is pretty profound, really, when you think about it. And it varied from theoretical stuff like Dr. Kevin Bond's talk on algorithms and kind of hashing and all sorts of different things to do with LLMs and how they work. Real in-depth technical computer science related topics. He's a professor, he teaches that kind of stuff. But also every kind of topic you could ever imagine on CodeRage. It's a great thing about CodeRage. I don't really set any, I want you to talk about this. I just say to them, whatever you want to talk about, as long as it's in connection with software development and not Star Trek. I'd love you to do a session on Star Trek. But as long as it's related to software development, then it's in CodeRage, and we're not too fussy about the languages either. But David Millington's session, uh, it's just logistically impossible for me to get it ready in time today, so I'm going to actually put that out separately another time. He will get his crack of the whip. There's no issues or anything. I just if you can't get the session to me, I can't do it in time. So we'll make a big thing of it and make sure that he shows it. It's actually a really great topic. CodeBot is the tool that he's going to show, and it bears having its own session anyway because it's very interesting. What else have we got going on? Because we've got a little bit. Hello from Poland. Dzień dobry to all my Polish people who are around there, and hello world. Well, there you go. That's it's almost like a programming joke, isn't it? And bom dia from Portugal. Bienvenue from Italy. Ciao, all my Italian peoples out there. Hello, Ian, and hello to everyone from Florida, Blanca, Santander, Colombia. Wow, there's a lot going on. And respect from Turkey. Yes, hello. You've been here almost every day with us, haven't you? Uncle Clack. And hello from the Philippines. Lots of friends and colleagues come from the Philippines. We have quite a lot of people who are Filipino working for Embarcadero there and about. So, I mean, we have people from all over the world, but Filipinos, yeah, it's a great thing. TMS are running an advent calendar with goodies. Well, we'll talk about more about that during Wagner's session. But yes, I love TMS. I think they're a great company. And Bruno is an interesting guy, but Wagner is a very talented developer, and he's got a good session coming up. The start is like Diesel. Okay, all right. And a Star Trek rewatch session in a cinema. Hey, if we're going to do Star Trek stuff, I'm up for it. Not that I'm a big crazy fan of Star Trek or anything, but I think we should redesign the Embarcadero logo to have a Star Trek symbol there. Giovanni's wishing you good vibes from the mountains in the most southern tip of the Netherlands. There are mountains in Netherlands? No, really? That's news to me. I didn't know there were any. I thought Netherlands were like completely flat. Whenever I've been there, it's been as flat as Texas. Actually, Texas is super flat. Transylvania, Romania. Wow, that's fantastic. Lots of Romanian people there. Hello from Brazil. Bom dia, Slade. She's on later. She's the new session I'm adding. She'll be the final session. And I've messed her about a bit because I said, we'll probably do in the first session, and then actually it's going to be the last session. But who better to wrap it up with than Salade? If you've never seen her talk before, you're in for a treat. She's extremely talented and a smart person and travels a lot. But I understand she's got a new job, so she'll tell us all about that, I'm sure, as well. Hello from Oregon, and Ian is with Leonard Nimoy, Patrick Pramatan. Yes, indeed, of course. Live long and prosper, my friends. Okay, well, that's I've made sure to say hello to you. This is the final day of CodeRage, so we're done. So I will make sure we do the giveaways as well. We have a number of different giveaways left, and more importantly, the web monkeys got me the sheets in time. So if you've registered at the place that I've set, and there's no point in doing more registration. You won't. If you're hoping to register to get in the giveaway, it will not work. Today is the last day, therefore I can't do a giveaway tomorrow. But if you want to go and see what topics are going on, because my poor web editing chap Hagop has been editing the page as I've moved sessions around more than once. But CodeRage. I will also talk about our sponsors as well, including Mitoff Software, who's got discount code going on at the moment for CodeRage 25, and lots of other people as well, and a whole bunch of different things. So let's start off the very first session. It's a 30-minute session. It is in Spanish, but with English subtitles. And this is from Emilio Perez and Jose Garcia. And I'll see you. And Emilio is joining us live in the studio afterwards. So I'll speak more slowly for him because I know when I've drunk all my coffee. I speak way too fast. But Emilio will be joining us afterwards. But now enjoy a session on vibe coding with AI and Delphi. See you in a moment.
Hola a todos, muchas gracias por esta oportunidad de estar en el CodeRage 2025 y en la sesión de hoy vamos a hablar sobre bytecoding, inteligencia artificial y todo ello relacionado con Delphi. En la agenda tenemos estos 3 puntos principales: bytecoding, Delphi Smart Coding Science y Smart Core AI. Vamos a comenzar presentándome. Soy Emilio Pérez, MVP Embarcadero desde 2013 y mi día a día está dentro de lo que es ser speaker, desarrollo con Delphi. Administro un grupo de Telegram llamado No Solo Delphi. También hago tareas de administrador de base de datos PostgreSQL y sobre todo realizo consultoría con Danisoft en España. Una vez hechas las presentaciones, pues bueno, vamos a ir un poquito a las cosillas que vamos a ver. Lo primero es hablar sobre un concepto que está ahora mismo muy en auge, que es bytecoding. No nos referimos más que a una filosofía, a una metodología de programación donde vamos a hacer uso de la inteligencia artificial para poder generar código fuente. La idea de esta codificación tipo bytecoding es que nosotros le hablamos a la inteligencia artificial o le escribimos a la inteligencia artificial y es la inteligencia artificial la que nos genera ese código fuente para nuestras necesidades. Entonces, tenemos en estos momentos 2 formas de trabajar con la IA en modo programador. La primera es esta, bytecoding, como hemos comentado, y la segunda es la que seguro que todos estamos haciendo uso a día de hoy, que es la codificación asistida por inteligencia artificial. Quiero que quede bien claro que cuando se habla de bytecoding es, yo le digo a la IA que me genere una aplicación de un tipo en concreto y la IA me la genera, sin yo tener que estar escribiendo código en ningún sitio. La codificación asistida por IA es de otra manera. Yo tengo que sacar un código, tengo que hacer un código, le pregunto a la IA por un código en concreto que me haga algo y la IA me lo da y yo lo añado a mi aplicación. Entonces, como veis, ahí se explica, en esta diapositiva, se explica ese enfoque principal. Es decir, le describo ese producto final en lenguaje natural y la IA es la que va a manejar toda la implementación técnica. En la codificación asistida por IA es el programador el que va a interactuar con ese LLM, con esa inteligencia artificial, para poder generar ese código de una manera iterativa, es decir, poco a poco. Luego, el conocimiento humano requerido para el bytecoding es que no necesita que tenga conocimiento de ingeniería del software. Es la IA quien se va a encargar de hacer esa ingeniería. Mientras que el que codifica asistido por IA necesita un conocimiento básico de ingeniería de software para poder saber dónde ir colocando cada pieza de puzzle que le va entregando la inteligencia artificial. Por eso, el rol humano es muy importante en cada uno de ellos. En el primero es el que describe el resultado, luego, de mejor lo describa, mejor será el resultado final y la IA es la que lo completa. Mientras que la codificación asistida es una guía activamente de la implementación. Luego vamos a hacer uso de nuestras habilidades en ingeniería para interactuar con la inteligencia artificial. ¿Cuál es el resultado final? Pues lo normal. Hasta hace poco, conforme van mejorando los modelos, pues se va mejorando esta parte. Pues el bytecoding no es recomendado para crear software funcional y confiable al 100%. Debemos revisarlo, debemos mirarlo, debemos conocerlo. Luego necesitamos un nuevo rol que es el de testing, el de ingeniero de software, que lo que va a hacer es revisar qué es lo que ha realizado la inteligencia artificial. Por eso, a día de hoy, esa codificación asistida por IA es un enfoque un poquito mejor, ¿de acuerdo? Pero hay que ir trabajando en ambos porque lo que uno te puede llegar a hacer es impresionante, que es la parte de bytecoding, y un ejemplo que tenemos hoy en día con Cloud Code, por ejemplo, pues podemos pedirle a la IA que nos haga un generador de informes, etcétera, etcétera, y nos lo va a hacer en muy poco tiempo, cosa que nos podría llevar meses si lo hiciéramos nosotros. Una vez que ya tenemos este concepto de bytecoding asimilado, pues vamos a ver qué nos podemos encontrar dentro de nuestro software, dentro de Delphi, para trabajar con inteligencia artificial. Veréis que es una mezcla entre bytecoding y asistido por IA. Y dentro de lo que es Delphi tenemos Smart Coding Sign. Smart Coding Sign va a hacer uso de las tool API que tiene Delphi para poder integrar diferentes modelos LLMs. Entonces, tenemos los cuatro grandes empresas para poder trabajar con ella. Tenemos compatibilidad con ChatGPT de OpenAI, con Gemini de Google, con Cloud de Anthropic o Oyama de Meta. Entonces, gracias a todo ello, con Delphi Smart Coding Sign vamos a poder generar código funcional a partir de poder escribir oraciones en nuestro lenguaje natural. Vamos a tener asistentes conectados a una IA y nos va a poder ayudar a escribir código de una manera mucho más rápida. Cuando activamos Smart Coding Sign dentro de nuestro Delphi nos va a salir un punto de menú cuando hacemos botón derecho que va a ser Smart Coding Sign. Y dentro de él vamos a tener todas estas funcionalidades. No es el momento de hablar cada una de ellas, pero se puede entender muy bien según vayamos viendo qué hacen cada una. Por ejemplo, iChat va a ser para poder escribirle a la inteligencia artificial desde nuestro Delphi. Vamos a tener ciertas porciones de código, ciertas variables que le podemos añadir, por ejemplo, $unit, y con esa forma, al escribirle $unit, vamos a decirle que haga uso de la unidad que tengo abierta. Find bugs va a ser para poder buscar bugs en el código que tenga seleccionado. Explain code para que me explique el código que tengo en ese momento. Add comment para añadir comentarios a nuestro código. Completar el código es para ampliar el código y que me lo complete con cosas que me falten. Optimize code es simplemente, como bien dice, para que si tengo un código creado, bien lo he creado yo, bien lo ha creado la IA y necesito que se optimice, pues que me lo optimice. Añadir unit test, pues es para crear test unitarios de la aplicación que tenemos. Convertir a ensamblador o convertir a C++, simplemente es convertir código que tengo en ensamblador o en C++. Y por último, find unit es que me busque qué unidad está relacionada con la clase que estoy seleccionando. Y me va a buscar dentro de la IA pues qué unidad pertenece. Tenemos que tener en cuenta que este find unit tiene que ser de una unidad que conozca el modelo. Es decir, si yo tengo TMyClass y es propia, no lo va a conocer, a no ser que yo haya entrenado el modelo con todas mis clases. Ahora vamos a pasar a lo que es la configuración. Entonces, dentro de Delphi tenemos en Tools Options la opción de Smart Coding Sign. Si queremos que aparezca esa opción cuando le damos botón derecho, tenemos que cliquear en Enable Smart Coding Sign. Entonces, de esa manera vamos a tener todas las opciones. Y como podéis ver, ahí tenemos los plugins en la parte inferior para ChatGPT, Oyama, Gemini y Cloud. Como podéis observar, podemos definir cuál es la inteligencia artificial por defecto para el editor, cuando le doy botón derecho y le pido algo, o cuando le voy a escribir en la ventana de chat. Entonces, puedo decidir que uno vaya por Oyama, otro vaya por ChatGPT, que los dos vayan por el mismo sitio, etc. Vamos a pasar ahora a la configuración del primero de los plugins que aparece, que es ChatGPT. En base URL, bueno, lo primero, para que esté en funcionamiento, tenemos que pulsar en Enable. Posteriormente, tenemos que añadir en base URL esta URL en cuestión, que es la que tenemos en estos momentos. Para la API Key, tenemos que dar de alta dentro de nuestro ChatGPT, dentro de OpenAI, dentro de la API, tenemos que crear una API de conexión que lo copiaríamos, lo pegaríamos en este lugar. Es importante que tengamos una cuenta creada y además que en la zona de API hayamos añadido nuestra tarjeta de crédito, porque si no, nos va a empezar a dar fallos. Después tenemos max token, temperatura, el modelo y el timeout. Venga, vamos a ver cada uno de ellos. El max token simplemente es una variable para indicarle qué límite máximo de token queremos que el modelo genere para nuestra respuesta. De menor sea el número máximo de token, pues más concreta será la respuesta o más corta. Tenemos que tener en cuenta también que un token es una fracción de una palabra. No es lo mismo plátano que inconstitucionalmente. Entonces, podemos tener un token para la palabra plátano, pero inconstitucionalmente pueden ser 3 o 4 tokens según el modelo y según cómo lo definan cada uno de ellos. Luego, como hemos comentado, establecer un token de 2048 es decirle al modelo que no me escriba una respuesta que ocupe más de 2048 tokens. De esta manera, como bien sabéis, el pago a estas API va por la cantidad de tokens que hagamos uso. De menos tokens nos dé, de más concreto sea, pues menor será el coste que tengamos. Entonces, gracias a esta variable vamos a poder controlar esa longitud de respuesta y, como hemos comentado, gestionar esos costes. Por otro lado, tenemos la temperatura. Este parámetro es un parámetro muy curioso y nos va a indicar ese termostato relacionado con creatividad, con aleatoriedad, que vamos a tener en las respuestas que nos dé el modelo. Es un rango entre 0 a 2. Y como habéis visto, yo le he puesto 0,1. Si tenemos una temperatura baja, como esta que hemos puesto, la respuesta va a ser muy determinista y muy predecible. Luego, nuestro modelo va a intentar elegir siempre esa palabra más probable que tenga que ir detrás de otra. ¿Para qué es esto normal? Bueno, lo normal es que hagamos uso de modelos deterministas cuando queremos extraer datos, queremos escribir código, queremos resumir un texto. Es decir, no queremos que se inventen cosas y no queremos que sean creativos. Por otro lado, tenemos temperaturas altas, 0,8, 1 o incluso S2. De esta manera, vamos a tener una respuesta mucho más creativa, mucho más variada, mucho más sorprendente. Luego el modelo se va a arriesgar a usar palabras que son menos probables a ser utilizadas. Ideal para marketing, para que me escriba historias ideadas o para lluvia de ideas. Como estamos programando, queremos que sea una respuesta más precisa, más directa, que sea menos creativa. Por eso le pedimos que sea un 0,1. También tenemos que seleccionar el modelo. Luego, dentro de la página web de OpenAI, tenemos los diferentes modelos que tenemos. Si no, en el desplegable nos va a salir. Y en esa página tenéis los costes que hacen cada uno, etcétera, etcétera. Luego, nuestro modelo va a ser ese cerebro que va a tener la IA y que va a estar relacionado con el procesamiento de nuestra solicitud. Tenemos GPT-5 Nano, GPT-4, GPT-5, o sea, van saliendo cada vez nuevos modelos. Y cada uno de ellos va a tener diferentes capacidades, diferentes velocidades y, por supuesto, diferentes costes. El timeout, ¿cuánto voy a esperar a tener una respuesta? No puedo estar para siempre esperando que cuando yo le pregunto algo a ChatGPT, pues quedarme ahí esperando a su respuesta. Le voy a dar un timeout. Por ejemplo, en este caso, como está en milisegundos, le he puesto pues 5 minutos en responder. Si no me responde en 5 minutos, cancelamos la espera. ChatGPT y Gemini suelen responder bastante rapidito, pero por ejemplo, si tenemos Oyama a nivel local, pues se retarda un poquito más. Entonces, bueno, es bueno tener timeout altos. Bueno, como comentaba, Oyama, bueno, pues vamos a ver esa configuración que tiene. Es bastante simple de hacer. Es ponerle la URL con HTTP o HTTPS, según como lo tengáis configurado. En este caso he puesto local y he puesto pues, 2 puertos diferentes. ¿Por qué? Porque uno se lo llama estándar, el otro es otro sistema diferente, que es MISTI, y simplemente según el puerto que tengáis en el modelo interno que hayáis creado, pues ese será el puerto que le tengáis que poner. Modelo, pues existe dentro de Oyama muchos modelos. Tenemos ahí una biblioteca. Un ejemplo, yo he usado Queen 3-Coder, pero podéis decidir qué cerebro, qué modelo es el que queréis que se utilice para procesar vuestra solicitud. Y lo mismo, timeout, 300.000, 100.000, el que decidáis ponerle según vuestras necesidades. Gemini es un poco diferente a los otros que hemos estado viendo porque tiene un poquito más de configuración. Lo que es la base URL es la misma y lo que es la API Key es lo mismo que en ChatGPT. Pero lo vamos a obtener de ubicaciones diferentes. Por ejemplo, la base URL sería esta para el Gemini. Y para extraer la API Key, pues sería en esta URL en concreto. Como estáis viendo, timeout, max token, temperatura, es lo mismo, pero tenemos 2 parámetros más, top K y top P. Bueno, dentro de los modelos también tenemos un lugar para identificar cuáles son los modelos que tiene Gemini. Y bueno, el último que hay es impresionante. Tenemos multimodalidad. Max token, lo mismo que antes, ¿de acuerdo? Entonces, en este caso, lo que nos va a decir es esa capacidad máxima de token que vamos a generar en la respuesta. Y lo mismo, un token tiene aproximadamente 4 caracteres en Gemini. 100 tokens va a corresponder aproximadamente en 60-80 palabras. Pero que esto es algo que no es a ciencia cierta de esta manera. Es lo que se comenta y lo que nos dicen. Pero en la realidad, pues se van gastando tokens de esta manera de media. Top P. Hemos comentado que hay un parámetro nuevo, top P, y va a cambiar cómo va a ser ese token de salida, cómo vamos a seleccionarlo. Entonces, en este caso, los tokens se van a seleccionar del más probable al menos probable hasta que esa suma de probabilidades sea igual al valor de top P. Por ejemplo, tenemos 3 tokens, el token A, el token B y el token C. Los 3 tienen pues una probabilidad de 0,3, de 0,2 y de 0,1 el tercero. Como top P lo hemos puesto, por ejemplo, en 0,5, pues el A y el B, si lo sumamos, da 0,5 y si le suponemos el C, lo vamos a dejar fuera porque sería 0,6 y en top P le hemos dicho 0,5. Entonces, el valor predeterminado de top P es 0,95. Eso nos va a dar la posibilidad de poder elegir entre varias salidas, varias respuestas. Recordad que estamos en una IA generativa. Cada token va a ser ese conjunto de caracteres y va a ir uno detrás de otro. Entonces tiene que estar eligiendo cuál va a ser el siguiente en salir. Recordad, top P era la suma de esas probabilidades. Ahora tenemos top K, que va a cambiar también esa forma de elegir qué token va a ser la salida. Por eso debemos de elegir entre uno y otro. Top K, lo que significa, si le ponemos un 1, significa que el token seleccionado, que es el más probable entre todos los tokens de nuestro vocabulario del modelo, va a ser elegido. Si le ponemos 3, quiere decir que tenemos que elegir entre los 3 más probables usando la temperatura. Si le ponemos 10, entre los 10 más probables y se usa la temperatura. Entonces, de esta manera vamos a ir diciéndole al sistema qué cantidad de probabilidades de elementos queremos tener en cuenta. Luego, o usamos uno o usamos otro junto con esa temperatura. No siempre es recomendable hacer uso de ambos a la misma vez. Como ya hemos comentado, la temperatura es ese grado de aleatoriedad para esa selección de token y que se va a utilizar junto con top P y top K. Luego, si la temperatura es baja, es más determinista. Siempre se va a elegir la respuesta de mayor probabilidad. Ya hemos terminado con Gemini, ahora nos vamos con Claude. Igual que todos los demás, tenemos una URL, aquí la tenéis, y tenemos que crear una API key. También tenéis ahí la URL para obtener la API key. También tenemos que habilitarlo para que se pueda ser utilizado y hay que añadir también más información. Por ejemplo, tenemos los modelos de Cloud, el Opus, pues puede ser el 4.1, el 4.5, el que tenga en ese momento. Según el modelo que elijáis, pues va a tener unos costes, unas velocidades, lo mismo que pasa con los demás proveedores. En este caso, Cloud, pues le estamos enviando un JSON y en el cuerpo queremos indicarle en esa petición qué versión de Cloud es la que estamos haciendo uso. Lo normal es que usemos pues la fecha en cuestión. En este caso, esa fecha que viene ahí, 2025-0805, es la fecha del modelo y lo suelen concatenar con el modelo en cuestión. De esa manera podemos tener a simple vista de qué fecha es dicho modelo. Y la otra fecha que comentaba era ese Anthropic Version para indicarle cuál es la versión de Anthropic que vamos a hacer uso. Tenéis ahí la URL por si cambia en el tiempo. Timeout lo mismo, Max Token lo mismo. Bueno, pues ahora vamos a pasar, una vez que ya tenemos configurado utilizando nuestro Smart, simplemente vamos a revisar un poco qué es lo que podemos llegar a hacer. Por ejemplo, en este caso, esta aplicación, ¿de acuerdo? Sería la demo de CodeRage. No vamos a verlo todavía, pero sí que veáis que tenemos Tool Option, Smart Coding Sign y aquí tendríamos la configuración. ChatGPT, Oyama, Gemini, Cloud y que aquí tenemos por defecto la información. Como comentaba antes, simplemente botón derecho, vamos a ir a otro ejemplo. Vamos a ir a este, por ejemplo. Vamos a ver un trozo de código. Vamos a seleccionarlo, botón derecho, Smart Coding Sign. Y, por ejemplo, pues explicar el código. En este caso estoy haciendo uso de Oyama. Luego me va a tardar un poquito en que me aparezca. Pero estamos hablando de que está haciendo todo en local y dependerá mucho del equipo que tengáis. También evidentemente, dentro del equipo, pues qué tipo de CPU tengáis, si es de última generación o no, sistema operativo y tarjeta gráfica. Como veis, bueno, pues tarda un poquito en aparecer. Podría elegir cualquier otro sistema. Podría elegir Gemini, ChatGPT o Cloud, como habéis visto anteriormente. Bueno, pues ahora veremos cómo nos pone ese comentario. ¿De acuerdo? Venga, mientras tanto, pues vamos a seguir viendo estos componentes para inteligencia artificial creados por Embarcadero. Lo tenemos disponible en Getty, dentro del RAD Studio 13. Y, muy importante, tenéis que tener suscripción activa. En una trial no aparecen. En Community no aparecen. Porque, bueno, también es cierto que no tenemos versión 13 en Community. Pero simplemente que sepáis que solamente se pueden utilizar con una suscripción activa. Tenemos un nuevo conjunto de componentes de inteligencia artificial para Delphi y C++. vamos a poder hacer llamadas a OpenAI, a Cloud, a Gemini, a Oyama, y también podemos crear los nuestros propios personalizados. En GitHub tenemos los demos de Smart Core AI. Si hemos instalado los demos junto con Delphi, no aparecerán los Smart Core AI. Tenemos que descargarlos del GitHub de Embarcadero. Entonces es importante ir a la URL del GitHub y descargarnos pues, el proyecto entero o simplemente lo de Smart Core AI. Cuando hacemos uso de estos componentes, es habitual pues ir poniéndolo en pantalla y hacer uso de ellos. Tenemos que tener muy presente que dentro de los uses pongamos el del driver, el de types, el de constantes, porque si nos falta alguno, es posible que no nos funcione de la manera correcta cuando lo estemos ejecutando en otra aplicación. En la demo me funciona, no me funciona en la aplicación que yo ponga. Puede ser por los uses o puede ser porque no hayamos enlazado bien un componente con otro. Como veis, tenemos el de la conexión y tenemos, por ejemplo, el de la petición del chat. Si el de la petición del chat no está conectado con la conexión, no va a funcionar correctamente. No va a saber a dónde ir. Pero si no le tengo asignado el driver a la conexión, tampoco me va a saber por dónde ir. ¿De acuerdo? Entonces, es importante que tengamos los dos principales y después el otro de request que hagamos uso. Bien para un JSON, para una imagen, para un chat o para un flujo, un fichero cualquiera. Un audio, por ejemplo. Le puedo enviar un audio y que me devuelva su transcripción. Aquí tenéis un pequeño ejemplo que viene y que simplemente le he comentado que haga una foto de un programador. Le he pedido que me lo haga lo más parecido a Embarcadero Delphi. Bueno, tiene bastante similitud. Y bueno, pues aquí estaría la foto que me ha generado. Como podéis ver, pues aquí tenéis lo que hemos puesto antes, el IDE de Delphi, con componentes puestos bien pinchados en el formulario, bien pinchado en un módulo de datos, o bien simplemente lo creáis por código, le hacéis los enlaces y lo utilizáis. Como hemos comentado, podemos crear a base de código, y en este caso, por ejemplo, pues simplemente le hemos dicho que si el driver que se está pidiendo es del tipo OpenAI, con los parámetros del driver vamos a añadirle la base URL, el modelo, número máximo de token. Le pedimos a la aplicación que nos diga la API y de esa manera inicializamos el driver para OpenAI. Para Cloud, simplemente le decimos también el modelo, número máximo de token, igual que hemos visto anteriormente. Con Gemini, exactamente igual. Seleccionamos el modelo, la URL, le pedimos la API key y que empiece a funcionar. Y con Oyama le pedimos la URL, el modelo, y aquí ya no hay API key porque es un modelo local. Para que lo veáis en funcionamiento, tengo aquí Delphi. Tengo aquí esta aplicación de consola. La ejecutamos y simplemente en este caso me está preguntando pues qué driver es el que quiero utilizar. Gemini. La API key la tengo puesta por defecto, una propia, y le voy a decir por aquí, venga, aquí está. ¿Cuál es la última versión de Embarcadero RAT Studio? Como veis, le está preguntando a Gemini, me está dando la respuesta. Para Gemini, con el modelo que le he puesto, pues la última versión es RAT Studio 12. Bueno, ¿acordáis que habíamos realizado por aquí una petición a Oyama que me explicara, que me añadiera comentarios? Bueno, pues simplemente que veáis que cuando se hace de esa manera ocurre lo siguiente, y es que Delphi no te modifica ni te pone nada en el código, sino que te añade en modo comentario. Luego aquí tenéis la explicación y que es un procedimiento Delphi que controla la visibilidad y habilitar un componente. Y aquí te va explicando pues, un poco ese código, qué es lo que está haciendo. ¿De acuerdo? Entonces, si lo veis, ¿vale? Esto sería un poco la explicación que ha tenido. ¿Qué contexto? Casos de usos típicos, etcétera, etcétera. ¿De acuerdo? Bueno, pues esto sería esa explicación que nos ha realizado. Y que veáis también que si yo le pongo aquí o llama, le doy a decir, le hago la pregunta de cuál es la última versión de Embarcadero Red Studio y igual, lo mismo que ha pasado antes. Está haciéndolo en local. Como veis, está tardando un poquito más que Gemini, o bastante más, ¿de acuerdo? Según el punto de vista, en responder. Sobre todo, la primera vez que hace la conexión, que sube el modelo a memoria y que empieza a hacer la búsqueda, suele tardar bastante en responder, ¿vale? Bueno, pues simplemente ahora mismo me está diciendo que no tiene acceso a la información en tiempo real, las últimas versiones, te recomiendo, y no me ha respondido nada más. Le hago otra vez la misma pregunta, por ejemplo, y bueno, pues lo mismo, ¿de acuerdo? Tarda un ratito en responder. Por eso digo que depende mucho a nivel local del dispositivo que tengáis, de la cantidad de memoria que tengáis, etcétera, etcétera. Muy bien. Bueno, pues lo dicho, de esta manera simplemente quería mostraros componentes que tiene Delphi incluido dentro de nuestra suscripción, cómo hace uso de Smart Code Insight y qué significa cada uno de esos parámetros. Y bueno, simplemente una introducción a esos modelos LLM bien locales o bien a través de un proveedor tipo Gemini o Cloud o OpenAI. Muchísimas gracias y un saludo. Chao.
That was a great session. That was from Emilio Perez, and he is actually live in the studio with me. Hello, how are you doing?
Hello, Ian. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here in CodeRage 2025.
Not a problem. We were talking in the private chat about the translations. It's always the same. For various reasons, you sent me a subtitles file, and producer Martha, who is normally very, very good about these things, didn't send it to me. It's just the way that she sent them around. And so I used AI to actually translate what you were saying and produce the subtitles. And you were saying, oh, I tried to speak slowly, but still it got it wrong. It gets me wrong as well. So, it is what it is. I think the thing you showed there was very interesting, that AI can be very, very useful, but I think there's a couple of years before it's great, before it's perfect. I mean, what were your experiences with Olama? I noticed that you showed using Olama. Do you think that it's got potential? Because a lot of people are worried about having their data and their code sent out to the cloud. Do you think that Olama is too heavy for people's machines, or maybe we'll have faster machines in the future?
We need a fast machine for Olama.
Yeah. And by the way, this person says, and I think it's Greg Reese, actually, muy claro, Emilio. So there you go. He thinks
Thank
it
you.
very clear. So, which is weird because I know he's not Spanish. So, and Forster says, "Thank you, Emilio. Very informative presentation." I was very happy that you did that session. I know that today has actually got quite a lot of AI sessions, but I think throughout this week and a half of CodeRage, probably a third of the sessions have been AI, and they've all been different. every single one has been, you know, something different about what can be done with AI. Do you use AI yourself day to day, or you still not quite got to that point yet?
No, I use every day. Today is the day to learn AI.
Yeah, excellent, excellent. And you work for Danisoft, is that right?
Yes, I a consultant.
Yeah. I'm very fond of Danisoft. They did an event just recently, which you were at, I think, and I appeared virtually on the screen, and everyone was going, "Oh, it's so early in the morning." Yeah, but you know, I will go anywhere on a virtual presentation and say hi to people because, you know, we have so many users around the world. Oh, Reba says hello from Mallorca, so there you go, almost Spain, but not quite.
Hello.
I know many Spanish people say, no, Mallorca's not Spanish. It's don't you say like it's Africa or something? It's too far south. But yeah, I mean, I'm very grateful to Danisoft. They work so hard in promoting Embarcadero and Delphi and C++ Builder. And there's a very strong community in Spain, I think, of Delphi developers. So, you know, thank you.
A big community. A very
Yeah,
big.
very big, I think, as well. Yeah, maybe next year I'll come and say hi in person, I think. I have to come over. All right. Well, thanks very much. I don't want to put you on the spot too much. I know it's very difficult to, you know, to hear what I'm saying and understand what I'm saying because I talk so quickly. But I appreciate
Don't
you
worry.
coming on and showing us a session. Great session. Thank you so much. And I'll see you another time.
Thank you, yeah.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
That was Emilio Perez with his session. I thought it was very interesting what he showed. I know when English is not someone's first language, I don't like to ask them too many questions because it's no, you know, people get worried enough as it is appearing as a live guest, but I don't know how they do it. If I was in Spain and someone was asking me questions in Spanish, I'd be stuck. So, and especially technical questions as well, because there's a big difference between being able to order food and a train ticket in a language you don't speak, but actually understanding questions about AI or IA actually for Spanish people in a language that isn't your own. It's actually pretty hard, and so I admire anybody that does that for coming in and appearing as a guest. And Danny Soft, as I said, great supporters of Delphi and Rad Studio and C++ Builder. They put on several events a year. I know that Antonio Zapata is my colleague. He has been to a few of them. Turns out he is Spanish, so he has the advantage there, but and speaks Spanish, obviously. But Danny Soft are everywhere, and I think they're in Portugal. I could be wrong. I think they turn up in Portugal as well, but I feel like I bump into them a lot in various places, so it's great. So that's it. Actually, Reba says, actually, in fact, I'm from Brazil, living in Mallorca. Oh, well, there you go. That's a interesting combination. And he says, waiting for Salady. Yeah, we were going to put Salady on first today because there was a problem with my fault, a problem with Emilio's video. Nothing he'd done. It was down to us. But as it happened, we got that sorted. Unfortunately, David Millington, who is a good friend of mine, I do like David, and you know what he's doing is extremely interesting. We just couldn't get the video together in time, and so we're going to put Salady on instead of David Millington later on at 2 p.m. As Ebefera says, quite a presentation. Yes, you know, showing AI doing real things, I think is more important than talking about AI. I think seeing it do stuff so that you can judge yourself. I've seen some very good demonstrations. When I went to Denmark, for example, one of the guys there, I think it might have been Canute or someone like that. I forget which person it was. I apologize because I know them. But he showed creating a wrapper for the Microsoft Edge browser. Now you'd say, well, there's one already. Yeah, there is, yeah. But the wrapper that he wanted to do was for his very specific purposes, and it included functionality that the current wrapper that comes with Rad Studio cannot do. And he was kind of a bit crazy professor about what he was doing. Excuse me, I've been drinking coffee. And he's like, "Oh, I want to trap this, I want to do that." And he sat there, and during a session, because I had a session there where you know, in the Danish user group, you are the only talker for 3 days, and it's pretty intense. And I was extremely jet lagged. I was quite ill as well. But he said, "Would it be okay if I showed me using some AI stuff?" I'm like, "Yeah, go ahead." He talked about you know, wanting to produce this edge component, and he did it live on the spot, and it wasn't 100% perfect, which I think is a lot of people's finding with AI, is that sometimes there's bits to you know, fiddle with. But I've seen lots and lots and lots of people show me AI working for real. David Millington, and we will show his session in full another time. I'll make sure it gets equal billing, you know, and gets promoted. But David Millington's CodeBot is a real game changer. I think it's AI done in a way that I think most people would want to have in the browser. So in the IDE. So you know, David Millington, we will make sure that gets shown, but unfortunately, it won't be today. So so there you go. So I managed to waffle through enough. Now we do still have the giveaways happening. And I have got quite a few things to put away for the giveaways. Let me just go and see if my web scroll is updated. Pascal. Yes, he has. Good. What a good man. So the giveaways, it's no point in registering now. If you want to take part in the giveaway, by all means register so you get notified of the replays. But I'm just going to share my screen for a moment and show you what's going on. So if you go to the CodeRage landing page, there's a button that says view giveaways and register. When you do that, it'll take you to here. And we have some giveaways left to give away, and I'm going to do it in about 30 minutes time after Ricardo Borro his session, because I'll have some spare time. But we've still got some we've got some licenses for DevArts Unidac to give away, a whole bunch of Mitoff software stuff, Visuino licenses, Visuino Pro licenses, by the super generous Mitoff, and I also include in that Unidac being super generous. You can read more about what Unidac is by going to this QR code that is in the top right hand corner there. Scan that code, make them happy. Just go to the page and yes, Emilio says, thanks for the opportunity. Hey, not a problem, Emilio. Thanks for your efforts. He says, I'm going to follow you on YouTube. Yes, that's a good plan. No worries. And thank you for all your effort and put into the video. It was a good video. So yes, scan the Unidac code, make them happy, because it will go to their site, and then they will feel a bit of love from you. And Mitoff software, exactly the same. If you go to mitoff.com and see what he's got, and plus he's got a CodeRage 25 is their code for 25% discount, all through CodeRage. So technically he's finishing today. He may update his page to tell you what else is going on. Nostiche, I think we've given yes, we've given away our Nostiche licenses now. Pascal Analyzer is also being given away, I think. Let me just check. Yes, so we've got Pascal Expert license to give away a little bit later. And entering the arena is Steamer, who is a very, very good company for producing graphs and charts and things like that. They are the de facto standard for Delphi and C++. Teachup Pro, 6 licenses to give away, and so far we've not given away any. So we've got the whole 6 to give away. All the people that have registered up to 6:30 a.m. my time this morning, you're in there. I will pick the names from that list. I have the list ready. The way that we're going to do it is the way that we've done it every single day. We're going to be using Google's random range number generator. We have something like 2,500 people registered, which is not a bad response really, for the presentation. So that's good. Liba says an integration with Copilot. I'm just going to stop this screen share now. Would be great because we are allowed to use Copilot where I work. There is actually, I believe, a thing on Get It that has a third-party add-in for Copilot. So go to the Get It package manager and take a look there and see. I correct me if I'm wrong because I can't check on it because I've got too many things open on my screen for the broadcast. But have a look. I believe there is a Copilot add-in in Get It that would allow you to use it. But yes, we're aware of Copilot and we're always looking to update what integrations we've got. I can't promise any of them. It's a very fast-moving target for us, unfortunately. So our release cycle can't necessarily always keep up with the new things that are going on, but Copilot is one where, yes, of course, it would be useful. There are some complications with Copilot because they've got a big partnership with Microsoft, so it gets a little bit tricky. Hello, William Bill Duart says, hello there, waiting for Cady. I'm man of 1,000 sea fans. I have no idea what that means, but good. Okay. And Paul says, hello all. Yes. Hello, Paul. Right. So let's have a look at where we're at to. Oh, for Get It packages, yes, you can use Get It Now. Embarcadero.com. To be honest, it's probably easier to do it in the Get It package manager because the comms that it uses are much more efficient. The Get It Now site has to be throttled a bit because we get spidered, and it puts a lot of strain on that server. It is we did beef it up to make it faster, but even so, it can still be very slow in comparison to do it in the Get It package manager. And there you go. So, lady fans. Oh, I get it. Wow, she's got a term for her fans now. Oh, I must tell her that. She'll love that. That's hilarious. Yeah, it's like Lady Gaga's Little Monsters and things like that. Excellent. Okay, all right. Well, it is time. As I said earlier on, we are going to be making change to our schedule. This is the updated schedule. And the next section coming up with 11 a.m., which is now my time, from Ricardo Buaro. Very good developer, very good MVP, based in Brazil, but his session is in English, I'm pleased to say, for my benefit anyway. And this is called Talk to Your Legacy Data, and it is coming up now. I'll see you in about 30 minutes' time.
Welcome to this presentation. My name is Ricardo Buaro. I am Embarcadero MVP, and today we're gonna talk about talk to your legacy data. What I mean about that? So let's go through our agenda. And first of all, I want to explain a bit about the title, why I created that, what is my goal with this presentation. We're going to talk about vector database, specifically with V8, GraphQL, RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation, context database, and of course, as we are developers, I want to show you a small example to use all these subjects in one example. And while during this presentation, I want to change some ideas with you about how is important you have a AI project and something in your software to work with AI. But more important that is to know exactly what we want to do, how we want to do. And the next slide is exactly about something I realize it with my customers, with the requests I received recently. Many customers want to start to use AI, but Most of them are like this picture. Probably you saw this picture in some moment, maybe internet or another presentation. But who are we? All corporate leaders. And what do you want? We want AI. AI to do what? We don't know. And when do we want AI? Right now. So it's something common that is happening. Um, the competitors are using AI, so I want to have some AI option in my software as well. But I don't know exactly how I can do that. What feature else I can add in my software to use AI, because most of them there is no information enough, or the data are not prepared, or even worse, they have no idea how to start. But they know that AI is important. And so my goal here is give you an option to add AI in your legacy software. So because that I called talk to your legacy data. You have data there, you need prepare a bit and create something to provide AI's research in your software. So let's go. During this presentation, you will understand what I want to say about that, what I want with it. Let's go. First of all, it's important to understand about vector database. What is a vector database? In this case, we will talk about VV8 later, but for now, let's understand the context. What is? So vector database basically is a special type of database designed to store index and search vector embeddings. Is different when we are talking about relational database that usually we use in our softwares. So here we don't have tables, rows, and columns. We have vectors plus metadata. We don't use SQL queries to receive exactly that record. We use similar search, and the way the data is storage also is different, because in this case, as we saw, we have a numerical representation, and we have large arrays numbers with the data, basically with the context, and we can use a different kind of ways to talk with the database. We will see using GraphQL. So the purpose to have a big idea about a vector database, the purpose is find similar meaning and context and not exactly relational operations. So we can save text, documents, image, audio, codes, objects, etc. In our case, we will save some records, and we will do some selects to understand about that. So VV8. VV8 is one of option. There are another kind of database, vector database in the market. I chose this because VV8 is open source, and sorry, for me it's really easy to understand how it works. With some lines of code and with some documentations that you will read, you will understand how it's easy to set everything. In my machine, I am using inside a Docker. I will show you it later. But basically, what I did to set everything to use, I added my OpenAI key, because internally they will use OpenAI, and exactly because that we will create a rag, because we are generating something. The objects are similar to JSON and vector embeddings. If you read something, if you studied something about AI, you have idea about what is that and how it works. It's not the goal talk about in vector embeddings right now. but it is amazing. Basically, this is the main point. We can see here in this slide where we have many layers of vectors and how it works with and how it communicate with each other. But it's not something we need to worry about right now, because the important is understand how to set Weaviate, and I will left together with the source code available for you download it step by step how to set everything. So it's easier. Vector database, in this case, with V8 support near text, near image, near vector, and we also can use a hybrid search like keyword plus vector. So let's go. Let's continue. GraphQL. GraphQL is the way we will talk with our vector database. GraphQL is a query language and runtime for APIs. It was created by Facebook years ago. I'm not sure about when it was, but we can Google about that. And after that is open stand. GraphQL provides a simple endpoint API where the client, your app in this case, can ask exactly for the data if it needs, no more and no less. It's really simple. So we have some schemas to see how to define the data type in your we need define data types in API, what we will expose. So the client asks for a specific something, for something specific, and the server return exactly those fields. So GraphQL routes each field to a function, and this function fetch data from SQL database vector. In this case, we can use in SQL database as well, REST service files or microservices. Okay. Continuing, I said we will do RAG. It's because RAG is a technique in AI, basically where large language model like ChatGPT is connected to external knowledge, and it use your own documents or database so that the can be generated curated, up-to-date, context-aware answers, etc. So it depends a bit, and is really important. Keep something in mind when we want to create something like AI in our softwares. That is the security, the privacy we will use, and we will have in our software. We will talk later a bit more about that. First of all, let's go through the context and all the subject necessary to understand the example. So RAG exists to imagine that ChatGPT are trained with a massive public data set, but they don't know your private documents, your business data, and it's good that they don't know, by the way, and can hallucinate and need to refresh information because once he was trained, the information changed. If you don't update that, you have no new informations there. So we can use RAG doing a kind of different techniques uses internally to generate what you really need. So because that we can say that using our legacy data, using put it in saving Weaviate in the vector database, we will use a RAG to extract information as we need. Okay. Context database, by the way, is very important because is exactly that. I think it is the easier way to start using AI in legacy data. Context data is something like a storage system, often, of course, a vector database, and used to hold chunks and contextual information. And we don't need exactly the information exactly as they are saved, but the meaning, the context, and it contains document chunks, summaries, tickets, and I can talk a bit about two projects I worked months ago, and we created exactly something like this. One customer had a lot of information coming from tickets from your support area and your software. A lot of customer using that, and they want to know what was the main complaint, what was the main problem, what part of software or module of software was creating more tickets. So we used the information saved on database, and we, of course, we worked a bit to clean this information, to prepare the information. After that, we save it in a vector database, and we created a context database. And from there, using natural language, the user can answer for questions. What is the main complaint? What is the problem about that customer or this customer? Exactly what I want to show you later. So this is very useful. And in another scenario, I worked in the software in a project where it was a big software with a lot of documentation and helpers and many things. But we know that user doesn't like to read a lot of documentation to know how to do a specific thing, if it's a specific task in your software. So we used all this documentation and created a context database, and we will use exactly the same context. I will show you exactly the same example to create a database and leave the customer to do natural language search, asking for how I can do this task in this model, and that's it. Basically, it works very well. And it's very important to understand what is the main problem. And as we know, any kind of project, we need to have a good definition when we start. We know that in software, we worked with software for whole life. We know that the problems with software always start with the requirement. If you are not clear about what you want to do and how you want to do, we will start something, and in the middle of project we will realize is missing something, or we need to change something, and so the problem will start. Statistically, 80% of project failed because the requirement was not well defined. So we can't do the same mistake in our project AI. In all presentation I'm doing and talking about that, I'm saying that is important a good definition, is important to understand what you want. And when I showed this kind of picture, these funny pictures, unfortunately, this is something really true that is happening. I don't know if you know about a framework called 5W Age 2. That is a framework used to project where we can define what I want to do, where I want to do, and when and how much it will cost. That is very important, because if you don't have a clear situation, we don't know. So, okay, I talked a lot, and I like to show a bit more. I would like to show a bit more example. And so let's go through my example. First of all, I want to show you how is my environment. I think this is very important. When we are seeing some presentation, it's important to understand how the environment was set. What is that? What is running? What is not running? So basically, I have here a Docker. In this Docker, I have my V8 installed and running. So I have everything running here, and is everything ready to work. Basically, I used a tutorial to install. Was really easy, as I said. And I also, as you can see, I'm using a Mac OS, so I have a parallel desktop installed with Windows machine, and there I have Delphi Rage Studio 13, and it is communicating with my UV8 installed in my Mac OS, installed in my Docker. Okay, so this is our example. Let me explain a bit more about this. What is this? How we can use this, and what is the objective here? So first of all, I use it not real data, of course. I use it a database from SQLite, and in this moment, some of you guys are thinking, oh my goodness, only 5, 6 records, of course it will works. But yes, it will works, but with thousand and thousand of records, it works in the same way. In the last project I worked at that, we created a VV8 database with around 50,000 records to do exactly what I will show you. So no worries about the amount of records. The important is to understand how it works and the idea behind the example. Okay, so I started that with this small database. First of all, I created a function to insert the records. Let me increase a bit here to be easy to see. So let me put this guy to another side. Okay. Hopefully it's good enough to see. So I have a JSON array here, and I did a simple query going through all records and inserting the records inside this record array, this JSON array. And at the end, I added each record in here. After that, after I filled everything, all records inside the array, I used REST request. By the way, I didn't show how it is set it. So I have here a REST client where I have the IP address from my virtual machine. By the way, I didn't test if this is working because maybe changed the IP address, but I will check it soon. A request, response, and that's it. Basically, these are the connections and query to search the data in your legacy in your case. After that, what I did, I have a resource. In this resource, I'm saying that I'm using batch objects, and I am doing I add the records using a post and execute something like this. Really simple. After that, what else I have? I have get all customers, just to be sure all customers was there. Inserted. I use it a template. This is the example how to use GraphQL language. So you can see I'm doing a query in this case. I left a limit 50. It's not necessary, of course, in this example, but for you know that it's possible, limit how many records I want to get for in each call. And I can show you where, as we are here, the template I use it to do my AI research. Basically, I'm doing a customer tickets. This is the table name where I'm looking for. You can see here, customer tickets. And what I want to generate back, what I want to get, value text limit, because I want to limit how many words will back. So let's continue. After that, what I have a get customer with like, just to let you know that it is possible as well. Receive the customer seen by the name, only that customer. I have the same template to that. It's not our goal here, but we can use that in GraphQL. GraphQL is really easy to work. We can find many tutorials, and is really simple. As we are developers, it's not a problem. Of course, I created a clear database to be sure and test and try again and etc. So it is really important to understand that is there and it works. Okay. So continuing, let's test this. Let's see what we can do and how it works. I'm going to explain a bit more about how to use this example. Basically, we have customer name, user question. As I said before, the user can ask if using natural language what they want to know about the data that are saved in the database and how many words he wants to receive the answer. If you left empty, will return uh, all records or all words are there, but we can search a bit more. So first of all, let's check if get all customers are working. As you can see, I am receiving back a JSON. I didn't create a parser to improve in this case, I did in another option. But just to you understand, I have the customers here and the names and the records are here, okay? I will use this one. Let me clear. First of all, let me check something. Get our customer. If I left everything set it, I think so. By the way, in this case, we will use search with AI. So I just testing if it's not empty, and I'm sending the parameters to this method that will receive this template I showed before, and I will receive back the answers. And here I use it get single result. We can receive more, and this is something to set a bit better the return I will receive. So let's go. I want to know about Sarah Connor. Let me write here. And what I want to know, I will ask you to explain why this customer is unhappy based on is this good? Explain why this customer is unhappy, and I will say I want to know in 5 words. Okay, let's try. And Sarah Connor is unhappy because late delivery tracking number pending in 5 words. So really easy, really fast. It's almost silly, this kind of example, but it is exactly to show you how it's easy to start use AI. And again, start small, start doing something small, not a huge project. We start with something simple like this. Continue using your legacy data because it's there. By the way, probably you know, but I need share. Be careful with your data. Don't put your data in ChatGPT or other AI tools. Your data are your informations, your customer informations are private and are sensible. You need to be careful about that because this is important to create something internally and create something small to start. But okay, I asked about Sarah Connor, and let me see what other kind of situation I have. I know this customer is not unhappy, so I just want copy, and let's try another example. I will run again, and I will ask for this customer, Donna. How is this customer? Let me see. 3 words. Let me see if it will works. 6 words. Search with AI. Let's see what we have. Great for quick and efficient service. So this customer is happy. So it's amazing because it's not something like going through the records in the database and give me exactly what is there. This is the context. This is the meaning. And I have one record for each customer, but I could have many records for each customer, and it will work in the same way. So the key here is prepare the data. You need have the data prepared and clean and organize it and save it in the right way. So you know that AI works well because the data are trained. We have process like fine tuning to improve the data. We have process to deep learning, to machine learning, and many things to to leave the data good enough to receive this kind of situation. It's not hard to do in this example. Was really easy, by the way, but the idea here was show you how talk to your legacy data, because that I created exactly that funny title for my presentation. And after that, what else I have? I want to talk a bit about where I can we apply this example. I said before, but I list some of them here. Some of these we can have customer support, help desk companies that want to know what is happening. With large documentation, companies with big helps about software, healthcare, about medication and organization, banks, e-commerce, software modernization, and legacy data, etc., etc., etc. So this is an example, but the sky is the limit. You can think about and create something really, really better than this. Okay, guys. Here you have my contacts. Please don't hesitate to ask for something. I'm really uh, open to help you. Before developer and before a commercial guy, I am Embarcadero MVP, and I'm here to help developers. And especially when we are talking about AI, I love to talk about this subject. I love to talk with corporators, leaders, and to understand the scenery, the kind of software they have. I think last month I had at least one call by week with big companies just to talk about how I can use AI in my software, what I can do. So we changed idea. Of course, I don't charge to that for 30 minutes, 1 hour of conversation. It's a big pleasure because I also always learning with you guys. And so you have my data here. Keep in touch. Thank you so much for your attention. Hopefully you understand my idea, my goal in this presentation. Forgive me my strong accent and English mistakes, but that's it. I did my best for now. Thank you so much, guys. I'm open to questions.
And that was Ricardo Boaro. thought he might be joining us for live Q&A, but I don't see him yet, unless he's going to magically join. Sometimes people go, oh, I can join now and get the join link. They've been sent the link to join, so I don't know what to say. David Millington video, I'm going to just talk about that for a second whilst I see if Ricardo does join us. David Millington has actually produced his video. He's been having some trouble. It took him a lot longer. The way that we're set up this time with CodeRage was such that I needed the content recorded. The reason is that we're going out to 11 different channels. I think it's at least 11, actually. Yeah, anyway, it's a lot. But we're also going out multilingually. And in order to make sure that we hit the right markets in the right way, in the right languages, they have to be pre-recorded. And it takes time for those to be processed by various things like the AI. And also the broadcast software that I'm using, I can't really upload to the broadcast software at the same time as we're actually broadcasting. So it is technically possible, but with respect, I can't do it at the last minute. It's not really doable. I have like multiple screens open. We've got the chat window. We've got people trying to join on the studio live. And producer Martha is unwell, I think, as well, because I haven't seen her today. So it's just me right now. But it's good. And luckily, the web squirrels are updating the pages as well. We've literally updated the running order twice to that. I can't redo it. So what we're going to do is we are going to put a different session in place. We were going to have David at 2 p.m., but we're now going to have Soledad Campos instead. For Python in Delphi, which is an interesting topic and worth looking at. However, what we're going to do with David's session, which is CodeBot, is we're going to mail out to the people that have registered, just as we're doing now, because I really want David to have his time on air, so to speak, and we'll do a very specific special session for him for the CodeBot project, and that way I can process it without panicking and running around and having 50 skins. He's saying, can I help? Well, no, actually, unfortunately, the time to help would have been, a few days ago. But that's the nature of the thing. It is a mostly live event. I mean, I'm literally unscripted and talking live. And the content this time around, we definitely went for pre-recorded. I have people asking for copies of the videos to be shown in South Korea, Spain, Portugal, Brazil, South Africa. Ribas says, Ian, you need 6 monitors. Actually, if you could see my setup, maybe I should do that one day, do a behind the screens thing. But I have one here I'm talking to you on, one here, one massive one over here, and I have a tablet down here with some stuff on. I actually 1, 2, 4, 5 screens if you don't count my phone. So I do have quite a lot going on, but producing this kind of thing, it takes quite a lot of coordination, and producer Martha does an excellent job, and she's got other responsibilities. I call her producer Martha, but she's actually a manager of some other things as well, so she does an excellent job. It's no slight on anybody who couldn't get the sessions to me in time. I can only do what I can do, and you shouldn't draw any inferences from that. But we will, in particular with David's session, make sure that gets sent out, because I want people to see it. Ricardo is still not in the chat room, but Ricardo, your presentation was poignant and succinct. It's a very erudite way of describing it. I like that. Perhaps take a photo for the behind the scene post on the blogs. Yeah. Do you know what? I'll do that. I will. Let me just. I'm going to do that now live. How about that? And then we'll put it out on the blog at some point. So, all of you watching now, here's a live photo of what's happening. And yes, I do have a screen here as well, and a screen here. I have some books and all sorts going on. So there you go. My behind-the-scene photos. We'll put those up in a little bit of time, so you can see. Well, I wonder. Do you know what? I wonder if I can do it. Let's see if I can do this live. I might be able to. This is exciting broadcasting, isn't it? Photos. Yeah, can. Maybe not. It says connect. Oh, it says it's online, offline. Well, you're not really though, are you, you liar? Never mind, it doesn't matter. We'll come back to that another time. So listen, David Minnison, we will be definitely showing his session, because CodeBot is really something special, I think, for the idea, and I want to make sure that it gets to be seen. You know, it's important. And he says, let me know what dates and times you're considering. Yeah, we will. David, don't worry. I mean, hopefully you're watching this live, David Minnington. If you are, you know, we'll make sure that you get your video out. I wouldn't want people to you know, put in the effort of doing these videos and then not getting them aired. Some people just don't reply to me, and I never hear from them again. That's not the case with David, but it's just timing. And Patrick says, please smile, we are on the photo. Yes, I don't know why, but for some reason it says that it can't reach my camera with my phone, which is a bit worrying because I've actually used it for development. So that would be a problem. All right, well, we won't bother with that for now. I don't know why. Some computer related issue. So, and a picture of the dog, please. Do you know what the dog is? He's down here. Let's see if you can see him. You see him down there? He's snoring away, bless him. He's an old man. He's 13 years old. So, in human years, theoretically, that's 91 years old. That's quite an age to be. And he terrorizes the neighborhood. Bless him. So, there you go. So, yes, I'll have to find out what's going on with phone link, why that's not working. Strange. Right, so where are we at? So I think it's probably time to do some giveaways, because I feel like we should do that. So let me pull up the prizes tracking, so that I make sure we've got everybody going. So I have mentioned before how we do this. For those of you that are registered as of this morning at 6:30 a.m. and that and this I can't. I have to stop eventually, and today's the day. So, as of 6:30 a.m. this morning, which is an automated, semi-automated system, your name is in the list. And if I just share my screen, just make sure I'm not showing anybody's emails. No, I'm not. That's good. So I'm going to share my screen as I've done before. I'm going to make sure I'm on camera, and we do have the team in the background making sure, watching me as well, to make sure I don't do anything ridiculously stupid, because I'm not particularly smart. And so this is a spreadsheet. I get this every day, actually, to tell me who's registered. And we have 2,504, because we're ignoring line number 1, which is just the name of the person, and you know, the title of the table. If you're sitting in the title row of the table, that's what I'm looking for. So 2,505 people, 504 people, because we're taking off row number 1. So since the last time we did the giveaways, a couple hundred more, 2,504 people, ignoring row 1. And making sure that the maximum is 2,504. That's right, isn't it? 2,505, actually. Yes, 2,505. So we will be picking from this list. If the name is red, and there's one here, for example, it means this person's got a giveaway already. And so I can't give away. Yeah, it's just not right to give away more than one person's stuff at the same time. Just to check, my name is in the list. Raphael. Raphael. How do you spell it? Did I spell it wrong? Raphael. Is that right? Raphael. Is that it? Put it in the chat. There might be more than one Raphael. Of course there is. Yeah. So I think there are a few Raphaels in there. By the way, we do group this list by email address as well. So and we also dedupe it. So if people are picking their name more than once, but Rebus. Okay, yes, you're definitely in there, is the answer. So okay, let's go for it. We are going to start with DevArt. It's the remaining 1-year professional license for DevArt's Unidac product. If you want to know what that is, if you go and scan the code, that will take you to the correct page. And this is Google's random number range generator. So if you want to know how this works, go to google.com and just type in random space range space generator. This is what will come up. I have zero control over how the app works. And so, I think most of us trust them to be as honest as they are. And let's click the button and see if it picks 2,204. I know I can go directly to the row, but if I do that, it does some weird things on my broadcast software because the broadcast software wants to take all of the hotkeys. So I don't use that. 2,204. 2,204. Sunny Singh. Sorry, Sunny Singh. Let me just make that third row bigger so we can see it. Sunny Singh, you have got the 1-year professional license for DevArt, and that's row 2,204. I'm just going to make sure I update my list. I'm sorry that this is a bit boring to actually see me do the paperwork, but unfortunately, I don't have an elf around to help me. It is me that's doing all this, and in some ways, it's probably just as well that it's me, because then, we know I'm responsible if it all goes wrong. By the way, because it's recorded, people can always wind back and check that I didn't mess up in some way. So thank you to DevArt. That is the last Unidac license. If you want to read more about our product, go there. They've got some discount codes and things like that as well, which they're offering. They're advertising CodeRage and promoting it. So I'm very, very grateful to them. DevArt, a great technical partner anyway, but it's nice of them to provide that. And we're very, very grateful. Next up is Mitoff software, and I've got a whole bunch of things. Boyan Mitoff, I know, is in the chat because Boyan basically lives in the chat 24/7, and we're going to give away. We have how many? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Mitoff runtime licenses with source code left. Okay, so let's go and pick one of those now. 1,388. 1,388. Pedro, I can't pronounce your last name. I'm going to say it's Luke or Luck. It's a MITOF runtime license with source code. And the next one is another MITOF license with source code. 1863 863 Rene Heller. Congratulations. And just to remind people, this is provided by the tech partners, not me, and not Embarcadero or IDERA. So if you're ineligible to receive it, if you live in a country that isn't allowed to deal with MITOF, for example, or your state prevents it because there are regulations about giveaways and things like that, and other rules and regulations, we have to follow the law. Who doesn't? So there's not much we can do about it if we can't give you the giveaway. And really, it's at the discretion of the tech partner as well. They do or don't want it. So that's Rene Heller. All right, and another MITOF runtime license with source code 2270. 2270. 2270. Thierry Guisolan, I think that's how you pronounce it. That is a MITOF license with source code. And again, I just want to thank the absolutely wonderful Boyan for doing this. He's a star. Where's my mouse cursor gone? Hello, mouse cursor. Oh, here you are. And very generously, provided a whole bunch of licenses. Guisalan, I'm sure I'm saying your name wrong, so I do apologize if I'm saying something ridiculous. And then another MITOF runtime license with source code. Copying this because it's easier then for me to paste it in. And 2169. 2169. How are we doing for time? Oh, doing pretty good. And that is Stefan Anderson. Mr. Anderson. Now, there's a name if you've ever watched The Matrix. Stefan Anderson. I can spell that without copying and pasting it. Stefan Anderson. Mr. Anderson. I'm assuming it's a Mr. Stefan, yeah. Stefan Anderson, and we still have some more of these licenses to give away. 2476. 2476. Jordan Marinov. Jordan Marinov. Congratulations to you. Jordan Marinov. Brilliant. And another one from MITOF Software, because he is super generous. 1944. 1944. I'm sorry about the slowness of this. Someone did offer a program for it, but as I said before, it is better that we do it this way, because then nobody can say, hey, you did such and such. And that is Ricardo Gaia. Ricardo Gaia. And what time is it? Okay, we've still got some more to go. I'm going to go to Visuino standard license with 1 year of update coverage. Isn't he a great guy? Boy, and I really appreciate you doing this. So Visuino standard license 2037. 2037. Shishmon Shumizdin. I'm sure that's not how you say your name. So I am so sorry. But you have got a Visuino standard license with 1 year of update coverage. Shishmon. Sorry, I just have to make sure I update my little sheet here. I do not have enough web squirrels available to help me. Right, so that's that. And then another Visuino standard license with 1 year of update coverage from the wonderful Mitoff software. Oh, 23. Wow, that's all the way to the top, isn't it? 23. Antonio Simonelli. Antonio Simonelli, congratulations. And that is a Visuino standard license with 1 year of update coverage. Go. And a final, we have got some more to give away, but for now, final one of these from Boyan Mitoff software, 1962. 1962. 1962 is Richard Long. And that's a Visuino standard license with 1 year of update coverage. To Richard Long. I can type that without having to. Richard Long. And now I have some new stuff to give away. So I've got some more things to go. So do not despair if you haven't got anything yet. But I've got a couple more things. I'm going to give away 2 more things now. This is a Steamer T-Chart Pro license from Steamer Software, and that is a 1657. T-Chart comes with every version of RAD Studio. 1657. Nicholas Sandberg. But this is the pro version of their chart. It's very good, and I'm just going to see if I can pull them up. Did I do a link for them? I did not. So let me just do this now. And it is and that is for Niklas Sandberg. And that is a license for Steamer T-Chart Pro. And very generous of them, I believe. It's worth, I forget how much. It's well, it'll say on the site. It's not cheap. So that's one. That's and that's a new sponsor as of Monday. We've got another one to give away, a 380. And this is also a Steamer T-Chart Pro. Oh dear. See, I pressed some kind of keyboard thing there, and he went, "Oh, I'm going to now do something random like." Steamer T-Chart Pro. Number 380, and that is to Charles. I'm going to say that's Hero, Charles Henri Hero, because he's French. Congratulations to him, and that is a license for him as well for a Steamer T-Chart Pro. So good luck to you. Now, it is time for me to start talking about the next session. Os Honorary FR. Okay, so that's all for now. We are going to do some more giveaways because I've got 4 Steamer Teachup Pro licenses to give away, 1 Pascal Expert license to give away. Great product that is. Mitov Software, we've got some more runtime licenses and some more Visuino licenses as well. So there's plenty around. I'll be doing it later on when we've got another suitable break in the proceedings, so to speak. And I'm back. Hello. But thank you to all of the sponsors, and thank you to Steamer as well, because they contacted us on Monday after I think they'd seen Boyne go crazy giving away lots of free things, and they were like, "Oh, you know what? We want to do that," and so that was good. But all our sponsors, and I mean all of them, Devar, very, very generous, all of you. Mitov, Devar, Nostish, who we gave away their licenses. Paganza, we've still got one of their things left to go with, and Steamer as well, which the barcode's on the screen. Thank you to all of them, because we don't make that condition of me talking about their products. That is entirely down to them, who approached me and said, "Oh, during CodeRage, why don't you give away some free licenses as a gift to people?" And I'm like, "Yeah, okay, fine, that's great." And that's what they did. So my thank you to all of them. You know, I'm very, very grateful to them for doing it, because it does help a lot of people out, and also it gives a little bit of entertainment to us all as well, doesn't it? Because that's really what it's all about. And yeah, Melvin says you don't need to do all the behind the scenes on draws. Actually, unfortunately, Melvin, legally we do, weirdly enough. There are some states and some countries where I have to show me how it's drawn. I mean, I'd like to just, you know, pick people at random and put it on the screen, but apparently that's not legal. Well, it may not be legal. I think it's a bit nuanced, but no, we actually do have to show it, and it has to be on screen. You have to see me doing it. Weird but true, yeah. We had a gang of Sylvian, but it seems a lot of Thomases are there too as well. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of Thomases, and the Matrix rocks. Yes, it does. And if I didn't have a spot behind me, I'd probably have something like Neo or something like that. There you go. Gang of Sylvians says present in French. Yeah, it's weird how many Sylvians are around in there. Okay, so without further ado, let us go on and look at my schedule. By the way, I need to save the changes to these spreadsheets, don't I? So that we don't forget. So coming up next is Cesar Cardoso. This is a session, I think it's in Brazilian Portuguese. And it's another AR session, but what's very interesting about this is LLM, RAG, MCP, agent function calling, multimodal, TTS, STT, and AI offline. It's so big they couldn't fit it all in, but it's a good session. It's 55 minutes long, so I'm not sure if Cesar is going to be here on the chat. I believe not, but we'll see what happens. He's welcome to join live if he wants to. Just ping me, Cesar. But anyway, over to Cesar Cardoso, AI in Practice. See you soon.
Opa, beleza, pessoal? É um prazer para mim estar palestrando aqui na CodeRage 2025. Quero agradecer e deixar já o meu muito obrigado ao Ian e a toda a equipe da Embarcadero por estar realizando esse evento que traz tanto conhecimento para nós da comunidade, com diversas palestras aí super interessantes. Hoje nós vamos falar sobre IA na prática. A gente pode ver que a gente tem vários termos aqui já no nosso título da nossa palestra. São vários títulos que vêm surgindo. A cada dia a IA se renova, surgem novas técnicas, novos termos, e muitas vezes a gente se sente ali um pouco perdido. E como colocar isso na prática em nossos sistemas? E minha intenção aqui hoje é trazer para vocês formas de adicionar isso as nossas aplicações. Hoje nós vamos ver algo nesse sentido. Não se assuste, são vários termos, mas você vai ver que com o kit de componentes que nós vamos demonstrar aqui, ele abstrai toda a complexidade e permite que a gente utilize todos esses recursos aqui de uma forma extremamente simples, ok? A IA vem trazendo novas formas e todo mundo está falando de IA, mas a gente se pergunta como adicionar isso ao meu software? Como agregar valor ao meu RP, ao meu sistema, para que o meu cliente lá na ponta sinta a diferença? Todo mundo falando de IA e ele pensa, quando que o meu software, o meu sistema vai ter algo de IA nele? Os nossos próprios tech leads pensam, quando que eu vou conseguir colocar algo no meu software? E eu vou demonstrar aqui para vocês de que de forma simples você consegue entregar algo já funcionando, apresentar isso e poder se sobressair até mesmo na sua empresa onde você trabalha ou agregar valor ao software para entregar lá para o seu cliente final, ok? Eu me chamo César Cardoso, sou desenvolvedor Delphi desde 2009, já trabalhei com algumas tecnologias, algumas linguagens, mas trabalho na maior parte do meu tempo, principalmente hoje em dia, com o nosso querido Delphi. Sou criador também de conteúdo no canal Code for Delphi. Se você ainda não acompanha, no final vou deixar aqui todos os links. Code for Delphi, a gente tem um canal no YouTube, é a nossa principal meio de comunicação, diversos cursos, inclusive uma série só falando sobre IA. A gente vai falar um pouco mais sobre isso aqui no decorrer da nossa palestra. E devido a esse canal, eu fui indicado aí a receber o título de MVP da Embarcadero, algo que eu tenho um carinho muito grande, uma honra ter recebido esse título de MVP Embarcadero. É algo que com certeza me deixou muito feliz, é uma realização profissional muito grande. Agora, vamos lá para a nossa palestra já. O que nós vamos ver aqui hoje, pessoal? Nós vamos utilizar todos esses LLMs, então o ChatGPT, Gemini, o DeepSeek, o Cloud, o Mistral, o Grok, o Perplexity e até o Eoliama, que é uma inteligência artificial offline. Só que o kit de componentes que a gente vai utilizar aqui abstrai tudo para a gente. A gente pode simplesmente setar qual que a gente quer utilizar, ele abstrai e acessa essa API e faz todo o processo para a gente de uma forma totalmente transparente, ok? Vamos iniciar aqui, já vou dar algumas instruções para vocês. Eu vou sempre mostrar aqui o nosso slide, que é só mesmo para a gente contextualizar, e a nossa palestra vai ser praticamente 100% prática. Eu vou mostrar aqui qual que é o tema, contextualizar, mostrar uma imagem. Aqui embaixo de todos os slides, e eu vou disponibilizar esses slides para vocês, vocês têm um link do vídeo. Clicando aqui, você vai para um vídeo lá no nosso canal, o canal da Code for Delphi, e nesse vídeo eu demonstro passo a passo como criei esse chat, por exemplo, o código-fonte, como ele funciona, e mostra com mais detalhes, beleza? Então vamos lá para o nosso primeiro tópico, que é o chat. Acessando o Delphi, eu já tenho um dos grupos de projetos que nós vamos conhecer hoje. Esse primeiro projeto é o IA Chat. É a forma mais simples de a gente utilizar a inteligência artificial. Eu vou rodar ele e depois eu explico aqui o que a gente está fazendo. Bem, aqui eu posso fazer uma pergunta para a inteligência artificial. Ele vai enviar essa pergunta lá para a API da OpenAI, por exemplo, aqui como eu estou selecionado, e me traz a resposta. Eu quero a resposta, por exemplo, do Cloud, eu clico aqui e ele vai na API do Cloud e me traz a resposta. Aqui eu posso colocar quais são minhas API keys, então no canal também mostrando como gerar as API keys e adicionar aqui só isso que eu preciso, esse único dado. Do Cloud, por exemplo, coloquei API key, do DeepSeek, coloquei de todos aqui. Posso colocar qual que é o modelo que eu quero utilizar, eu consigo buscar esse modelo também, depois eu vou mostrar aqui, e aí eu utilizo o chat aqui. Para me trocar qual IA eu estou utilizando, pessoal, basta eu selecionar nesse combo box qual é a IA que eu quero utilizar. Se eu quero utilizar o Cloud, a OpenAI, qualquer uma delas, basta eu selecionar aqui e o kit de componente tira a complexidade, ele se encarrega de ir lá na API e trazer a resposta para mim. Tem outros dados de configuração como temperatura, qual o número máximo de tokens que eu vou utilizar e se eu quero que a IA possa pesquisar na internet caso ele não tenha essa resposta aqui. Então, o componente traz também essa possibilidade, basta eu clicar aqui. Ele gera um log aqui para a gente também. Como que funciona aqui a parte do retorno? Então, ele retorna aqui para mim a resposta e também quantos tokens, olha só, foi utilizado. Então, quantos tokens tinha nesse meu prompt, quantos teve na resposta e o número total aqui de tokens. Ó. Eu posso colocar aqui o OpenAI, por exemplo, clicar aqui, e ele vai trazer aqui para mim e mostrar. Ó. Então, a quantidade total de tokens. E qual foi o modelo que eu estou utilizando, que eu selecionei, que é o modelo que eu estou utilizando aqui. No componente, como isso funciona, pessoal? Muito simples. O componente que a gente está utilizando é esse componente, que é o TMS MCP Cloud. Ele é um kit de componentes, na verdade. A gente tem aqui na paleta um kit de componentes, ó. Depois eu vou mostrar mais detalhadamente ele, mas aqui a gente vai ver que a gente tem um kit aqui de componentes. Ó, deixa eu só escrever MCP aqui que ele já vai aparecer. Ó, tá aqui, ó, tem MSA. Então, tem todos esses que eu posso utilizar. Depois a gente vai ver passo a passo o que cada um deles aqui faz, ó. São diversos componentes que a gente pode utilizar. Para a gente utilizar ele, é muito simples. A gente simplesmente vem e informa quais são os dados. Eu coloco quais são minhas API keys aqui, e no caso, eu estou carregando aqui no create do formulário. Seleciono quais são os modelos que eu quero utilizar. Ó, então, qual que é o modelo do Mixtral, qual que é o modelo do Oleum que eu quero utilizar. E algumas outras configurações. Mas é só isso, pessoal. E aí eu envio a pergunta e ele se encarrega de fazer todo o processo para a gente. Basicamente, eu preencho aqui o meu prompt. No executar, eu carrego isso aqui no componente. Ó, então, aqui no meu executar, o que eu estou fazendo? Eu estou setando qual que é a inteligência artificial, ó, pegando a partir aqui do meu combo box. Pego aqui, combo box que foi carregado dinamicamente também, pegando do próprio componente quais inteligências artificiais ele tem acesso. Vai carregar, eu seto nele aqui qual que é a que eu quero utilizar e mando a minha pergunta, meu prompt. Ó. Aqui em contexto, teste, mando a minha questão e peço para ele executar. Ele se encarrega de ir na API da inteligência artificial, do LLM que eu selecionei, e me trazer a resposta. A resposta vem nesse evento aqui, ó, esse onExecute. Depois que ele processar, ele traz a resposta aqui para mim. Então, eu tenho aqui esse response, tenho também qual que é o status code. Então, eu posso ver aqui qual que é o status code, que por trás, pessoal, é uma API REST. Pense assim que fica mais simples. Então, eu tenho o status code aqui. Se ele for diferente de 200, eu mostro, porque retornou um erro, né? Pode ser que a minha API key esteja errada, né? Pode ser que a própria API da IA esteja fora do ar, o que é muito difícil, né? Mas, de repente, pode acontecer. E caso o status code seja 200 aqui, né? Ou da família do 200, no caso, eu mostro a resposta aqui dessa forma muito simples. Ó. Então, a minha resposta ela está apenas em uma linha, né? Aqui eu estou apenas mostrando aqui a quantidade de tokens para que o exemplo fique completo. Mas se nós notarmos, pessoal, com uma, duas, três, 4 linhas de código, eu já interajo com um modelo de LLM. Com apenas 4 linhas de código, eu interajo com todos aqueles LLMs que a gente mostrou, que a gente viu aqui no slide anterior. Ó. Deixa eu até mostrar aqui para vocês novamente. Todos esses aqui, inclusive o offline, que a gente vai ver aqui depois, tá? Então, toda a lógica do que eu vou mostrar aqui, pessoal, é basicamente isso, né? Algum outro evento a gente vai estar utilizando em outros componentes, mas a lógica toda do componente é isso. É simples, é muito simples, da forma que a gente já está acostumado a trabalhar no Delphi, né? Da forma, eu posso trabalhar aqui da forma RAD, claro, eu posso criar tudo em tempo de execução aqui, posso também, não tem problema nenhum. Você pode trabalhar da forma como você quiser, mas a complexidade ele tira toda para a gente. Na parte dos modelos, como que eu sei qual modelo eu posso utilizar? A gente tem um outro demo aqui. Esse demo é só para buscar os modelos. Ó. Então, eu vou rodar ele. Ó, eu quero saber quais modelos eu posso utilizar do Gemini, do Google. Vou dar um Show Models, pronto. Qualquer um desses eu posso utilizar. Eu copio e colo lá e pronto. Qual que eu posso utilizar da OpenAI, por exemplo? Já vai me listar todos aqui, ó. ChatGPT-5, já posso utilizar, né? Todos eles estão aqui disponíveis. E para todos aqui eu posso. Eu poderia aqui buscar ele, já preencher, poderia fazer isso na tela do cliente para ficar mais fácil para ele. Posso, sem problema, né? Fazer isso. A partir da API Key, ele mesmo, o próprio componente, se encarrega de salvar para a gente. Quando eu peço para ele salvar, ele vem aqui em salvar case, ó. Então eu jogo o que está aqui nos edits no componente, ó, simplesmente aqui, né, na propriedade do componente, ó, API Key, né, jogo aqui e peço para que ele salve, ó, salve to file e passo qual que é a key do arquivo aqui e qual que é o password. O que é isso, pessoal? São duas constantes aqui, ó. Então, eu estou passando aqui no case file, eu passo o caminho do arquivo, né? Então, estou salvando esse arquivo como .cfg. E qual que é o meu password? Por quê? Porque ele vai salvar a minha senha nesse arquivo criptografada, né? Se eu abrir esse arquivo aqui, se a gente for lá e abrir esse arquivo, a senha que está lá, o meu token, está totalmente criptografado. Então, se alguma pessoa tiver acesso, ela não vai conseguir descriptografar, ao menos que ela tenha minha key aqui, minha chave, tá? Então, é bem seguro. E toda vez que eu vou utilizar ele, em todos os nossos demos aqui, a gente faz isso. A gente dá a gente só simplesmente carrega esse arquivo, ó. Vou mostrar para vocês onde a gente está carregando ele, ó. Então, toda vez que eu for iniciar, eu vou apenas carregar ele, ó. Vou simplesmente carregar esse arquivo aqui. Nesse exemplo aqui, na verdade, tá aqui sim, ó, nesse load from file. Então aqui eu faço, ó, load from file e carrego qualquer arquivo e passa a chave. Ele vai descriptografar e vai preencher automaticamente os campos aqui do meu componente, tá? Então, nas outras telas, eu não tenho mais essa configuração das API Keys, porque ele já está utilizando esse arquivo que já fica configurado. Claro, você pode salvar essa API Key no banco de dados sem problema. Beleza? Então, aqui foi a parte então do nosso chat e do nosso model aqui. Vamos ver qual que é o nosso próximo tópico aqui. Ó, function calling, como funciona? A function calling, também chamada de tool calling, permite que a gente exponha funções do nosso sistema para a inteligência artificial. Então, ela consegue acessar uma função da minha aplicação e executar, pegar a resposta, por exemplo, e trabalhar com ela. Vamos ver isso na prática? E tem um exemplo aqui, ó, function calling. Vou abrir aqui a Unity. Vou rodar ela e depois eu explico um pouco para vocês. Aqui é a mesma coisa, a gente pode selecionar qual IA a gente pode utilizar. Ó. Então, aqui eu posso perguntar para ela, por exemplo, ó, retorne o estoque do produto ID 10. Olha só, ele vai acionar a minha Tools Calling, que vai no banco de dados e traz para mim qual que é o estoque do meu produto. Olha que interessante. Então, deixa eu mostrar aqui para vocês. Ó. Aqui no componente a gente tem essa propriedade Tools. Clicando aqui, ele abre que eu posso adicionar várias tools. Então, eu coloquei aqui, por exemplo, o get estoque produto. Como que eu fiz? Eu apenas criei ela aqui, ó, com esses dados, ó, o nome, get estoque produto, e uma descrição para a IA entender. Ó. Então, retorna o estoque do produto informado. Simplesmente assim. E aí, eu vou colocar parâmetros. Eu venho aqui em parâmetros, aí posso colocar parâmetro. Então, para essa tool, eu espero um parâmetro. Qual que é o parâmetro? O ID do produto, que a descrição é ID do produto, fala qual que é o tipo, que é inteiro, ó, e se ele é obrigatório ou não. Então, ele é requerido. Com isso, quando eu pergunto para a IA qual que é o estoque do produto 10, ela me daria uma resposta aleatória se eu não tivesse uma tool. Ela não saberia me responder. Agora, como ela tem essa tool, ela vai pensar assim, opa, peraí, eu tenho uma tool aqui que o nome é Get Stock Produto. Então, se ele quer saber o produto, eu vou acioná-la. Mas, para me acioná-la, eu preciso saber o ID do produto. Como eu já passei ali o ID do produto, ela vai pegar esse ID do produto e vai passar como parâmetro aqui para a nossa função. E aí a gente processa. Onde a gente processa? Aqui na nossa função, no evento, a gente tem esse evento, onExecute. E olha que interessante que acontece aqui. Aqui eu recebo o parâmetro que a IA me passou, ó, que é aqui em args. Ó. Então, em args eu recebo um tJSON object e aqui eu olho ó, se eu tenho essa propriedade aqui dentro desse parâmetro, ó, ID produto, que foi o nome que a gente deu para ele aqui, ó, ID produto. Eu tenho, então eu pego esse ID do produto e eu faço o que eu quiser, pessoal. Eu tenho o ID do produto, eu posso ir no banco de dados, eu posso ir no arquivo do Excel. Aqui é Delphi normal. A IA simplesmente me passou o parâmetro. Aqui eu estou indo no banco de dados, na nossa DM lá no outro vídeo eu demonstro aqui passo a passo, a gente desenvolve juntos, na verdade. Eu passo qual que é esse ID do produto lá, essa query vai no meu banco SQLite, então quando vocês pegarem esse exemplo, ele já vai rodar tranquilamente, porque é um SQLite que vai junto. E aí ele traz para mim, olha lá, eu resulto, o que eu estou resultando? Meu result espera um string, tá vendo? Aqui, ó, nessa variável. Eu resulto, então, o ID e o nome do produto para ele. E aí eu estou mandando o nome do meu produto para a inteligência artificial e ele apresenta aqui para mim. É bem legal, pessoal, é bem interessante. Aqui eu posso pedir dados do produto, e-mail do produto, enfim, várias coisas. Outra coisa, API via CEP. Então, qual é o endereço desse CEP? Ó, se eu perguntasse aqui para a inteligência artificial, ele não saberia me responder. Agora aqui, ele viu que ele tem uma tool que retorna o CEP que a gente está utilizando aqui. Ó. Então, ó, ele me trouxe aqui qual que é esse CEP. O do CEP está aqui, ó, get endereço. Eu falo que é get endereço, qual que é o endereço do CEP informado. Vamos ver qual que é o parâmetro que eu estou esperando aqui? Estou esperando um parâmetro que é o CEP. Então, aqui eu estou esperando o CEP. Ó. Ele me passa o CEP. E o que eu faço? Aqui dentro, eu pego esse CEP que veio como parâmetro aqui, simplesmente, aí chamo esse getCep. O que esse getCep faz? Vai lá na API do ViaCep e retorna os dados desse CEP para a gente aqui, ó, e eu retorno aqui simples, tá, pessoal? Então, olha que poder, a gente consegue expor funções dos nossos sistemas para a inteligência artificial. Esse recurso é bem legal, ele se chama Tool Calling. É super fácil aqui de utilizar também com o componente. Vamos para o próximo? O próximo é bem legal, que é o multimodal, olha só. Então, eu posso trabalhar com imagens com a inteligência artificial. Abrindo a nossa aplicação, aqui a gente vai ter a imagens, ó. Então, esse conceito de multimodal, a gente pode trabalhar com imagens, até mesmo com áudio, enfim. Olha, quando eu rodar aqui, olha que interessante. eu posso pedir, aqui eu tenho algumas imagens de amostra, por exemplo, essa de camisetas aqui, ó. Eu posso pedir para que ele conte, ó. Descreva a imagem, ele já vai conseguir para a gente. Então, descreva essa imagem. Então, essa imagem está sendo enviada para a API da inteligência artificial e eu pedi para que ele descrevesse essa imagem. Olha o que ele fez. Ele falou que na imagem tem 5 camisas, realmente já tem 5 camisas. Falou qual que são as cores dessas imagens. Olha que interessante. Eu poderia colocar uma foto de uma arara para que ele contasse o estoque? Poderia utilizar isso aqui para diversas coisas. Então, ele consegue fazer essa parte. Roteirização de imagens, eu conseguiria fazer também. Eu poderia pegar essa nota aqui, por exemplo, e pedir para que ele descrevesse ou fizesse a roteirização para a gente. Então, ele vai pegar todos os dados que estão nessa nota aqui, olha que interessante, que está nessa nota aqui, e vai trazer ela aqui para a gente, todos esses dados, ó. Ele vai calcular, ele vai mandar essa imagem para lá e depois ele já retorna aqui para a gente. Então, isso aqui também abre diversas possibilidades de a gente trabalhar com imagens e utilizar a inteligência artificial. Então, ele conseguiu descrever tudo para a gente aqui, ó. Então, eu poderia estar pedindo para que ele lesse uma comanda de um restaurante ou algo nesse sentido, até mesmo uma nota, como a gente está mostrando aqui. Até mesmo se eu pegar um documento assim, ó, escrito à mão, ó, e pedir para que ele descrevesse, ele vai conseguir. Então, olha só, isso aqui foi escrito à mão, é uma foto. Tem aqui alguns dados aqui escritos, ó, e ele vai conseguir trazer aqui para a gente também. Já trouxe aqui tudo descrito. Eu posso pedir para que ele compare duas imagens, ó. Então ele consegue trabalhar com duas imagens também, ó. Eu posso falar aqui, ó, compare as duas imagens. Ele vai enviar as duas imagens e vai retornar qualquer diferença de uma imagem para outra. Então basicamente aqui é que está mostrando o desenho do Delphi aqui, os sistemas operacionais, né? Então aqui ele consegue descrever para a gente de uma forma bem satisfatória. Então é um recurso bem interessante da gente utilizar também. Para enviar é super tranquilo. Então quando a gente vem aqui, como que eu envio um arquivo? Nome do componente, add files e coloco o caminho. Qual que é o tipo dele? Ó, se é uma imagem, ó, se é um texto, PDF, então eu posso mandar um CSV, várias coisas. Simples assim, pessoal. Mando aqui o arquivo e depois eu mando o meu prompt falando o que eu quero fazer com a imagem. Tá extremamente fácil. O componente deixa esse recurso para a gente também. O reg é algo bem interessante. O que a gente pode fazer com ele? O reg ele me permite que eu alimente a IA com os meus documentos. Então, eu posso mandar um documento da minha empresa para que ele trabalhe com ele dados da minha empresa ou até dados de movimentação de venda e ele vai trabalhar com aquele dado. Olha que interessante. Se a gente olhar aqui, eu estou até aberto aqui, esse aqui é o storage aqui da OpenAI. Ó. Se nós olharmos aqui, eu não tenho nada carregado aqui. Não vou ter nada carregado. Se nós pegarmos o nosso exemplo de reg e rodar ele, a tela do reg é assim. Vou rodar ele, ó. O que eu posso fazer? Eu posso mandar arquivos então, ó. Então, update de arquivos, ó. Eu vou mandar esse arquivo aqui, ó, de fundação. E o que tem aqui, pessoal? É um arquivo que tem alguns dados de uma empresa chamada Delphi Devs. É uma empresa que não existe, é uma empresa fictícia. Então, se eu perguntasse para a IA, ela não ia saber nada sobre aquela empresa. Mas agora eu estou mandando um arquivo para ela. Se a gente olhar aqui, ó, esse arquivo vai estar aqui, ó, disponível no site, lá na central da OpenAI. Olha que interessante, o arquivo que eu mandei agora está aqui. Então, a IA agora vai utilizar esse arquivo para pesquisar sobre o meu texto. Então, quando eu mandar agora esse prompt, ela vai ter informação, porque primeiro ela vai olhar nesse meu arquivo ou nos meus arquivos para depois trazer. Então, aqui ele trouxe realmente, ó, a data que está lá no meu arquivo que eu coloquei da empresa. Então, aqui poderia estar os dados da sua empresa para você fazer um saque inteligente ali, entender clientes, ou algo nesse sentido. Então, é um recurso extremamente poderoso que abre aí um leque de possibilidades também para a gente estar utilizando ele. O próximo é a fala. Então, aqui a gente consegue conversar, interagir com a inteligência artificial. Aqui é utilizado o conceito de texto para fala e fala para texto. Nos nossos exemplos, eu vou até fechar esse do chat aqui, que a gente não vai utilizar mais por enquanto. A gente tem algumas opções. A gente tem um modelo mais simples, a gente tem um modelo que você consegue conversar como se fosse um aplicativo de fala, né? Você treinar a conversação em outro idioma, por exemplo. E a gente tem esse do mapa. Eu vou rodar esse do mapa para vocês verem. Olha só como que ele funciona, pessoal. Ele traça, então, um trecho aqui no mapa a partir do que eu falar. Eu vou testar aqui, depois eu explico. Marcar rota entre São Paulo e Rio de Janeiro. Vai processar aqui para a gente. Ela vai marcar no mapa, ok?
A rota entre São Paulo e Rio de Janeiro foi marcada com sucesso. Se precisar de mais alguma coisa, é só avisar.
Acredito que vocês tenham ouvido a inteligência artificial conversando aqui. Então, o que aconteceu aqui, pessoal? Quando eu ativei aqui para gravar, eu gravei aqui então, localmente no computador, e a gente mostra tudo isso, é feito até com um componente da TMS, que é um componente open para ser utilizado. Eu cliquei aqui, eu gravei o que eu falei então, marcar rota entre São Paulo e Rio de Janeiro, deu um stop. Quando eu dei um stop, esse meu áudio foi enviado para a inteligência artificial. A inteligência artificial pegou esse áudio, fez a transcrição dele em texto, mandou aqui para a gente, ó, o texto do que eu falei. Eu poderia até ter ouvido o meu próprio texto aqui, se eu tivesse marcado aqui, ó. Então ela iria falar primeiro o que eu falei, para depois dar a resposta. A partir desse texto que ele pegou aqui, ele pegou esse texto, mandou para a IA novamente, pedindo para que fizesse essa marcação aqui. Nessa marcação, chamou uma função nossa, que a gente já viu aqui, um function calling, que faz a marcação aqui no mapa. Fez a marcação e a resposta que vem como texto, a própria IA falou aqui para a gente também. Então, esse é o processo com componente. É extremamente fácil, lá eu mostro passo a passo, né, no vídeo. Então, aqui, o que muda é que a gente tem alguns eventos a mais. A gente tem aqui on speaking áudio e on transcriber áudio. Então, aqui, quando a gente recebe o texto, ó, quando eu pedir para que ele transcrevesse, ele vai me retornar o texto aqui. Então, simplesmente eu peguei ele e coloquei aqui no nosso memo de transcrição, ó, o áudio que ele transcreveu. E aí eu pedi para que ele executasse. Na execução, o que eu fiz? Esse IA execute aqui. A gente chamou aqui, então, a questão da API Key. Eu olhei aqui se tem essa API Key aqui para a gente chamar o nosso mapa, que esse mapa também tem que ter um token, que eu mostro lá também como gerar, tá? Inclusive, é gratuito. Então, esse serviço que a gente está utilizando para utilizar o mapa aqui, fazer a marcação, ele é gratuito. Depois a gente pegou, então, esse texto que foi descrito ali e mandei para a inteligência artificial, né? Mandei ele executar. Ele vai acionar, então, a tool que faz esse processo de colocar aqui a marcação. E esse outro evento aqui, que é propriamente o de fala, que é esse aqui, ó, que é o de fala, que ele recebe aqui, então, o áudio. Ó. A inteligência artificial manda o áudio para a gente e a gente executa ele através dessa outra biblioteca que a gente está utilizando aqui também. Então, simplesmente pedir para que ele executasse esse áudio que vem como memory string aqui. Extremamente simples, tá, pessoal? Poucas linhas de código você faz todo esse processo aqui. Isso aqui também abre um leque de possibilidades para que a gente possa utilizar aí, tanto esse conceito do mapa, quanto também o conceito da fala com a inteligência artificial. O nosso próximo tópico é sobre a Tool Settings. A Tool Settings, ela não é algo propriamente da inteligência artificial, mas é algo que a TMS colocou para facilitar a vida de nós desenvolvedores. Eles são um conjunto de tools, de ferramentas que a gente pode deixar pronto. Tem algumas que já vêm prontas, criadas pelo TMS, e outras que você pode criar. Assim fica mais fácil para você reaproveitar elas. Eu vou mostrar um exemplo aqui para vocês. Se nós olharmos aqui, a gente tem essa tools. Aqui a gente tem um exemplo utilizando as tools que já vem pronta. Então a gente tem aqui essa aqui dá acesso ao computador local. Então eu acesso ao meu sistema de arquivos local do computador. A IA tem esse acesso daí. Eu posso passar o banco de dados. Olha como que é simples, pessoal. Eu quero dar acesso a alguma coisa no meu banco de dados. Tem aqui uma conexão normal, ó, com o FireDAC. Tem aqui uma query, um data source e é isso que eu vou ligar aqui, ó, nessa tool settings, é isso que eu vou ligar. O meu data source, ele já vai ter acesso ao meu banco de dados e também eu posso enviar e-mail. Deixa eu rodar aqui rapidamente. Então vamos supor, listar o nome das pastas de arquivos, ó. Então ele vai listar essas pastas aqui, ó. Se a gente olhar, eu tenho aqui então na minha C, eu tenho uma pasta chamada temp.ia e eu tenho exatamente esses arquivos que ele vai mostrar lá, ó. Então, esses arquivos que ele está mostrando lá são exatamente os arquivos que eu tenho na minha pasta. Ó. Então, a inteligência artificial está tendo acesso ao meu diretório de arquivos aqui. E eu posso pedir para ele, mostre o conteúdo de um determinado arquivo. Então, ele vai entrar nesse arquivo, ó, e vai entrar nesse arquivo, ler esse arquivo e mostrar para a gente o conteúdo. Ó. Vou mostrar para você o conteúdo, ele vai interagindo. É exatamente esse conteúdo que tem lá dentro. Ó. Se inscreva no canal e tal. Então, eu posso pedir para que ele criar arquivo, escolher qualquer coisa, eu posso pedir. Aí tem essa do banco de dados, que eu posso pedir para ele, ó, listar os 3 primeiros clientes, por exemplo. Eu posso pedir para que ele liste as vendas, enfim, eu posso pedir para ele, ele vai utilizar essa minha query que está aqui, que é uma query normal que a gente já está acostumada, e vai trazer aqui, ó, vai listar esses dados para a gente sem problema. A gente pode também fazer a junção de duas toolsets, né? Na verdade, sim, a inteligência artificial tem acesso a todas as nossas toolsets. Eu posso pedir para, por exemplo, ó, enviar um e-mail com as 2 últimas vendas. Então, o que ele vai fazer aqui? Ele vai no meu banco de dados, através da toolset do banco de dados, pegar as 2 últimas vendas e vai enviar por e-mail através da outra toolset do e-mail. Então, ele está fazendo o processo, ele vai carregar as vendas, vai mostrar aqui para a gente também, né? Mas vai enviar por e-mail. Eu já vou abrir aqui o e-mail para que vocês vejam que ele consegue fazer esse processo aqui. Vamos esperar ele terminar. Pronto, então ele mandou um e-mail com essas vendas aqui. Ele utilizou então essa toolset que acessa o banco de dados e essa do e-mail. Para isso é simples, basta eu vir aqui e informar os dados do meu SMTP ou do POP. Ele já vai conseguir enviar para a gente. Nós olharmos aqui no nosso e-mail, acabou de chegar essa mensagem mostrando os itens dessas duas vendas. Então aqui eu poderia estar pedindo um relatório ou algo nesse sentido, ou enviar uma mala direta para clientes. Então surgem diversas possibilidades também aqui com o nosso Tool Settings. O nosso próximo recurso é o MCP Server. É algo que revolucionou a forma como a gente interage com a inteligência artificial. É um protocolo que facilita essa comunicação entre o cliente e o server. Eu não vou entrar em detalhes aqui da parte teórica. Se você clicar aqui no vídeo, você vai ter mais dados sobre isso. Mas, a grosso modo, na prática, a gente tem vários MCP servers criados aqui. Eles podem fazer coisas diversas, acessar banco de dados, acessar sistema de arquivos, e-mails, e eu posso conectar o meu MCP client nele e interagir de uma forma simples. Eu não preciso saber exatamente quais endpoints eu tenho lá, quais parâmetros eu tenho que passar. A própria inteligência artificial se encarrega de fazer isso para a gente. A gente pode desenvolver o MCP Server com o Delphi e também pode desenvolver o MCP Client com o Delphi. Então eu posso consumir MCP Server de outras linguagens com o MCP Client desenvolvido em Delphi. É algo extremamente interessante a gente já ter isso no Delphi. Muito legal a TMS ter feito isso, porque é algo que foi criado aí pela Anthropic, que é a criadora do Cloud, há poucos meses atrás, e a gente já tem esse recurso no Delphi. Aqui mostra como ficou, né? Então a gente tinha aqui vários LLMs fazendo várias coisas, e com o MCP Server ele centraliza isso aqui e a gente acessa de uma forma mais simples. Eu vou trazer aqui os projetos para a gente dar uma olhada também. Estou com dois projetos aqui, deixa eu trocar eles de monitor. Então eu tenho aqui nosso MCP Server, a gente tem vários aqui, a gente vai dar uma olhada em alguns, e tem o MCP Client para consumi-los. Então eu vou pegar esse Simple MCP Simple aqui, que é o mais simplesinho para a gente entender como ele funciona. É um console application, vou dar um botão direito para a gente ver aqui o código. Olha só, o que eu estou fazendo aqui? Simplesmente eu estou criando então o meu data module. Nada novo aqui. Simplesmente crio o meu data module e chamo essa procedure que está lá dentro, chamada room. Esse aqui é a nossa data module, e aqui dentro eu tenho essa única procedure chamada room. Aqui eu tenho o meu componente, ó, TMS MCP Server, que faz tudo para a gente. O que eu tenho que informar para ele, basicamente, é o nome do server, ó, coloco aqui qual que é o nome, a versão se eu quiser, e quais tools ele vai disponibilizar para quem acessar. Então, se eu clicar aqui, eu vou ver que eu tenho uma tool, ó, nessa tool. Eu estou colocando aqui o token do usuário, é o nome. E a descrição retorna o token do usuário. Simplesmente assim, é do tipo string aqui, ó, e eu tenho uma propriedade aqui, é um parâmetro que a gente vai receber, que é o nome, ó, nome do usuário. Simplesmente isso, ele é requerido do tipo string nome do usuário. Simples assim. Então, para acessar essa tool aqui, eu preciso passar o nome do usuário. E o que ela faz? Vem aqui na tool e aqui no evento, ó, onExecute, simplesmente isso, ó. Aqui eu pego o que está vindo aqui como argumento, aqui, como chegou como parâmetro, e foi o lnome. O lnome eu estou retornando, então, o lnome com esses caracteres aqui. Então, é simplesmente para exemplificar. E o nosso room, o que ele faz? Ele simplesmente pega o nome do nosso componente, ó, e starta e rodar. Só isso, pessoal. Aqui é Delphi normal, né? Simplesmente mostra ali uma mensagem na tela. Esse trecho aqui nem seria necessário. Como funciona? Como que eu utilizo ele, então, no MCP Client? Eu preciso pegar esse executável aqui. Então, eu vou pegar o caminho desse executável. Eu vou utilizar esse recurso aqui do plugin. Mas olha só, simplesmente é o executável desse nosso MCP aqui, ó. Somente isso. Vou copiar aqui a pasta dele apenas, ó. Aí eu vou abrir qualquer MCP Client. Aqui, no caso, eu vou abrir o que a gente desenvolveu em Delphi. Então, vou abrir aqui, ó. E eu já vou mostrar como ele foi desenvolvido também. Eu venho em Settings, ó. E aqui eu posso informar quantos MCP Servers eu quiser. Então, eu venho em New, Editar, informo qual que é a forma aqui, ó, STD.io, que é a Standard I.O., o Standard entrada e saída, ou eu tenho SSE e HTTP. Por enquanto, a gente vai essa aqui, que é utilizada para MCP locais. Então, eu dou o nome que eu quiser, eu vou colocar aqui Simple MCP, por exemplo, e no command, nesse caso aqui, é o caminho do nosso executável. Ó, vou colar aqui a pasta e vou pegar o caminho desse executável. Simples assim, pessoal. Posso passar argumentos por aqui e aí recuperar esses argumentos lá, como a gente faz nesses do banco de dados. Então aqui eu poderia passar aqui nome do banco, usuário do banco, senha do banco, poderia passar. Aqui eu também posso passar como se fosse variáveis de ambiente. Por enquanto eu vou simplesmente fazer isso aqui e vou salvar. Salvando, eu vou dar um start e olha lá, ele já mostrou para mim que eu tenho uma tool lá dentro, tá vendo? Qual que é? Venho em View, ele me mostra, ó, aquela que a gente criou. Token usuário, que foi o nome que a gente deu para a nossa tool, e qual que é a descrição? Aquela descrição que a gente colocou lá. E agora eu já posso utilizar ele aqui, ó. Então eu posso pedir, por exemplo, retorne o token do usuário Cesar Cardoso. Vou enviar. Esse meu MCP client já vai perceber que eu tenho um MCP server conectado aqui e vai ver quais tools ele tem disponível lá. E pronto, ó, já executou para a gente. Ó. O próprio MCP server se encarregou de ir lá no meu executável, executar, chamá-lo, passar os parâmetros, fazer tudo e fechar. Ele não está rodando. Ó. Se vocês notarem, ó, ele não está rodando o meu MCP server. Ele não está rodando. O próprio MCP server se encarrega de fazer isso. Então, se eu passar aqui outro, qualquer nome aqui, ó, teste 78, ele vai fazer a mesma coisa, retornar para mim, porque ele está realmente acessando aquele meu MCP server. E como vocês puderam ver aqui, pessoal, com praticamente zero de linhas. Então, eu basicamente coloquei o componente aqui e dei esses dois comandos. Ó. Esses dois comandos foi o que startou. E eu coloco as minhas tools aqui. Se eu utilizar da forma RAD, como vocês viram, é extremamente simples da gente ir criando aqui, tanto as tools quanto os parâmetros. A gente pode ir adicionando aqui. Aqui a gente tem vários outros MCP servers mais complexos. Então, eu tenho um aqui que eu posso utilizar para banco de dados. Eu posso, então, conectar aqui o banco de dados, falar qual que é o meu banco de dados. Esse MCP server vira ali. Eu posso pedir para que ele lixe as tabelas. Posso pedir qualquer coisa para ele. Eu tenho aqui para que eu pegue esse mesmo banco de dados, mas aí no conceito de HTTP. Então, eu posso colocar ele num servidor externo. Eu já vou mostrar isso aqui para vocês também. Eu tenho no File System, que lista os arquivos do computador, tem alguns outros de teste, tem um que retorna o CEP, tem alguns bem completos aqui. Eu tenho aqui, inclusive, utilizando RTTI. Ó. Utilizando RTTI, eu posso pegar uma classe que eu já tenho em Delphi e colocar alguns atributos customizáveis neles aqui, né, os custom attributes, e aí eu consigo transformar uma classe que eu já tenho em um MCP de uma forma extremamente simples. Aqui o exemplo está adicionando vários atributos, ó, mas na verdade você com apenas 2 atributos você já transforma uma classe em um MCP server, e a gente mostra isso também lá no exemplo. Se eu olhar aqui no PDF, então aqui eu estou mostrando que a gente pode construir um MCP server utilizando a forma RAD, a forma orientada a objetos, ou utilizando RTTI. Então, quando eu tenho uma classe no Delphi e eu quero transformar um método em uma tool, eu simplesmente coloco aqui, ó, tms mcp tool. Pronto, aquele meu método já se transformou numa tool e vai ser exposto quando eu rodar o meu MCP Server. Eu mostro também como consumir o MCP Server com N8N, isso é bem interessante. Então, o nosso MCP Server aqui criado com Delphi, a gente pode rodar ele e consumir com N8N, isso é mostrado nos vídeos. Eu mostro também como consumir com o VS Code, o Cloud Desktop, até mesmo com o ChatGPT. Quando você utiliza o ChatGPT aqui pelo navegador, você consegue acessar o MCP Server seu. Isso a gente mostra lá também. Então, eu posso ter um MCP Server rodando aqui no meu computador, dando acesso a um banco de dados, a uma planilha, por exemplo, e utilizar o ChatGPT aqui no navegador, como a gente já está acostumado, né? E consumindo com ele. Até o Postman você consegue também fazer isso. O MCP Client a gente consegue acessar o MCP Server de várias linguagens. Tem vídeos também, aqui estão os links, então eu rodo o MCP Server com o Node.js e consumo ele com o MCP Client do Delphi. Rodo o MCP Server do Python e consumo ele com o MCP Client do Delphi. Esse conceito, MCP Client e MCP Server, pode ficar um pouco confuso, né, conforme eu vou falando, mas é extremamente simples, pessoal. MCP Server, ele vai servir alguma coisa. MCP Client vai consumir. É simples assim. E a gente pode fazer essa questão, então, de utilizar de outras linguagens. Inclusive, tem uma lista gigante, eu mostro lá no vídeo, uma lista gigante já com MCP servers criados. Inclusive, um que você consegue interagir com o Spotify. Então, a partir do Delphi, eu consigo falar, e isso eu mostro lá no vídeo, tocar música tal, adicione tal música na minha playlist, e ele consegue interagir. E você pode interagir com diversas centenas aí de aplicativos, Google Drive, né, o GitHub e vários outros. Vou rodar rapidamente aqui mais um MCP Server para a gente ver Vou rodar esse do database. Vou executar ele aqui, só para a gente ver, ó, ele está rodando. Vou pegar o caminho do executável dele. Pegar aqui o caminho da pasta. Vou abrir nosso MCP Client. Em Settings. Vou adicionar um novo. Editar stdio mesmo. Vou colocar aqui database. O comando vai ser caminho do nosso executável. Ok, vou salvar, vou startar. Ele vai mostrar que eu tenho 8 tools. Ó. Então, esse me traz 8 tools. Ó. Várias formas de eu interagir com o banco de dados. Agora, eu vou vir aqui. Eu tenho alguns prompts pronto aqui. Ó, listar tabelas do banco. Então, agora ele vai me listar as tabelas do banco de dados. Ele vai buscar a partir, ó, então, produtos clientes. Deixa eu ver se eu acho ela fácil aqui, só para a gente confirmar. Eu acredito que seja essa aqui, ó. Então, eu tenho aqui tabela, ó, clientes, produtos, vendas e vendas itens. Então, é exatamente essas tabelas aqui, ó. Eu posso pedir para que ele listar as 5 últimas vendas, então ele vai buscar as 5 últimas vendas e vai trazer. Então, aqui, esse MCP Client, eu estou acessando aquele meu MCP Server. Então, ele poderia, esse MCP Server, estar no servidor da minha empresa e eu estar acessando ele por aqui, ó. Poderia estar acessando ele tranquilamente, meus aplicativos poderiam estar acessando ele. Eu posso inserir vendas lá também? Posso, ele vai fazer toda a parte do CRUD para a gente, porque ele está interagindo ali com o banco de dados. Eu posso até aqui, essa outra parte de gerar NF eu vou mostrar depois para vocês também. Então aqui, como a gente viu, a gente está interagindo com o banco de dados. O que está sendo feito aqui, pessoal, na parte desse database, está bem estruturado, tá bem interessante. Então, essa parte do server, aqui a gente não está utilizando o componente visual, a gente está criando tudo em termos de execução. Então, eu tenho aqui uma variável do tipo T MCP Server, e aqui eu simplesmente instancio ela, falo o nome dela, e depois eu peço para que ela rode. Basicamente é isso que a gente faz. Aqui eu adiciono todas as tools, então aqui eu tenho várias tools, como vocês podem ver. Aqui não foi separado, ficou na mesma função para ficar mais fácil o entendimento. Eu estou adicionando aqui uma tool, depois eu busco essa tool e adiciono os parâmetros. Vou fazendo isso para todos os outros. É assim que funciona. Número 1 eu starto e rodo. As outras unidades aqui são unidades que servem apenas para que a gente pegue os dados. Então, por exemplo, eu tenho a questão da conexão, eu posso passar por parâmetro ali também qual o meu banco de dados, qual o tipo de banco de dados, para que ele se conecte, tá? Utilizando o FireDAC aqui por trás também. Então, eu posso sempre passar ali, ó, os parâmetros, aí que ele vai pegando os parâmetros, como usuário, senha, porta, e ver qual que é o tipo aqui, se é mais carry, approach, que faz debug, faz a conexão. No vídeo eu mostro isso detalhado, então você tem já esse MCP Server e vários outros aqui. E o código-fonte, como vocês puderam ver, na parte do MCP Server, ele é tranquilo. A gente simplesmente cria o componente, adiciona as tools aqui com os parâmetros e starta. O MCP Server não é diferente, ele é bem simples também a parte do código. Se nós olharmos, eu tenho aqui a tela, então tem toda a parte aqui que faz a criação da tela em si, mas o componente em si, ele está aqui, ó. Se vocês notarem, essa aplicação que a gente está mostrando aqui, ela foi feita em FireMonkey, então funciona tranquilamente, ó, né? Uma aplicação FireMonkey. E aqui eu tenho dois componentes. Esse MCP Client é o que faz a parte do MCP Client em si, e o código é extremamente simples, pessoal. Basicamente, o componente ele já faz tudo ali para a gente, né? O que eu preciso fazer é apenas configurar. E para configurar, a gente tem um outro componente que faz essa parte da configuração para a gente, ó. Então, no meu MCP Client, eu tenho aqui a parte das API Keys, ó, que eu coloco aqui. Tem a parte dos settings, que eu coloco quais são os modelos, né, muito parecido com o que a gente já tinha visto. A parte da conexão, esse componente faz tudo para a gente. Deixa eu rodar para vocês verem. Quando eu clico nesse botão Settings, ó, eu não estou colocando código nenhum. Aquele componente faz tudo para a gente. Eu estou chamando lá, então, o meu DM, Settings Dialog, o nome do meu componente, ó, Settings Dialog, e eu estou dando aqui um Executed. Só isso, pessoal. Eu não estou criando essa tela, tá? Essa tela aqui, quem cria é o próprio componente para mim. Toda essa parte aqui, ó. E ele mesmo vai salvando esses dados aqui, ó. Como ele salva esses dados? Aí aqui no componente a gente tem dois eventos. Ó, a gente tem esse evento aqui dos APIs. Então, quando eu mexo na API Key, ele salva essa API Key. Deixa eu mostrar aqui para vocês entenderem. Quando eu mostro aqui na API Key, ele mesmo salva para a gente os dados. Ó. Aqui no caso, eu estou salvando o arquivo .ini. Você poderia estar salvando o seu banco de dados. Aqui, quando eu altero alguma coisa nos MCP Servers, a mesma coisa. Olha que interessante. Ele mesmo já dá esse comando. Um comando só ele faz tudo. Ó, save to JSON file. Ele salva nesse arquivo JSON. Esse arquivo JSON, ele fica junto aqui com o nosso executável. Se nós olharmos, ele vai ter esse arquivo JSON aqui. e vai ter aqui dentro a estrutura apenas, ó, dos nossos MCP servers que a gente salvou ali. Ele salva em JSON aqui, quando a gente vem aqui, ele mostra para a gente aqui dessa forma bonitinha. Esse modelo de JSON aqui, todas as ferramentas utilizam esse padrão aqui. Se você for utilizar o VS Code, se você for utilizar no Cloud Desktop, todos utilizam esse arquivo de JSON aqui para fazer a configuração dos MCP servers, tá? Então o componente também segue esse padrão que todos os outros servem. No mais, pessoal, o MCP Serve é algo incrível, tem vários exemplos aqui e vários vídeos para vocês acompanharem também e se aprofundarem. É algo extremamente poderoso que abre um leque de possibilidades. Agora a gente vai falar um pouco sobre a inteligência artificial offline e se dá para utilizar esses recursos que a gente viu aqui com ela. O uso da inteligência artificial offline é uma forma de você não expor os seus dados a uma API de uma inteligência artificial, pois ela fica ou no seu computador ali local ou rodando num servidor seu que você tem o controle. A gente tem uma postagem bem completa no blog que demonstra, basta você clicar aqui nessa opção do slide, é que mostra o passo a passo, mas é bem simples. Eu vou mostrar aqui para vocês, você vai acessar aqui então o site do Olhama, e aqui você vai escolher qual é o seu sistema operacional. Por exemplo, o meu é o Windows. Vou clicar em download, ele vai baixar o executável e você vai instalar. Instalando ele, ele vai instalar aqui essa aplicação para você, chamada Olhama. Vou rodar ela. Ela vai ficar rodando aqui do lado do relógio. E ele já abre aqui na versão nova uma tela aqui para você, como se fosse realmente ali o chat GPT para você utilizar. Você tem algumas opções aqui de configurações, ó, inclusive. E aqui como funciona? Ele fica rodando, eu posso utilizar aqui algum modelo que eu já tenho, ele está carregando aqui, mas ele vai listar aqui uma lista para mim de modelos online até, eu posso utilizar aqui, mas alguns offline para que eu possa utilizar. Mas a forma como a gente deve utilizar é não utilizar ele aqui, ele vai ficar sempre rodando aqui, e eu acesso aqui então um prompt de comando aqui, vou acessar aqui o CMD mesmo, e aqui eu dou alguns comandos, e aqui na postagem a gente mostra todos esses comandos ó, que você pode utilizar. Por exemplo, Olhama, e aí eu posso dar um list, ele vai me listar quais modelos ele tem. Se eu quero rodar um modelo, por exemplo, eu quero rodar esse modelo aqui. Ó. Eu venho aqui e dou um Olhama, Room, colo aqui o nome do modelo e ele vai rodar para mim diretamente aqui no terminal. Ó. Então eu posso fazer uma pergunta. Olá, quem é você? Vamos ver se ele vai conseguir me responder. Ele já me respondeu, tá vendo? Só que, ó, se você olhar, ele me respondeu aqui um pouco em inglês, um pouco em português. Esse modelo que eu estou utilizando, ó, ele é um modelo bem pequeno, 636 megas. Ele tem, eu não me lembro exatamente, mas ele tem, acho que 1 bilhão de parâmetros só. Então, modelos maiores, com 14 bilhões, 8 bilhões, eles vão te dar respostas cada vez melhores. Só que você tem que ter uma boa máquina para isso. Então, você tem que ter um computador com um excelente processador, você tem que ter um computador com uma memória RAM muito boa, então algo a partir de 32 GB de RAM para você rodar, e também uma placa de vídeo boa para que ele rode. Então, esses são requisitos. Inclusive, para quem for montar um servidor, tem feito alguns trabalhos nessa linha, você tem que ter um servidor bem robusto para você conseguir rodar uma inteligência artificial offline. Mas ela funciona bem e você consegue utilizar. Ela tem uma API, assim como as outras IAs online, ela tem uma API, só que a API dela roda aqui só localmente, né? Mas eu posso expor ela ou pôr no servidor e expor. E eu consigo acessar também aqui com os componentes. A gente tem até aqui um exemplo só do Olhama. Ó. Então tá aqui, vou rodar ele para vocês verem. É um chat, só que a gente tem algumas configurações a mais. Se nós olharmos, a gente tem como falar qual que é o local que está rodando, se é localhost, se é um IP externo, qual que é o endpoint, então o endpoint padrão é esse, /API/chat, e a porta padrão também é essa, e eu mostro também nos vídeos como alterar essa porta, se você quiser alterar. Aqui eu venho em Get Models, ó, ele já vai no Olhama pegar quais modelos eu tenho, ó, ele listou aqui para mim, já trouxe aqui no meu Combo Box também, ó, os modelos que eu tenho, ó, aquele Tiny Llama que eu tenho lá, vou selecionar aqui e vou mandar essa pergunta para ele, quem é você e qual é o seu fabricante? Eu vou pedir aqui para ele responder, ó, ele já trouxe aqui para minha resposta. Então aqui, pessoal, eu posso desligar minha internet e utilizar a IA offline aqui. Como eu instalei esses modelos aqui? Se você olhar na postagem, a gente mostra também, mas aqui o próprio site é autoexplicativo. Baixei o Llama, quero baixar o modelo, venho em modelos, quero qual modelo? Eu busco aqui, ó, tem o DeepSeek, tenho vários modelos aqui, tem o próprio Llama, é um modelo muito bom, ó. Ó, tem aqui vários. Eu seleciono ele e eu clico aqui, ó, Olhama Room e o nome do modelo. Colo aqui no meu terminal. Se eu tiver o modelo, ele vai rodar. Se eu não tiver, ele baixa primeiro, faz o download e depois ele roda aquele modelo. Se eu quiser um modelo, posso selecionar qual contra os bilhões de parâmetros. 8 bilhões. Eu copio aqui, ó. Ele vai copiar para mim e colo lá, ele vai rodar. Faço isso para qual modelo eu quero. Então aqui eu tenho diversos modelos aqui, ó. Eu vou selecionar um modelo maior, vou mandar a mesma pergunta. Então vou pegar esse aqui de 8 bilhões, né? Um modelo bom, esse é um modelo bem interessante também. Vou mandar aqui, vocês já vão ver que vai ser mais custoso, né? Para que ele traga a resposta para mim, porque é um modelo maior e eu teria que ter um computador mais robusto, né? Ó, o cooler do meu notebook até ativou aqui, então o processamento com certeza tá maior aqui também. Deixa eu ver se ele vai abrir aqui para a gente ver. Ó, então ele está tentando processar. Ó. Notem que a memória do meu computador tem 16 GB de memória RAM. Está ocupando toda aqui, ó. O Olhama está rodando, está utilizando 5 GB. É completamente possível utilizar a IA offline. Só tem essa ressalva que a gente tem que ter um excelente computador para rodar. Mas isso é inerente do Delphi, inerente do componente do TMS, e sim, é uma exclusividade do modelo ali ser offline. Geração de gráfico também é algo novo, algo que eu ainda estou lançando no canal, vou trazer vários conteúdos aqui relacionados a isso, mas a gente já tem um aqui que é o exemplo do próprio TMS, então ele é bem interessante, ó. Então a gente tem aqui um componente que traz aqui o navegador para a gente, eu vou colocar aqui o prompt que já vem e eu vou pedir para que ele gere. Então, aqui ele pediu para que seja gerado um gráfico com base em dados dele mesmo, pediu para que o próprio LLM pegasse os dados e retornasse no modelo HTML. Então, aqui, como eu estou rodando um browser, ó, eu pedi para que ele trouxesse, né, utilizando ali Bootstrap. Aqui, no caso, ele utilizou outra biblioteca para gerar o gráfico, ó, mas trouxe aqui o gráfico, inclusive, ó, ele funciona interativo, eu posso interagir com ele. E aqui eu estou pedindo com base numa base de dados. Ó. Eu tenho aqui uma base de dados pré-carregada com alguns dados. E aqui sim ele está pedindo, então, para que gere um relatório, né, HTML. Ó, e aqui ele até fala para que gere uma tabela moderna, né, bonita, utilizando o Bootstrap e retornando aqui essa tabela em HTML, e aí, como a gente está no browser aqui, é exibido. Ó. Então, olha que bonito aqui. Nos nossos demos, a gente vai buscar os dados do banco de dados em si e trazer aqui os relatórios. E estou pensando em outras formas também da gente trazer, não só aqui utilizando o componente aqui do browser, mas também trazer utilizando algum outro componente que a gente já tenha nativo no Delphi, ou até mesmo gerando um PDF, algo nesse sentido, algo para que fique mais fácil a gente utilizar aqui. Mas eu gostei muito, achei bem legal esse exemplo aqui, utilizando o HTML, porque consegue fazer gráficos e modelos muito bonitos. Simplesmente a IA fez tudo para a gente apenas exibiu aqui, e aqui está sendo utilizado o componente. Aqui a gente tem outro dado interessante, que aqui foi criada uma tool settings, que a gente mostrou aqui, então foi criada uma tool set personalizada, então aqui foi herdado ó, essa tool set para gerar essa questão do browser. Então, herdou aqui, então já herdou todas as propriedades, todos os métodos que uma tool setting tem como padrão, e aqui adicionou algumas outras a mais, ó, bem poucas aqui, é um trecho de código bem pequeno aqui, já conseguiu fazer algo, olha só, aqui é só a configuração do componente, gente, e a gente está gerando um gráfico, gerando um Excel com base em dados reais do cliente, com a inteligência artificial. Então, isso é algo realmente incrível, é um demo que eu gostei bastante, e pretendo levar mais exemplos lá para o canal. Para finalizar, pessoal, o nosso MCP Server 2CBR, que a gente criou, é algo bem interessante também. Eu vou mostrar ele rodando aqui para vocês. Eu vou trazer ele aqui também. E para quem não conhece, o ACBR é uma empresa que cria componentes para o Delphi, explicando de forma simples. E um desses componentes é o ACBR NFE. NFE é o principal documento fiscal do Brasil. Então, toda empresa do Brasil tem que emitir esse documento. Então, a gente criou o MCP que gera esse arquivo. Ele gera e o ACBR transmite esse documento para a Receita Federal, pega o retorno, salva no banco de dados, envia um e-mail confirmando o envio e o XML desse documento também. Aqui a gente tem duas partes, aqui é a parte de configuração do componente em si, basta preencher os dados aqui, salvar e é salvo no arquivo .ini. Aqui são arquivos do emitente, certificado digital, coisas para configurar o componente do ACBR. Já na parte aqui do MCP em si, eu vou rodar ele aqui, ó, então ele está utilizando o conceito de HTTP. Aqui eu consigo acessar ele via HTTP, ó. Eu poderia até expor ele, colocar ele num servidor externo, por exemplo. Se eu vier aqui no navegador e notarmos, ó, ele já vai mostrar aqui para a gente que ele está rodando realmente nessa porta. Vou voltar aqui. Então, o que eu vou fazer? No nosso MCP, eu vou vir aqui, eu vou deixar aqui do lado, para vocês verem que ele mostra ali quando a gente conectar. Nesse caso, ele tem que ficar rodando, porque ele é um modelo HTTP. Ele fica rodando ali, vou vir em Settings, vou dar um novo. Aqui em Edit, vou trocar de STDIO para HTTP. O nome eu dou qualquer nome, ACBR. E aqui eu coloco essa URL com a porta e o endpoint. Salvo, dou Start e pronto. Já mostrou que eu tenho dois lá. Eu tenho dois, então eu tenho um que gera NFE e tem um que reenvia NFE para o e-mail do destinatário. Eu já vou mandar um prompt pronto aqui, ó. Então, gerar um NFE para o destinatário César Cardoso com o número. Vou colocar o número aqui, um número aleatório aqui. Vou enviar, então. Então, ele vai pegar por parâmetro o nome do destinatário e o número da nota. Eu poderia estar passando ali mais dados? Poderia, o nome do produto, enfim, outras coisas. Então, ó, foi gerada a nota, gerou essa nota aqui com esse número aqui, ó, 444, e mandou o e-mail. Vamos ver se o e-mail chegou. Ó, acabou de chegar aqui o e-mail, então, da nota 444, chegou, tá aqui o XML da nota, tá aqui a mensagem certinha da nota. E se nós olharmos aqui no banco de dados, o banco de dados dele é esse aqui. Eu tenho aqui, acho que até uma quebra aqui já. Eu vou rodar aqui. Olha só, vamos ver se está lá essa nota. Está aqui a nota 444 e os dados dela certinho. Posso pedir para que reenvie para o e-mail. Então, ele faz várias outras coisas aqui. Posso pedir para gerar outra nota, para reenviar essa nota. Então, para reenviar a nota, eu simplesmente copio a chave dela aqui, ó, copiar. Venho aqui e ó, reenviar a nota com a chave e colo a chave dela aqui, ó. Na verdade, eu acho que eu nem preciso mais colocar a mensagem, que a gente até alterou, ó, só se eu colocar a chave aqui, ele já envia, já entende que ele tem que enviar, reenviar, então, essa nota por e-mail. Vamos ver se ele vai realmente. Ó, processo finalizado, ó, já chegou aqui outra nota também, ó. Já chegou aqui, ela já reenviou. O código-fonte desse exemplo eu demonstro passo a passo, tá, pessoal? Tá aqui o repositório dele, ó. Então, nesse repositório você tem acesso, o repositório está público aqui, que se alguém quiser ajudar aqui com o código, né, e melhorando esse exemplo aqui, adicionando mais recursos, fica o convite, já ficou o agradecimento também. Além disso, aqui eu vou alterar, que a gente já tem um vídeo lá no canal, tem um vídeo mostrando passo a passo o que é feito aqui. Não tem segredo, principalmente na parte do componente em si, do TMS. Basicamente, o que a gente faz é o que a gente já viu em vários outros exemplos. A gente vem aqui, cria a variável do MCP Server, criamos o MCP Server, damos um nome para ele. Aqui eu falo que a forma de transporte dele, que é o HTTP, ó, coloca a porta, o endpoint e adiciona as tools. Só que aqui eu não estou adicionando as tools aqui para ficar mais organizado, então a tool gerar e a tool reenviar tá em arquivo diferente. Mas lá dentro não tem segredo, pessoal. É a mesma forma de criar tool. Ó. Cria uma tool com as propriedades. É isso. Ficou muito simples mesmo utilizando aí os componentes que a gente está demonstrando aqui. O que eu mostrei tudo aqui, pessoal, tudo está utilizando TMS e a Studio. Os links vão estar aqui do site oficial, para que você veja. Tem tudo sobre ele aqui, demonstrando tudo o que ele pode fazer. Aqui eu tenho esse vídeo, que é um vídeo que está lá no canal da Code for Delphi, mostrando o lançamento dele, então eu mostro detalhadamente. Além disso, olha só, pessoal, a gente tem aqui 39 já, a gente já tem 39, já tem vídeo para ser lançado, então a gente já tem mais de 40 vídeos falando sobre inteligência artificial, vários recursos bem interessantes para agregar valor nas nossas aplicações. Para ter acesso a esse PDF da apresentação e de tudo que eu falei, basta acessar o GitHub da Code for Delphi e buscar por CodeRage. Aqui dentro vai ter um repositório. Nesse repositório, basta acessar aqui 2025, e aqui vai ter toda a lista, desde o slide até os vídeos, as playlists sobre IA no YouTube, o repositório, onde está tanto esses primeiros demos que eu mostrei aqui da parte de IA na prática, quanto os do MCP Server, do MCP Client e também esse do ACBR. Então vai estar tudo disponível aqui. Meus contatos estão todos disponíveis aqui também. Quem quiser entrar em contato, fique à vontade, só mandar uma mensagem ali. Gostaria novamente de agradecer ao Ian e parabenizar ao Ian e a toda a equipe da Embarcadero por realizar esse evento. Obrigado, foi uma honra para mim participar. Aqui estão meus contatos. Quem ainda não segue lá, Code for Delphi, pode seguir lá, tem vários conteúdos interessantes, alguns voltados para essa parte de IA também. Agradeço a todos que assistiram aqui a minha apresentação e espero nos vermos em breve. Até mais!
Well, that caught me by surprise. Yeah, it was a great session there from Cesar Cardoso. He's known as Code for Delphi. I don't think he's going to join me on the live chat. I could be wrong, but I think he said he wasn't going to do that. But just in case, I recommend going to his GitHub there. I'm just going to, hang on, let me just copy that into the other window as well so that you can see it in a different way. Just 1 second. Talk about yourselves. Like so. So for those of you that can't actually scan the QR code, and I know some people can't, github.com/code for Delphi. He's a great MVP, does a lot of streaming and stuff like that. He is in the chat, aren't you? Oh, you were. I'm being told there's a problem with the chat. I don't know why. I can see the chat and I've got the history that I've got available to me. The broadcast software we use is Restream. It's very, very good. And what it does is it combines all the chat messages from all of the sources. So, YouTube and LinkedIn and everything. And so I see everything wherever you're commenting from. And I don't know what to say. I mean, I there's nothing I can do. It's a YouTube thing. If the chat is not there, then talk to YouTube about it. Oh, Martha says it's working. Yeah, I mean, I can see new messages, but you cannot see the older history. There are more messages than on YouTube. I tried selecting the all messages instead of most popular or recent or whatever it was, and I couldn't see some that were there. Yeah, producer Martha, who's had internet problems herself, is saying chat test, and she can see it. As Cesar says, thanks everyone. If you have any questions, you can ask here in the chat or send a message on my social media. I thoroughly recommend if you liked what he did, and even if you were just mildly interested in what he did, follow him on Instagram and I think YouTube. Cesar, are you on Twitch as well? I don't know, but go to there because he's got all his socials listed there, so that's a good destination. His example code is there as well. He's a really great broadcaster. I love I watch all of the guys. There's a bunch of Brazilians, and there's another one later on today as well who's also does a lot of good things. These Brazilians are really on fire in terms of what they're doing. Their presentations and all the rest of it. It's producer Martha says the chat history disappeared. We'll find out after the replay is ready if live chat will shut fine during the replay. Probably just a YouTube glitch. Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot going on the internet in the last months, and I wonder if it's just another one of those things. I don't know. These things happen. It's nothing we can do anything about. It's nothing to do with us. It is what it is. And Einstein says demonstration was very impressive, despite I'm not an enthusiast on the subject of AI into artificial intelligence. Yes, it was a good demo, and we've got a few like that today. And as I said earlier on as well, let me pull up the graphic. We've changed the schedule slightly. That was Cesar Cardoso, AI in Practice. We were going to have another session on AI later today at 2 p.m. and that's from David Millington. Unfortunately, for various reasons, we couldn't get the video together in time. And so what I'm going to do is actually hold a separate session with David. He will be there live and we'll have a long chat, and we'll probably give him quite a bit more time as well to talk about it, because what he has a very, very interesting AI embedded in the IDE, and he was telling me that it can do form design with the AI and all sorts, which I think is the holy grail. But we'll see. I just literally couldn't organize it today. There are so many things happening at once with CodeRage that I can't do them all. It's physically impossible. And it just conspired that we couldn't, unfortunately, get David on live today. But don't worry, he's a good friend. I like David, and you've obviously know who he is. He's a former PM, but now he works with REM Objects. and he's got some very interesting stuff which has to see the light of day. So very soon we will do a webinar just dedicated to that. So that was Code for Delphi. Thank you very much, Cesar. I know you're in the chat. I really appreciate what you did. Now coming up is a full hour and 10 minutes session. And this is from, let me see if we've got it here. Let me just see, making sure I'm not putting the wrong thing up. Yes, so this is from two guys from TMS. I think Adrian, I think you're via TMS. I'm sure they'll tell you in the video, because I remember watching the video and seeing what they say. Wagner, I know, I've met Wagner before in Brazil. Of course he's Brazilian. There's so many good Brazilians around. And Juan Carlos Galzar says, hi, Mr. Bog. Hello, Juan. I hope you're doing well. But this is quite a long session, hour and 10 minutes, but we're going to go the full force of it, and then I'm going to do some remaining giveaways probably after that. We also have a session which is an hour long from Cady later on as well. So Brazilians everywhere today. But this is the future of Delphi package management. It's TMS Smart Setup. It's a very interesting product. If I'm sure if you've used Delphi at all, you've come across TMS at some point. But this is from Wagner and Adrian from TMS. See you in about an hour and 10 minutes time.
Hello.
Hello. Now it's working. Okay, this is the TMS Smart Setup session. I am Wagner Landgraf from TMS Software. Here with me is Adrian Galero, also from TMS Software.
Hi.
We have both working on TMS Smart Setup for the last year, so that's why we are both here. And the idea here is to have a live session. We both just share our screen and talking, and the intention is that we do not edit this video at the end. So let's see how it goes.
Yeah.
And Adrian, do you want to say something?
No, that's it. Let's try to do it live, and if there are mistakes, we'll leave it there, so it's easy for us, and you can actually see how many mistakes we do. Okay.
So let's start with explaining to people what's TMS Smart Setup. We prepared here a small Bing or Google search here. It's Bing. If you want to just Google for TMS Smart Setup, and Bing brought here is a modern tool for installing and managing TMS software libraries and components across various platforms. You see here that TMS Smart Setup started as a tool to install TMS components, and it evolved to installing community libraries, and also evolved to be a complete build tool for you for Delphi applications. So I think we can just explain by showing, Adrian. Maybe we can just do what the user will do, which is download TMS Smart Setup, install, and show what you can do straight from.
The first thing to go is the documentation, that there is a very big documentation, a lot for a building program, but in the introduction, we have a download link here at the start. So we can go for an installer, and we go for the portable zip file. I think we go just with the zip file, no? Or do you prefer the installer?
I think we can go with the installer for for the more basic users. Then we can just after go back and uninstall and install the portable. But if you just want straightforward, download the installer and install.
Oops. This is big protection.
Yeah, but Windows doesn't work.
I feel protected already. One thing that's important here, this is the folder where we are going to install Smart Setup, but also where we're going to install all the components that will go with the Smart Setup. So it's important that you choose the folder where you actually want to put the components that you will install. We don't have different folders for the components and for Smart Setup itself. It's just an X. So, okay, we are going to install it in Smart Setup. That's it. Next, let's create. just in case. So that's it. We now are launching already the TMS GUI, which is a GUI interface for the command line. And we have an option here to install only TMS products or also include open source community packages that can also be installed with Smart Setup. So let's go here. Let's choose both.
Credentials. Hey, Adrian, since we are not going to edit here, can you move away the screen or something like that so you can type?
Yeah, let's stop. Wait a second. I think I can pause here. Okay.
Credentials, type it.
Coming back. This is the main screen for installing components. You can see all components are just installed. Of course, we don't have anything installed. And okay, let's just install, for example, Aurelius. Install. Wait a second. I should have this is going to install for a lot of. I should have configured first.
Let's keep it there.
Yeah.
Let's explain some things here. First, that's interesting to explain because as you see, user didn't select the Delphi ID to install or the platforms to install or anything. So by default, it will just install for. Of course, it depends on the ID supported by Aurelius, but for all the IDs supported by Aurelius that you have installed in your machine, Smart Setup will install for it. And it will also install for all the platforms. So for example, Aurelius supports all Delphi's platforms. It will install for iOS, Linux, Android. If you have them installed, right? It checks for the installation of each platform, Adrian.
Yeah. And it also installs the dependencies. I mean, to install Aurelius, you need to first install Bees. So start installing Bees and then install Aurelius on top of it.
Yeah. But I was mentioning it is something that we are used to, but people are not used to that the platforms because, for example, it's taking more time here because I assume that you have installed
everything.
You have iOS platform, you have Android platform installed, and Smart Setup is smart enough to detect, for example, I only have Win32 platform installed here, so it doesn't fail or things like that. It just says in the log, if you want to say, skip in Android, skip in iOS, and install it for Win32.
Yeah, right? Well, it's installed, it's almost ready, but we are going to go to ¿Did I put it? ¿Hacen ciertos puntos? I think I put it in there.
But you're trying to find the folder?
Yeah, when I install it, it's in driver. So CD. We have here the stuff that it is doing. And the installation, basically what it did was to create a tms.exe and tms GUI here. You could have just got the access and put it in the file, in the folder. Okay.
My suggestion is that, not sure if you think it's worth it and there's time, but after you do this small demo here, we can uninstall, clean up, and install the portable to explain what it is, how it is. And
that might be interesting. Yeah. What I wanted to show is the log, so we can actually see what we install. We can install, and here you see it installed BCL and Aurelius in Delphi 13, Delphi 11, Delphi 12. Win32,
you have three.
Win34, EOS device is installed everywhere. No? If we just launch Delphi 13 here, we should see an Aurelius, TMS Aurelius installed. So, okay, that's it. So we say we can uninstall all of this.
No, let's go back to the GUI. We can finish here because you can go to the. For example, there are some. You can search for products there in the interface.
Let's before of that goes and configure this. This opens a file where you can select a lot of stuff, but basically what we're going to select is only for the F13 and only for Win32 and Win34. It's just to make it faster. No? So we say, we close, and now what can we do? We can search for an open source product, for example.
It's interesting that you can select multiple products and install all at once. Let's try to pick some that doesn't take too much time. For example,
this is one. Might be interesting because it's an
Xdata, for example. It's fast.
Xdata. Okay.
Xdata review.
And without review, yeah. Where is it? Here. So we select these two. Install.
So that's another nice thing. You can just install all the products that you need at once.
Yeah. At the first time, and they go in parallel. Well, speaking about parallel compilation and speed, that's something that we wanted to show today also. We have a special machine for that because it's a faster machine than this one. This one is a virtual machine in a Mac, which is not probably the fastest. So, well, when we're ready here, we're going to show a speed comparison between what is. Okay, this is ready. You have TMS Sparkle, TMS with the Xdata. I imagine Sparkle was installed because Xdata depends.
It's Xdata depends on it.
Yeah, and there is virtual review here. This one is not a TMS component. Oh, sorry, audio is not very good.
So this is the basic usage, right?
Yeah.
That's all you need. You can stop watching here if you just want to download and install stuff with TMS Smart Setup. You can see there's a lot of open source community projects here, Spring for Delphi and Taurus TLS, OmniThread library, etc. And but we can show for the hardcore users the opposite. Maybe we can uninstall everything. That shows also how to uninstall, and then remove everything and install the portable versions for people that doesn't want to control everything they do.
We will show a little bit of the command line usage too, which when you start using this, it's really got a lot in command line here. Let's just finish what we started and let's uninstall of this.
Yeah, uninstall it very easy as well. Just select multiple products.
And it's very good to uninstall. It really removes everything in the, doesn't leave half of your files on there. No, it removes completely the stuff. And then we can go to...
I think we can uninstall from Control Panel, right?
Yeah, but what is it? It's never can find this one installed apps.
Control
Yeah,
I'm old school.
I try to find it here. It's impossible because Smart Setup, remove it, uninstall. Yes. Okay, so we go back and get the portable version. Now in the folder.
Left over in the folder in the R Smart Setup there.
Yeah, I left the stuff. There should be nothing in products because there's nothing installed. But let's remove everything. And Now we are going to install with the portable install.
Yeah, let's start again from scratch.
Yeah.
So if you think Smart Setup will take over your machine, you see
it's completely clean after. And now we're going to install the portable zip file.
In the end, Smart Setup is just one executable.
Yeah,
it's just
two
TMS.
actually, because there is a GUI, but the Smart Setup
the other is a perk. The other is a perk.
Yeah. So you put here, you can install start TMS GUI as we did before. We actually got this screen again. We are not going to install open source now, so let's go. Wait, we are going to actually do this. Let's go only non-TMS, which is also a possibility. Now we are not seeing anything because we don't have community, we don't have TMS. So here we can select community, which is the open source products. And we can see them here. I think we have to.
It's interesting for those, it's because you have installed, you have to select all on the list there.
I think we have this where it's called looking at only install. This is at the open source stuff that is available. When we put the credentials again, we are going to show everything again. But well, what I wanted to show,
you're going to show the command line because it's interesting to note that this is kind of similar to Git because the user interface here is just calling the command line behind the scenes, right?
Yeah, so, everything we are doing here, we can do it on the command line.
So you can show some command line usage?
Yeah, let's see. We are already here. We have TMS, which we can do, for example, TMS config, which will be similar to that of taking the configuration button in the.
Since you are showing, let's explain a little bit what is this config file. If you go back to the folder there, when you type TMS config, it creates a specific YAML file in the folder. Right?
Yeah, let's see. Check where is the folder.
It just creates from a template.
It's here.
Yeah, it creates from a template, and then you have a full YAML file where you can configure lots of options there. Every configuration opt is commented, and it's interesting. Maybe you can show the scheme stuff that it works without completion.
Yeah. It's nice because actually this file is looking at a scheme for the file, so it will tell you if there are wrong stuff here. If I try to, when I click here, it takes me the documentation, and if I make a typo, oops, this is wrong. Doesn't exist here. I even have auto-completion. For example, here I could write, and I have all the options I can put here. If I put some version that is not right, it's not. These are the available values. So it's here. In this case, if you don't select any Delphi version, it will install for everything that is installed in your computer. So we are going to select one version. We could select many. So it only installed for that version. For the platforms, it's similar. You have, if you don't select anything, it will install for everything. Of course, everything that is available. If you don't have Linux in your machine, it won't install for Linux, but everything that's available. If you select, let's say, only Win32 and Win64, it won't select for anything else. Another one that is interesting to change many times is the debug DCUs. If you set it to true, it will compile the components for debug. But if you are not interested in debugging the components, you can set it to false, and it will be half the size and half the time for installing.
Good. Can I elaborate a little bit more about this? Because or maybe you can talk about it later, but this debug DCUs here is related to the way that Smart Setup installs things in the Delphi IDE. Smart Setup follows what we consider it to be the best guidelines for installing something in the IDE. It doesn't add the source code. It doesn't add to the library, to the Delphi library path. It doesn't add the folders where the source code is, because if you do that, you get your libraries recompiled every time you build your own application using that library, and you have DCUs spread all over the place. And so what it does is that it builds the packages, the TMS ones or the open source ones. It finds a way to build the packages, generate the DCUs, the binaries, and then add the binaries to the library path, just like Delphi itself. But it also adds the debug DCUs if you want to debug the library. And it also adds the source code to the browsing path, so you can still browse the source code, but it follows the correct guidelines to install the packages.
Yeah. So many times it's nice to have the debug DCUs because you can look into the component code, even when it's not in the file. But sometimes you are in a build server, for example, and you don't care about debug DCUs, you can turn it off and have it installed much faster. There is another one that is interesting here to note, is the skip register. This one is a very interesting one because by default, TMS will build the components and install it in the IDE. But sometimes you just want to build the components, for example, in a build server, in a continuous integration machine. So you can put here skip register true, and it will build, but it won't register the components in the IDE. So this is very useful for a lot of stuff. For you just want to build stuff, you can build your own components here too. And you just don't want to install anything, you just want to build. So just keep these holes. So yeah, I don't know if any other, there's the mega folders. This one is interesting, but we probably won't have time to look at it.
It's interesting to also stress that all this configuration file here, you can update from the command line itself in case you want to have it automated.
Yeah.
You can show the command line help maybe.
We can do it. We can, let me...
For example, I want to specify that I only want to compile for Delphi for Win32 and Win64 platforms, but I don't want to modify the YAML file manually.
Yeah, for example, here I have if I do a TMS config read, I get all the values as a YAM version. If I prefer to see it as JSON, I can see it like this. So here is all the configuration that is here. To change a value here from command line, you will do TMS config right. And let's take an option, for example. What option would you like to change? The Delphi versions, for example?
Platforms, for example.
The what?
Configuration for Delphi platforms. Let's put only Win32.
Yeah. Configuration for products. Then we have to go to Delphi versions. Platforms. Yeah. Here is Win32, Win64.
Just Win32, so you can make it faster.
Oops, configuration for products.
You have -p, isn't it? Or something like that.
What?
The p parameter.
Yes. It's always, that's it.
P and equals
No?
Win32.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly there is a help on this. You can choose it in the, or maybe not.
Everything.
What?
Everything between quotes. No, remove the quote from the platforms, the last quote.
The thing is that this, maybe this is because this is, we say like this with...
No. Remove the quote. Platforms equal Win32 without quotes.
Without quotes.
Yeah, you put the quote, yeah.
Yeah, Win32 Intel. That's it. So if we come here, the thing is we hadn't changed it, we hadn't saved it, so this won't have a. Let's save it, and it tells me that it's let's overwrite it. Now that it's saved, if I change it here, let's go again. It should change automatically here. Now it's just 132. So yeah,
Okay,
you can change any value. What?
Let's do some basic command line stuff.
Yeah. But I wanted to show that we are trying, but is the speed thing, because one reason why would you want to use this when we had already setups and there is setup for the command line for the open source products that we have. So why would you want to use Smart Setup? And there are a lot of reasons like we are hearing here. There's a lot of stuff. But one thing that really, I think sells it for me and for a lot of people is that we are really much faster installing than a normal traditional setup. This is because we install in parallel with all the platforms in parallel. So one thing I wanted to show, but it's going to take time, so we have to start early, and we're already 20 minutes in, is we are going to install Spring 4D, which is a great open source Delphi component. We're going to install with their own installer and with Smart Setup and look at the difference on speed. I have a different machine configured for this. This is one. So let's start by the beginning. Let's look at the Spring 4D repository. We are at the master branch 202. And we are going to, I did local change to the main form. Basically, I added a message to know how long it took, because if not, it will be impossible to know. So I also removed the test from the compilation, so it's a fair contest, because without the test, with the test, it takes twice the time, and we don't do the test in the Smart Setup. So just to be the same, we don't have it here. And of course, build.x is changed because I recompiled with the changes to show the speed. So, but other than that, it's just this was in Spring 4D. Let me check here. So we are going to launch here. We are going to compile for debug and release. That was the debug DCUs we had. We are not going to run any tests. We are not going to update the Delphi registry. And we are going to compile only for Delphi 13. Okay, so we keep it clean here, build, and we leave it building. This is going to take a while, so we can go back to what we were doing. Okay. So we were speaking about changing the configuration.
Yeah, let's do some command line festival here, to like listing what we have available to install, maybe install something via command line.
I think we will have to do another cut, so I put the credentials again. Let's do how we will do it here. We will just do TMS credentials. Do I have to write? How do
you have to enable server enable TMS. You asked it.
Yeah, I disabled the TMS server. TMS. I'm going to re-enable the TMS server we had disabled. Enable.
You type it TMS twice in the beginning.
TMS. Yeah. Okay, so now TMS credentials.
Well, if you don't mind, it will not show the credentials, only your address. Your code.
Yeah, but I don't have it on the clipboard, so I need to go to look at them. So we do a little cut here and come back. Okay, we are back with our credential center. We can now do a list remote to see what is available. And you see TMS products here and open source products on here. So we can install similar to the GUI, but of course with a little bit more work.
I know that TMS bis don't take much time, so you can use masks to install it.
Let's install this like this. So we install anything that's in the bis. Let's go.
And you can mix. You could for example type tms install tms.bis.start space and add more IDs. You said about parallel compiling, but I think it's interesting. It's fast not only because it compiles everything in parallel, but also because it does all the products that you want unattended for all IDs and platforms. And not sure if you can show it there, but for example, if there's a fail here, let's see, for example, that you have in Delphi 12, you have your iOS platform misconfigured. So it will install for almost everything, and then you say fail it for Delphi 12 iOS platform. So you can go there to Delphi, fix the platform, just type TMS build, and you just install the remaining platform. You do not build everything again, right?
Yeah, and you actually can use, if you don't need it right now, you can use it anyway without here it's all ready. We can go and look how this is going. This is still not responding, this is still compiling. We can actually see the stacks manager. It's not doing very much because it's compiling one at a time. So we'll keep it here. And
we can wait more.
I think we continue with the rest. It's going to take a while. Okay, so what we were looking is what happens if there is an error in a different. We can also just start Delphi to actually see that this is real, no? That all the components are available. But we were thinking what happens if a platform fails.
You can find a way to show how fast it is to fix itself. For example, to rebuild it. It has you can talk about the algorithm with the source code hashes that it knows what to build and what not to build.
Yeah, that's, I think, okay. So if we go here to help about, you see, let's do them. Sparkle audience things. Here they are all the bis suite installed in a minute, no? Okay, but let's see. Yeah, let's go and do that. Let's imagine there is something wrong with the. So we go here.
Or you can maybe modify BCL source code.
That's what I was thinking. Let's go and BCL at the package source. Let's go very. Let's go. So we can do some if on that. MS Windows.
The BCL will recompile everything.
Yeah, that's what I think, but it's really fast anyway, so we can do it.
Okay.
Okay. This is going to fail in any platform that is not Windows. So we can go here.
But we are building only for Windows.
Yeah. So let's put another one.
Oh, that's one thing to show. Let's change the config.
Yeah.
We have built everything for Windows Win32. Let's now build for what? Linux?
Linux. I don't know if Linux is available, but yeah. Let's try Linux or iOS too, macOS. So we have here, we close. So let's do now TMS build, which is actually a command that we are seeing right now. But this the basic command of TMS Smart Setup. This TMS build just makes sure that it builds everything and everything is up to date. So now when I build, as I modify a file, it will realize that it has to rebuild everything because I changed a file at the very bottom of the dependency tree. Everything depends on the core package, so when it rebuilds the core package, it has to rebuild everything.
Yeah,
I think
for example, if
anything that's I don't have Linux or macOS here in this machine.
it's again compiling only two.
Yeah, it won't be a mistake. Let's go again. I don't know which platforms we have here.
Win64 for sure.
What?
So maybe you can modify Xdata code for Win64, for example. So we don't build everything.
Makes no sense. Let's go and change. You say the core, or we modify something? Let's go here.
No, change Xdata.
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 Space. Xdata, and we have source.
Or
let's go here.
Find out.
Open code. I think probably those are going to use this somewhere, no?
You can do a fail there for Win64, for example.
If and we do have this, no? With some Win34. That's it. So let's go again.
Change the config file.
The config file, I think, is already. No, let's do it from here. So
we have 64.
Win32 Intel, Win64 in. Okay. So build.
Now it's interesting because Aurelius.
Yeah. I don't know that.
You can see that it's rebuilding. It's interesting. It's building everything for Win64, but it's building only Xdata for Win32. It knows that BCL, for example, doesn't have to rebuild for Win32.
You see?
Right?
I don't know. Yes, now we started building for Win64, but you say it's not rebuilding Xdata? It should be, no?
It's because it depends on, it's building the dependencies first.
Yeah. Now we got an error, finally.
Xdata depends on BCL already, so it was building.
Yeah, it has to build a lot of stuff. It's really, really intelligent in what it has to build. Many times you don't say, what is...
It builds parallel, but it builds the dependencies first.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, until a dependency is not complete, it cannot start. But it can start by platform. No? It can, if Win32 finishes.
Because there are lots of packages that are okay, and Xdata failed, and also Echo and Sphinx failed because they depend on Xdata.
Yeah, we can see it always the log view to see it more clear what happened. Normally everything that was okay is in gray, and when you have an error, it gets in red. So you can see here, of course, this class with changes was expecting an equivalence because I just type in no sense and it's all no sense on the error. But okay. So we can go back and fix it, no?
Yes, let's fix that. Don't mess with my source code.
Yeah. Sorry. We build it again. And it should be, well, this is compiling. Let's see if this one finish. Still not. Still doing some stuff.
So now it's only recompiling Xdata and Echo and Sphinx, which depend on.
It should tell us at the end that it didn't compile the others, not modified, so they didn't change, and only Xdata and the package that depend on Xdata. Okay, our live session is going quite well. No?
And that's going to happen. That's going to happen also. We didn't show here when you update the versions, right?
Yeah.
So for example, we have installed their TMS Xdata 5.22. If you have a new version 5.23, you just type install everything. It will detect what's new, download, and just rebuild what's needed to be rebuilt, right?
Yeah, we can do that, but we will have to show something that we shouldn't show. But let's do it. No, let's build it. Install. This is something that is not released, so don't try it at home. But you can do install versioning now. So we are maybe probably going to speak a little bit more at the end. But let's see. We install Xdata version. I imagine this exists.
I think so.
Also. No.
You can actually check. You can use the command.
So I try once more. And TMS version is
versions remote.
Version list. Version remote.
No, remote.
Okay. Versions.
I think it's versions remote, and you have to pass the product ID.
No, but it says unknown version. Versions mode. TMS.
Use the help.
Yeah. It says that the command doesn't exist. Help. Version remote.
You're not using the latest version.
Oh, because we downloaded from the.
We downloaded from the.
Yeah, I had the one prepared, but I don't have it here. It's the one we are actually using here. I could copy it, but I'm not sure if it would copy there. I don't think it will. Okay. Yeah.
Do you have it easy there? The updated version, no?
What? I have the TMS.exe is here. Wait a second. Is this one? But to copy here, I don't think it will copy directly to here. Let's check it.
And while Adrian is copying there, those version lists and etc. you can also do from the graphical user interface. You have both options there. You don't have to go to the command line.
We actually, I think we'll make another cut because I need to go to copy to the Mac, to copy it here. So let's see, because it doesn't copy really. It says it does, but you see it's 0 bytes. I need to copy to the Mac and then to the. I think yes, it's a good thing.
All right,
okay.
back.
We are back. We had the wrong TMS, not the one that we wanted to show. That is a new one, which I just copied. Now we have the versions for TMS dot. This what product were we changing?
Xdata.
Xdata. So yeah.
Yeah, the one we were trying to install 5.2.
We just had the wrong TMS.x, that's why it didn't work.
That's it?
No, there is a problem. Probably 552 doesn't support Delphi 13, no?
522.
Because we are getting it doesn't support any of the IDEs or platforms that were in Tallinn. So we can try, but Delphi.
Well, at least we can show, for example, the OpenTMS key. Let's show something.
Yeah. Yeah, this is PowerShell. Okay. Yeah, it didn't install anything because 522 doesn't.
It shows the outdated products. So, for example, you see that there is a newer version of TMS Xdata. No, don't do that.
Yeah.
Let's let's update from the command line, for example.
Yeah.
Maybe. Well, whatever.
We can do now. Go back to the original. So we install TMS. We do TMS update.
But you can show the updates. Yeah.
Yeah, it should. It updates and will recompile everything.
When you do TMS update, it will just check all the products that have newer versions, download them, and rebuild only them, and make sure everything is updated, right?
Yeah. That as we changed the version of Delphi of Xdata that didn't support Delphi 13, it didn't compile it, but now it is compiling it. Let's see the other one.
So in your daily workflow, all you need to do is TMS updates, and you have the newer versions of all products.
Yeah, that's
and you can
normally.
do that for community, right?
What?
You can do that for community.
Yeah.
You can do version for community as well.
You can do version for community too. You can do. Let's see. We can show a problem. I was looking today. There is a problem with the latest Omni thread. It's not compiling. I think it's a bug in the. They introduced it recently, so we can try it to install Omni thread. If it doesn't build, we can go to it worked. They already fixed it, but we can go to an older version of it. So we can let's have a lot of releases. So let's go say we want to go to release. So I can do this version. Yeah, this version is too old. It doesn't have Delphi 13. That's a problem that we are doing this demo very near the release of Delphi 13. So this was
maybe only the last version supports Delphi 13.
A lot of problems. I think that this one worked. But yeah, if you go back in time and you try to install in Delphi 13, it won't work because those whole components didn't support it. Oh, now you see it's okay. So if we go to TMS Geo now, for example, I think probably we have some refresh here, but
You can just switch between install it and all there
install.
left.
Okay. Install. You have to see that the version from OmniTrain library is not the latest, but release 3.0.11. If I go install here, I can go to the latest one. It's like doing TMS update from here.
Well, I think we made a point here.
Yeah.
It's very easy to update and install and update.
You can do this stuff from here. That's we are looking at version. We can show it here too. I can change, for example, the core version. Let's go not back too much back in the past because we might not support the 12. But if I go and install 1.46, it's installing. I think I can change here. Now we have 1.36 and 1.31 is available.
Yep.
Okay. So
it's available because it's not installed because probably it failed for.
Yeah, it's almost failing the same thing. You should have Delphi 12. Maybe we can do later install for
How
Delphi.
Is our Spring for Delphi installation going on?
Yeah, let's see this one. Okay, it's not ready yet. So, what else we have to cover here?
Maybe we have to stop it because we are running out of time.
Yeah, no, I think it might be ready. It can't take that much longer, can it? It should be almost ready, I think. I hope. But yeah, it takes like 17 minutes to compile.
17?
Yeah.
Can you see in the shell there in the command line there is a date where it started or something like that?
Because it's a GUI. I don't think.
You mentioned that it launched its command lines prompts, right?
It launches command line all the time, but it closes them too. So let's see. Let's wait a little bit more. I don't know if you have anything else we want to show. If not, well, we have to cut this stuff.
You can show TMS Doctor, for example. It's a good troubleshooting. TMS Doctor.
Well, that's a good one to show. Let's create first some problems so we solve it, or we just show it?
No, just show it, just for people to see that.
Okay, sometimes when we have the TMS is very good at trying to install what it has to install and getting everything right, but sometimes the problem is not really in what it installs, but in the Delphi installation that has gone wrong for any reason. So one thing we did was to create a TMS Doctor application that's part of the Smart Setup, but this is only from the command line, at least for now, which will check for a lot of stuff that might be wrong in your. If you do just a TMS Doctor, it will just tell you a lot of stuff that it thinks is wrong, but it won't change anything. To actually change anything, you have to say TMS Doctor fix. So let's do a fix. Says, for example, there is this path in the Windows path that doesn't point to an existing folder. So this is an old stuff that should be removed. I don't think it will remove it here. I had to run it as administrator. But yeah. These are all paths from tests and stuff that we're doing.
That helps reduce the Windows path environment variable size.
Yeah.
For example.
All these paths that are pointing to stuff that doesn't exist anymore, you can actually remove them and have a much smaller Windows path. The same for the library path. Maybe you have this stuff that doesn't exist anymore. I don't have an SS folder in R. My R drive is just Smart Setup, so there's no, this.
They're in the same library.
This stuff doesn't exist, so you can remove it all. And for all the Delphi versions where it is, because this was in.
Actually, what TMS Doctor is, if you don't want to go into details, it's simply just if you have installation problems, when you do TMS install or TMS build and install products and it fails, run TMS Doctor. It will likely fix the problem. Yeah. Because TMS Doctor is a kind of knowledge base that we collected all over the years at TMS with the common problems the user have. There is a problem installation. Usually it's Windows search path, it's environment variables, it's Delphi library path. So we just check for all those stuff and suggest the fix and fix it. So it not only for TMS products, for everything installed in Delphi, it does a check in your Delphi installation and fix it.
Yeah, it's actually not checking for anything specific for TMS. It's checking just your Delphi configuration. There were a lot of entries because this machine is using for testing, and so there was a lot of stuff that should be. And as I trusting, I'm just not going to keep writing yes. I just do fix and do not confirm.
And still TMS Smart Setup worked fine to install the products because, for example, it doesn't suffer from that MS build command line limit that some users have hit. With you might have installed lots of things and you have MS build that reaches the 32,000 characters in the command line.
Yeah,
so
you
you
Setup,
don't have the Smart
Setup is normally immune to a lot of these problems because it works around them. But then you have the thing that, okay, yes, I had 220 fixes to apply. There are empty entries and it takes a lot of stuff on that's really wrong. So this was a nice machine it didn't apply them all. So probably the two that didn't apply were because, let's see, they need a Windows administrator. Yeah, these are two on the paths that couldn't apply because you had to run this as Windows administrator.
I remember now. It works with Community Edition, right?
What? Yes, that's it. But I don't have Community Edition here.
Just mentioning.
Yeah, if you have Community Edition, it will work. It won't be as nice as this one because it can compile in parallel without the command line compilers, but it works. It can actually let you install components in Delphi Community Edition. Yes. Okay, I think
how is our Delphi installation going on?
We are going to have to stop this. You have
finish it?
No, it hasn't finished yet. It's still working.
Okay, my suggestion: let's stop recording and go back when it's finished.
Yeah, let's go. Hello again.
No,
we want to make this is live thing. I run the ROM build. That build had also the tests, so it takes more than half an hour for Spring 4 Day. So we run it again, the real one, and we have the results on here. It took 20 minutes, 46 seconds. So we are going to now install with Smart Setup. We are going to install the same version that we had here, which is 202. So it's the same thing. And we are going there. Is a little bit more work that is doing than the other one because it has to download from sheet and everything, but that's fast. So Okay, we'll leave it there and see how much it takes with Smart Setup. You have to realize what?
You maybe can show the CPU usage there.
Yeah,
Just
I
for
have it here to open.
curiosity.
You see that it's taking all the CPUs to, and not completely because we are just installing one product and one IDE. If you were installing 5 or 6 products, you will see everything blue here. It's a big blotch of blue, the CPU using 100%. Still taking
Just to
time.
review.
What?
Yeah. No, I was just going to recap what we did because it was in the beginning of the presentation. So Adrian ran the Spring for Delphi installer and selected only Delphi 13. So we were installing Spring for Delphi 13 for all platforms, right? It took 20 minutes to build and install the components for Delphi 13. And now we are running Smart Setup for the same platforms, the same IDs.
Inside the book and release the same.
I think it's if we ran 2 Delphi versions, for example, 1.12 and Delphi 13, it will even take more time. The time difference will be higher because we could.
The more stuff you do, the faster Smart Setup is. Here it finished. It was did almost 2 minutes. Didn't even go to 2 minutes. We can show it also for Delphi 12. The config is, I think it goes to 3 minutes. I mean, it took 2 minutes, so if we also allow Delphi 12, it should go twice to 4 minutes, but it doesn't because it does everything at the same time. And if you are installing all the packages, all the products, the more products you are installing, the faster it is. But I don't have, that's what we spoke before, that I don't have Delphi Linux on here configured, so in Delphi 12, so it just fails, but it doesn't stop the rest.
Yeah, that's one good thing. So there is a problem with Delphi Linux, but in the end, you have all the rest installed.
Yeah.
And we can test here because it's only building for Delphi 12 now. Because
I think I was looking at that. We are not really changing anything. Let's do a full thing because it was smart enough to realize that Delphi 13 was okay. So why build it again? No? We are going to build with full. Now installing Delphi 12 and 13 at the same time. And it's failing for Linux 64 because I don't have it in this machine, but it doesn't matter. It will do all the other stuff anyway.
So you have TMS build, which will only build what's needed. And if you have some reason, something going wrong with like this, or some reason that you want to rebuild everything, just use the full flag.
Yeah, the full flag is when you have a trouble, you normally need it. But normally it's not really needed in this case because we especially wanted to build for Delphi 13. But the normal case actually is doing the smart thing. It's not rebuilding Delphi 13 because it was already built.
And so why it's doing this here? Let's just remember that
the blue CPU here. No, now we have 2 products. It's already enough to fill the. Is
the temperature in your is the temperature in your room increasing there?
It's going up. Yeah. But that's it. How about these both? Why not to use them?
Yeah.
One thing we were speaking with Wagner is that this is not, Smart Setup is not doing anything that the other build system is doing. We're doing exactly the same. We're going MS build for every component. The only difference is that we do them all together instead of one after the other. And that's, when you have enough cores, the difference can be a lot. So
but that part let's give credit to those who deserve it. That part of parallelism was implemented by Adrian, and it's not as simple. You can talk about more about it. Why it complies.
Yes.
It's not as simple as just parallelizing it, because Delphi has a lot of limitations to do parallel build. For example, it shares some files, so if you just
Yeah.
go and run 2 builds in parallel, it will fail, because Delphi will complain that a file is being used or resonate or whatever, or like that.
And even
So-
when you fix all the files, it still works. It works, but it's very slow. We had to realize, for example, that the temp folder has to be different for every product being compiled. If you put everything in the same temp folder, it doesn't. It slows a lot. So there are many tweaks that actually make it go faster and make it use all the CPUs. That is not just running a T-parallel 4 and build for everything. There's a lot of work on there. Well, you see here that instead of 4 minutes, it will be, if it took 2 minutes for Delphi 12, it should take 4 minutes for Delphi 13 and 12, but it took less than 3 minutes. So adding more stuff actually doesn't make it twice as slow. It just slows a little bit. And here in the summary, you can see that Delphi 13 was okay. Delphi 12 was all okay, except Linux 64 that failed. You can still use it, or I could go to Delphi 12, install Linux 64, rebuild, and it will only rebuild this, not the full thing. Okay?
You don't have to go through the full install again.
Yeah.
I think that's it, right? I like to stress that I hope you have enjoyed this tool as much as we do, with all the features, but we haven't reached it we haven't covered all of that. Maybe you can follow us at our channels and learn about Smart Setup, because there are more things to show, like, for example, how to use Smart Setup in your build server to build your applications. We do that on our server. So it's not only to install Delphi packages, but it's also useful for you to build your applications, because on your build server, for example, it will also download and build all the dependencies that your application needs. So if you have an application that needs FlexCell and NextData and Spring for Delphi, in your build server, if you use the correct configuration and command line, it will just download and build the dependencies in your application correctly, right? So that's a topic for another session.
Yeah. It's crazy, but when we were reviewing what to show with Wagner, so the first draft was like, okay, this is going to be like 3 hours long. we have to cut a lot of stuff, but yeah, it's just an installer, and there is a lot.
As a last note, could you please go back to your browser? I don't know where it is.
The browser, what the
web browser?
The web browser, yeah. That's here.
Yeah. And as a final note that I like to there is here written down, is that TMS Smart Setup is from TMS, and you might be thinking, all right, TMS sells commercial components for Delphi. They want to sell this. There is a license for this. I have to pay a fee to use Smart Setup. So that's not true. And you can find a repository there, Adrian, if you like.
Don't know.
And TMS Setup is fully open source. So all the source code is available on GitHub.
Yeah.
You are even invited to contribute to it if you feel like.
Even you can see, we show the versioning stuff that is not still completely ready, but it's kind of working. And you can see it here. It's all in the open. No? We have the versioning branch, the main branch. So if you want to test it, what we have done in versioning, you can actually do it today. Just download the latest one, compile it, and that's it. Remember to star us. No?
Use it.
We can say subscribe, so just give it a star. Okay. With that,
that's it.
I think
Adrian, anything else to add?
no, that's it. Remember that's it. That if you have an open source product and you want to support Smart Setup with it, just contact us. There is all the documentation on how to do it, but it's normally more like 10 minutes to do it. I don't a lot myself, like String4D. It's many useful libraries that we have in Delphi that
There is
we added.
documentation there, right? Just show the documentation so people can go there.
Yeah, documentation is in the same. Let's see.
Yeah, but then we have a chapter about explaining.
Yeah, we have the consuming and creating Smart Setup bundles. Here tells.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, we are going to run out of time if you go through all of this, but basically you create a bundle for you, then you can. This is consuming, this is creating. There is a lot of stuff there that you can do to create your own package, your open source package, or from package from other people that maybe don't care about, but you do. You can create a bundle for it, and you can publish too. Is here, and then you can have we have a repository registry. When you can see everything that's already been ported. Most of the stuff we ported ourselves, so the actual repositories don't even know that they support Smart Setup, but we do. You can add more stuff here if you want, more packages from you, from other people that you think can benefit the Delphi community. And now, yes, I think we can wrap up, no?
Yep.
Okay. Goodbye.
So, thank you very much. I hope you have enjoyed. See you next time.
And there you go. That was Adrian and Wagner. And actually, Wagner is live in the Q&A as well. Hi, Wagner. How you doing?
Hi, Ian. I'm great. And you? Tired?
I'm good. I think the last time we saw each other was in Sao Paulo or something like that. Yeah, we always bump into each other. It's a lot of very positive feedback from people. I liked that presentation. I did look at it before we put it up, and I it's one of those things where I could have edited it, but actually, you know what? You did exactly the right thing and went, let's just do it and see, and I thought it was funny at one point where you went, Adrian was searching around for something, you went, use the help. I thought that was funny.
I must say that maybe that came out as laziness from us, so let's record one.
It was just so funny. I mean, software developers are like, help? I don't use the help. It's just not, it doesn't really come first to mind, but that is what you should be doing, using the help. Yeah, absolutely. A lot of people saying very nice things. Helios is no slouch as a developer himself. A very nice presentation. Looking forward to using Smart Setup. Forsey, London-based dev, says thanks for the presentation, Adrian and Wagner. And Code for Delphi, Cesar, who was on before you, I think you know him as well, a fellow Brazilian, of course. TMS Smart Setup is amazing. Congratulations. And it's just like everybody, or most of the comments were, oh, it's so good. Oh, I love it. And, it is a very popular project. I know that, a whole bunch of people were saying things like, oh, I've used it and it worked well. I've used it myself, and it does exactly what you would expect it to. I think it fills a gap because it is command line based, and I think most of the other package, I mean, I'm just trying to think of the package managers are out there and things like that. Most of them are GUI based, I
think Vincent's is command base.
Yeah, I was going to say I think DPM that's Vincent's. I think his is command line based as well. But yeah, there's a few options, and some people have their favorites and they prefer this one, they prefer that one, and Get It is, I mean, Get It is what it is, and it's a part of the infrastructure of what we do because we, it's kind of currently wired into how we do things. But I mean, lots of people, it's no secret that people say there are better ways of doing this, and I think there are, for sure. But smart setup, yeah, it's definitely good, and it goes on. There's just more and more people saying, "Oh, I use TMS Smart Setup for months now without any issue. It's easy to set up, very convenient, and installation updates now run very fast." Yeah, I mean, I think I was probably one of the first people to install TMS stuff using Smart Setup. As you know, yourself, I'm a big fan of TMS. I think the products that come out of there, the components and everything, there's something for everyone, and some of them are not for everyone. Some people are like, oh, I don't like this or I don't like that, but actually overall it's a big shopping list of all the things you could ever want, really.
Yeah,
And you're the architect of Xdata and Aurelius, that's right, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, so I've used Xdata for some projects and Aurelius, and it's good stuff. It works very well. Yeah, I mean, what would you say you would want plans for TMS Smart Setup? In an ideal world, if a whole bunch of people got together and said, we'd like to, like good people that know what they're doing, we'd like to help out. Where would you like the Smart Setup to go in terms of capabilities, and what features would you add? You've even got a feature list, of...
Actually, there's nothing much missing, Ian, because as we said in the video, we have the advantage that we forced all TMS users to use Smart Setup. So we have a huge user base of TMS Smart Setup because they have to use it. But our plan and our intention with this presentation was to show, we wanted to make sure that Smart Setup worked for non-TMS products for the Delphi community.
Yeah.
And I think there is a question actually from Elios that it's commercial product. It's not. Smart Setup, it's open source, it's free.
Completely open source, yeah.
And
I mean, maybe that didn't come across, but you can download it and use it and contribute. More importantly, contribute towards it as well. I'm very much one for, if you use something, if you don't moan about a bug or don't moan about a feature missing, it's open source. Contribute towards it and add. It's a bit like the Borg. Add your biological uniqueness to the project. That's the one, isn't it? There you go. Star Trek reference. I managed to get in.
But answering your question, the only missing feature that we are finishing actually is the ability to install versions of products, right? So you can go roll back. That will allow, and that it's being finished as well, that will allow you to use Smart Setup project-based. We didn't want to force the package manager to be project-based because Delphi is not suited for that. Yeah. But with this new feature, you can use Smart Setup project-based. For example, you can have your project my Ian app, and you can set that this Ian app uses TMS, Spring for Delphi version X and whatever, and it will just restore like Nugget or NPM, and it will install whatever components you need at the versions that you need for that project. And since it's smart, it's fast as we want it to be, it will be very easy for you to switch between projects and just have the correct libraries and third-party libraries and versions for that specific project. That's the missing parts.
It is, and I can say it is fast as well. I mean, before I worked for Embarcadero, I used to use TMS. I always used to get the all access. There's a plug there for Bruno and Dennis. You should get an all access plan because it's the amount that it costs is minimal compared to the things that you can just go, oh, I want to put this in my program. Let's see if TMS has got a component. Yes, it has. You got all access? There you go. Install it. But I used to, I have to say, in the old days, I used to spend a lot of time with that GUI interface, upgrading TMS components, because God, TMS puts out a lot of new stuff regularly, like every month or something like that. And it used to be something where I would have to plan and say, I'm going to upgrade, a whole bunch of stuff because there's so much of it. But now with Smart Setup, it's you can actually run it as a timed job and things like that, so that you turn up on Monday morning and it's done it all for you. And
before it was one full day of you in front of the computer installing. Now you can just set a line and go out with your dog.
How many times have I shook my fist at that GUI installer? Little amber lights, green lights, and things. But the smart setup definitely does it. The only thing I'd say is probably make sure you've got plenty of disk space, because that is the way it works. It can be a little bit heavy on the disk space, but it works, and it's the convenience and the time saver of it. I'm a big fan of it. I think it's a great idea, and I think you and Adrian did a really good job of describing what it did. It was quite funny to watch it, because it was almost like a kind of show in its own, like the Adrian and Wagner shows. But it was good, yeah. Well, thanks a lot. We're going to go on to another Brazilian, because it's like Brazilian Day today, isn't it?
Brazilian invasion.
Yeah. Well, you guys, you're all so good over there, and Cady next. Cady. Everybody.
Cady is sweet and smart.
Yeah, and a little bit crazy as well. Yeah, she always strikes me as the kind of person you don't want to upset. She's so sweet and so nice. I bet you she's got that kind of. It's like she's Brazilian. She's got to be like a party animal, right? But thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and I look forward to meeting you, bumping into you another time, maybe in Brazil or somewhere else as well. So, and thank Adrian, because I don't think he can make it for the live chat, but say hi to him on my behalf as well.
Thanks a lot. Thanks Ian, for the invitation, and thank you guys for watching. And don't forget to start the repository there. And just contact us if you have any questions.
Actually, I didn't set up. I should have put the. You did a good job of promoting the thing. I'll make sure that we put the URL up at some point so that people can start the repository. And it is important, supporting open source. If you don't support open source creators, but at least by starring, even if you don't, contribute back with code or sponsor or whatever, people just think nobody uses it, and you put all that effort in. Oh, why am I bothering? And then the project will fall by the wayside, because the only way you've got of knowing that people are using it is either they complain or they star the repository, and starring is kind of a thumbs up saying thanks for the work. So yeah. All right. Well, thanks a lot, my friend, and I'll talk to you another time.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye. Okay, that was Wagner Landgraf. He's an excellent developer. If you've ever used TMS products, and I know I recognize some of the names in here, and I know you use TMS because I've spoken to you about your projects, and people tell me what components they're using. But Wagner is responsible for Xdata and Aurelius. Xdata is really fantastic. Database kind of middleware, and it's REST based, but Aurelius is object relational database as well. So basically you link up the classes. In fact, you don't even have to do that. Aurelius takes care of that. Go and read about it, because it's great stuff. I've always been a fan of TMS, and I know you would expect me to be kind of positive, being Embarcadero, but I can tell you personally, I've used TMS products in my own projects, including Xdata and Aurelius, by choice. So if that's an endorsement or personal endorsement, then so be it. It's a fact. But the smart setup's good. So we're at the end of today. We've got another session. We were going to have David Millington, and his session is extremely good. Unfortunately, just because of circumstances, we can't do it today. However, don't despair. I'm actually going to do a special session with David live for the Q&A, because we want to make sure it gets shown to as many people as possible. And it's dragging on from CodeRage. So today, instead of David's Millington session, we're going to have Cady Campos with Python in Delphi. That's in a moment. We are late, I know, but forgive us. It's been a good few days of CodeRage. I'm also, at the end of Cady's presentation, going to pick the remaining giveaways as well. You don't have to be present. If you've registered as of 6:30 a.m. this morning, you will get it automatically included in that. I will pick the remaining giveaways and give them away. And that's after Salady's video. Let me just see. We've got some more comments. Yes, Control G interferes with Ian's broadcast software. This is why Ian is not using it. Yes, I agree. I can't do that. I know, baby. Yeah. Rob, I can't do it. The reason is that I have some broadcast software that's browser based, and I cannot turn off some of the hotkeys. And when I do Control G, weird stuff happens. So I know I have written, believe it or not, back in the day, I was an Excel expert, and I'm not joking. And I've written entire business information systems in Excel. I do know how to use Excel. I know it might seem like I don't, but I do. I like Excel. I think it's great, but I can't use those hotkeys. So I'm sorry, you have to watch me drag around. Plus, it means that the names scroll past, so some people might slow the video down and go, "Oh, my name was in the list." JP says, "I agree with you about starring a repository. I know that I don't know where Taurus TLS is used." Yes, and JP is the author of the Taurus project. Great project. We use it in all sorts of ways. Embarcadero as well. JP is aware of that, but it works with Indy, but it does some great stuff. If you saw his session earlier this week, I think, was it this week or last week? You saw us wearing cowboy hats. It would be difficult to miss us, but yeah, it was good. Smart, Wagner.smart. Yes, very good. I like that. And as Hilo says, the Control G interferes with my broadcast software. Yeah, that's why I'm not using it. I know it's a bit tedious to watch me picking names. I could just show a list of giveaways on the screen, but for the sake of transparency, we are actually showing me doing it. The reason is that we go to 200 and something countries and in multiple languages, and it's a giveaway. It's not a lottery or prize giving. And in order to comply with as many rules and regulations as possible, then it's better to just show it on the screen. I know it's boring, but you can always watch the replay and go, "Oh, I won." You'll know because you'll get an email from us and also from the people doing the giveaway. It's part of the open source game. As Salada says, and her session is coming up in a second, so it's almost the right person to comment. As she says, to be a developer, it's not mandatory to have a few screws loose. Yeah, absolutely is. And in fact, if you're completely sane and a completely normal person, are you even a developer? You know, I mean, look at what this is. My apartment. This is my house where I live. This stuff behind me. And yeah, it's partly because I know I'm on camera a lot, but it's partly because I think it's cool. You know, I mean, that Mortal Kombat machine, that's a real thing that plays Mortal Kombat for real because I can, you know. Anyway, so Salada is coming up. She will be joining me live. Let me know if you don't have the link, Salada, but I think you do. And her video is an hour long. So I'll see you in an hour's time. And this is to replace David Millington's one because unfortunately he couldn't make it.
Today I will talk about Python inside Delphi, Unlock AI, and machine learning. So what if we could unleash the power of Python inside a Delphi application? Imagine combining the speed and reliability of Delphi with the flexibility and richness of the Python ecosystem. You can process data in powerful ways using libraries for face recognition, computer vision, statistical analysis, and even real-time machine learning, all from your Delphi code. And we have a brilliant representation of Python for Delphi. That's the most important bride in Florence. I think it is. And then that's exactly what Python for Delphi is. Is the bride between Python and Delphi. And I will stay there this year, and then when I start to create the slides, I get the feeling to put this in the slide. So I'm Slade Campos, I'm MVP Embarcadero. I'm a control and automation engineer, and because that I will show some robot projects. I postgraduated in data science analytics, Now I am a developer at Aerofins, and I'm really, 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 really passionate about IoT and robotics, and it and I still try to do that because when I started studying engineer, people told me that I would only work with machines. So I still try. So let's start. The agenda for today is talk about Python for Delphi, how to get started with Python, Python for Delphi components, virtual environments and libraries, how to exchange information, that's the goal for this presentation, a little about artificial intelligence and how we can unleash the power between Python and Delphi, and the virtual assistant too, and some other projects. Python for Delphi it's a set of components that you can install by Get and the main goals are execute the script to Python inside Delphi, using Python libraries like NumPy, Pandas, TensorFlow, Plotly, whatever, others. Integrate AI, data science, and automation into Delphi ecosystems. And then you can do a lot of things. In our example about change information, you see you can get results from Python to Delphi and send some information from Delphi to Python. And then you can subscribe Delphi functions as Python module. We will see one example of that too. So, how to get started with Python? Before to go to Get and download this library, you need to install Python. Okay, you can download first, but you need to install is mandatory. You really need to install Python. And then for it, you need to go to the Python website, python.org, download. My advice is don't download the really, really last one version because it's better to get the most safe version that they publish, right? Good. And then you can see in this directory others. There is one thing, the installation is really easy, but there is one thing that you need to check on the first form of the installation is about to put the directory on the path of the Windows. And then, okay, if you can do it after, but if you remember that information, check the information and everything will be great. And then after the installation, you see this folder with all files from Python. And you also can open the command prompt and type Python like this, and you can start to program in Python. It's really easy. You see this symbol, this plus one, and then you, for example, then I print slate counts that I did the count 2025, and then you can print whatever you want. Let me show you how to do that. Okay, you type Python. Okay, the version of Python, some menus that you can access, but you can start to program like print 2 plus 3. Okay, then print the results or print something, or import some libraries, for example, import Turtle will be our first example, and then you can do whatever you want. Okay, great. Let's get back to the slides. So after this, you go to Get It. I can show here those Get It. Let me see the installed ones. So you looking for Python, and then you install some versions. There's only one. The in Delphi 13. Yes, I'm terrible with numbers, but in the Delphi 12, they really update all the things. In this version for 13, it's not possible to do something like to put a configure a env directory, but that's fine. It's not a big problem. Okay, everything will be ready to be used. So the set of components we have, let me show in Delphi. Because here, as you can see, a lot of components. Oops. But in the palette, so we have the Python engine, Python type, Python modeling, Python Delphi var, Python input output, and GUI input output. 2, 4, 6. 6 components to use Python in a different way. So we explain only 4. That only not Python type, and there is another. There is another. It's Python wrapper that we can get some forms. Can do some logicals to use the forms from Delphi. So let's see that. Go deep inside each one, but only for this Python engine is the main one. You need to put the Python engine to do something. It's important to use the input output too, mainly in the beginning, because you can see directly in the memo the results. And Python modeling, Python var helps you to change information between Python and Delphi. So let's go deeper in each configurations. So Python engine is the main one, and then, for example, in the last versions, I show you that in Delphi I don't have more this property that's venv Python XZ. So the most important properties are use last known version. They will get the last version that they know, that the system know about Python. And then if you have Python 10 and 12 and other versions, they will get the last one. Or you can uncheck. You can put false in this property in here, and you can configure it, the version that you need to use. And then you need to configure the DLL name, DLL path, and put the property auto load to false too, because you need to configure these properties first, and then you load all the directories from Python. And for the final, we have the venv Python XZ, that is a directory, specific directory, where the system you're looking for libraries. Okay, when you install Python like this, here, let me open this. Here I have 2 versions, then this one, and then we have the folder lib, and here I have all the libraries that Python installed by itself, and then I have this folder is automatically created too. But when you go to prompt or some ways to install new libraries, the new libraries will be installed here. And then, for example, I installed the Plotly library. I installed the PyTesseract, regex, overflow. So if you want to use the libraries that go to this folder, that's okay, fine. You don't need to change anything in your project. But for example, here I have 2 different projects, and for example, for one project I need for example, sklearn to train some data, to train some model. But in this project that I use sklearn, I don't need to use the Tesseract. And then it's not necessary to have a lot of libraries if you don't use it in your project. You will see this in more details in the next 2 slides. So this is okay. We have other properties, but for now it's not necessary to go deep. So the second one is the GUI input output, that if you want to see the results by, for example, when we execute, oh my goodness, execute in prompt, you saw the 5, the result of the 3 plus 2, we saw 5. And then if you want to see this result on your project, in your Delphi project, you can configure this component to a memo. The output will be the memo called result, and then in the Python engine you fill these configurations with the Python GUI input output, and then you link Python engine with Python GUI input output, and in the Python GUI input output you link the output to a memo, and then you see the result in a memo. We'll see this first example using the native library called Turtle, where I can draw something like here. I draw a circle, a red circle with 3 letters, A and D. Then let's see this example. Oops, spoiler. Let's see this first example. It's a project where I put a lot of little functions to create venv, for example. Put a directory here, create or load the specific venv, install a new library, open Python by prompt, load some scripts separately by some steps, but let's see. And I can obviously execute some scripts in here, and then I will load empty the full venv. That's my main directory from libraries. I will hide this part. Then I will load the first example. This example has 8 steps. First one is to import the libraries. Now the second one is to create a screen with the title, how it's drawn with Turtle, and put the background white, and then they execute, and then you see the screen being created on the screen. Okay, screen. Then I create some functions. First one is the red circle, because I need to create a red circle. Next one is the letter R, because this is an animation, right? Execute. Letter A, letter G. Obviously, I can put all in the same step, but I separate. Next one is the functions to draw, and then I will draw the turtle, put the speed, the pen size, and then I will call all my functions in here and put some prints that I will show these prints in here. I already execute. Let me see. No, I execute on the letter G. Execute the new function. Then it will appear here. Okay. And the next one is to call the function draw, the last one, and all the things will be created. The animation will be shown. Then execute, and then the print is here on the map. Red circle. Right. Okay, so this is the first, but we need to see more things to see the other examples. Let's get back to and about the venvs and libraries. What's the reason to create a new venv? It's a virtual environment. It's really a new folder to put your libraries in organized. For example, I can here I have three vams, and the first one, the second we have OpenCV is not a problem. Okay, we are repeat the library, the same files in different places, but that's okay. But here is a project that I'm using OpenCV, MediaPipe, and Plotly, and then I only use this library. And the second one is another project that I'm using YOLO, OpenCV, and Pandas. And the other one is TensorFlow, Scikit-learn, NumPy, and FastAPI. It, we have we have different libraries in each VAV, but we also have some different versions of Python. Here I can have the Python 3.10, and here the 3.11, and here the other. And then we can organize all our projects with different versions and with different libraries, because that is a good idea to create some VAMs when you start to create a new project, because in the final you need to get these libraries to put in another computers, and then you need to have these libraries organized. So the other components that is really important when you want to share values and functions between Python and Delphi. The Python Delphi var, we have one or two important properties. That's the engine, obviously. You need to link with the main component. And the other one is the var name. For example, inside Python, you need to, okay, this var, I put the number 8. How you identify this number 8 in Python is var path dot value. Or if Python want to share some informations, you do var path dot value and put some attribute, some value to this variable. And then this is one way to change information between Python and Delphi. The other one is Python module, and as Delphi var, you need to link the engine, Python engine, and you also need to put a name, because you need to identify, and you need not only identify, not a name, a module name, not only identify in the script Python, but you need to import. The module is a set of functions that you share from Python from Delphi to Python. And for example, I have a function that calculates the validate from a document, and then I want to call this function from Python, calculate the validation of some document, and use this result in Python script. It's possible, but you can also to only, for example, get a analysis from Python, and then after a result, if the analysis will be true or false, you can call one function or another from Delphi, made in Delphi. And we see some examples, but let me show this first. Is about how to exchange information. That's the most important part of the presentation, because we will see all functionalities on how we can exchange this information. And then I will make Delphi variables available to Python. I will expose Delphi functions to Python. Python can call functions and pass value as parameter, and Python will be able to display results in the memo, right? Let's go to this example. It's the color detection. So here, it will be difficult to see maybe in the code, but okay. I'm using the OpenCV, let's import CV2, and I import change info. Change info is the name of my Python model, okay? Change info. But I need is not only to name it the model, is I need to define which functions I will expose to Python. It's not all my functions. Not okay. I put a Python model here, and all my functions can be used by Python. No. In the event on initialization, we need to specify a add Delphi method, and then this is the name that Python you call show color. This is the name of the function that you have in Python in Delphi, and this is only a description. It's only 3 parameters. Okay, and then when I put there change info dot show color, I will call this function. Okay, I can put. It's not necessary to put the same name, but I can do that. And in Python, I will call change info dot show color, but in the final, they will show call this function, right? Obviously, to specify, for example, here a new error incompatibility types, because the parameters from the function that I need to pass is exactly this, 2 parameters with py object. Okay, and then if I create a new function with another name with this parameter, and with this it's a function, and with this result I can show this function from Delphi to Python, right? Okay, and then in the final, in my example, I will call after I get a color from the camera with the help of OpenCV. I will send this color to my function show color, and I will put this color on my label, my edit, and I also pass this value by var. My Python var is var RGB, and then on var RGB I need to configure the get data and set data if I need to send the information and get information back to Delphi. And then on get information, I will receive set information that Python set to Delphi. I will get the data in here in my parameter data, and I will put this data, the color RG and be red, green, and blue to my color button. I convert here to alpha color and associate with my color button. That's this color button, right? And then I put here. Okay, first, what this script will do? He will import these both libraries, open the camera, put some name on the window, and then I create a circle in the center of this screen to get the color that stay in the center of this screen. And then when this variable in here that I am sent by Delphi var in get data, I get this edit color text, the value from this edit I will send to a variable from Python. And then after that, when he get this value var RGB value, and this value, the value of R is bigger than the value, I will send the RGB to Delphi. It's like I will only get back this information if I send an information to Python. Right? Let's execute. So I turn off my camera because in this example I need to use the camera. So let's execute. Okay. To the other side. So okay. So this is Delphi, this is Python. Okay. And then I put in here color with the name. Can change. But nothing happens in Delphi application, right? Only if I put one number in here bigger than the value of R is bigger than value, because when value is null, I put 255, and then only works when I put some value here. So if I remove, they will stop to communicate, right? Okay, only to get an emotion to the presentation. So if let me see the display is better to show. We can easily change the color. And that's it. And then it's easy to change information. As I said, I am send the information to the edit label and the button color, and then with different component, one with the function, where here I call the var RGB value and put the value, and this value is being shown in this button color. And I call the change info show color the function that I expose to Python, and then Python can see this, can call these functions and pass some values to parameter, and then I get this parameter and show in the label and in the edit. So let's get back to the slides again. Oops, this is open. Because I need to close this part. Okay. So we saw this one. And we saw this one, and clearly we can get some process information from Python with OpenCV from using the camera, and send this information, the color information, to our Delphi application. Okay, let's get the camera again. So I'm back in real time. And next one, and exploring of depths of AI. This is an important step of talking about using Python inside Delphi, because when we start a conversation about Python or about AI, people only want to talk about ChatGPT, LLM, chatbots, and in the final we have a lot of things deeply of this title. It's not only chatbot or talking about a chat. We have a lot of things that you can do inside Delphi with a process made in Python, but you can do this information work together. This is the amazing of this component. Then you can see computer vision, or CR, image classification, speech to text, machine learning, real-time object tracking, a lot of other things, obviously. And a good phrase is, we have the knife and the cheese in our hands. It's a famous Brazilian phrase, but I think you understand the feeling. And we can do whatever we want. For the first moment, okay, you can think what I would like to do using chatbot like GPT. Okay, ChatGPT, it's only the tip of the iceberg, but you can use a lot of other things. So, and talking about that, we had, oops, here I get for examples on companies that have applied the concept from the beginning, and until today they continue update their formulas to improve the results. For example, maybe the famous one is Amazon. Since the beginning, they did recommendations systems. Netflix too, but and others. But Amazon, I remember I saw some things like that before, and then I saw the history about, and they start with a script, a simple script, only combine if Silage bought a car and bought a new well, if other person buy a car too, they will. Amazon recommends that the other people can buy a new well too. It's like if one person did that, the other person can do that too. And then other companies that Mastercard, American Express, since the beginning, they create some scripts to detect frauds and risky prediction and analysis. And then it's not about 2024, 2023, it's before that. Since time maybe is newer in these things, but for example, Sense Time is since 2014, I think. And she's the company that detect objects, make crowd analysis, behavior prediction in China. And Ferrari uses computer vision, real prediction analysis, digital twin, and other amazing things too. So now let's go to the best moment of the presentations. It's examples of how we can unleash the power of Python for Delphi. Let's go to Delphi. So I have more some examples. We start with graphs. Graph is the simple one where I'm using the Plotly library to generate some graphs. I'm using pandas to do some calculations. Plotly Express, that's the main one, and the JSON. So I put some data here, category, subcategory, and values. And then for category A, I have the subcategory X, Y, Z. For B, only X and Y, and for C, X, Y, Z. X, Y, and Z. And for each category and subcategory, I have a value. Okay. I'm only organize each information, and I create HTML with all information about the division of the form, two graphs. Graphic one is this trace with this color, with this title, and this kind of information. And obviously the information about the category, subcategory, and value. And then I put here in the file of the file, I put this name to my file, and I will show in the web. Then generate. Okay. And then here to two graphs, categories, subcategories. And then when I change the information here to A, B, C, the value is changed too. It's easy to put some graphs, amazing graphs inside Delphi. And if you want to see more about the library, you can see here they have a lot of other kind of graphs, and that's it. So the easy one. Let's see the facial biometric. It's a really easy example on how to use to detect face, but this is it's a script that I used on my postgraduate. It's ridiculous before I know about YOLO, and then it's a classified as a hard cake, but it's good to see that we can change the parameters, and then when you change as we do when we train models, we change some parameters to do the model better or not. Better or not in the, for example, you change the information to be more, detect more faces. From the first moment, I only get the imaging here put to this is the frame from OpenCV, and this is our Delphi. Okay, that's the same. Okay, I only get the points of the image and put and send to Delphi, and then I configure in the image in Delphi. And then after I put the image from grayscale, that because it's better to recognize. And then I have some parameters to do this image better or not, or detect more faces or detect less faces, because when this script detect this library in the final detect the face, they detect all the parts of the face. It's totally face, like not like that. It's the half of a face. It's not totally a face. And they can compare if you have two eyes, a nose, a mouth. But you can see here, okay, the software detects only 2, 4, 6, and this and that. It's a total face, has two eyes, one mouth. But here, because this parameter, I specified that I need, for example, have more than 18% of sure that this is a face. If we reduce this, is like, oh, you can only consider the face, not the eyes, not the ears, not the other characteristics. And then if you reduce to 3, you can see he can detect the other face. This other face is not possible because this example, this way to do that, this cascade, the main characteristic is to detect the frontal face. It's a total frontal face. It's not the half of the face, and then they can't detect this face. If you do this with YOLO, it's easy. They will detect it, and the other person here too as a person, but in this case it's not possible. Okay. So okay, I comment something about the eyes, but okay, it's possible to put some circles in the eyes. And then again, we process with Python and send the information to Delphi, and Delphi draw the faces, the rectangles on the Delphi image. It's Isso. Não tem? Ah, tem image. Easy to do. Right. Remember this example? I put my LinkedIn if you want to test it. Feel free to modify and send some comments to me. Let's try this. Okay, the start, but I didn't clean the results from the library. When I started the application, I started Python 2 in this case. Let me see. Yes, I configure all my properties from Python, load, and I execute this script. I import the speech recognition, some libraries from Google to translate, plain sound, because I will talk, they will translate, and they will express that they tell me what was translated. And that's it. So I don't know if I need to turn off my microphone, but let's try. I will speak in Portuguese and we will translate to Italy, right? After I will do that, like from this language to the other language, and then, but it's not right now. Eu gostaria de aprender italiano com mais facilidade.
Vorrei imparare l'italiano più facilmente.
I told to the software that I would like to learn Italy in a easy way. And then the translate will vorrei imparare l'italiano più facilmente. Maybe after that my Italian is better, I think. Então eu posso falar qualquer coisa que ele vai traduzir.
Quindi posso dire qualsiasi cosa e lui tradurrà.
Again, I told that then I can speak everything that the software will translate. And then, oh my goodness, in Italy. Quindi posso dire qualsiasi cosa e lui tradurrà. And then in the background, when I click on speak, I will open my microphone and I will reduce the noise of my voice. I will listen the what my microphone get, and then I will get this audio and I will using the library from Google to recognize the audio in the language Brazilians, yes, from Brazilian people. And I print what I said, and I put this text to translate to Italy, and then I will print. I print the translation too. And for the software talk, what the translation, I'm using this other library to say the transcription, the translation in the language IT. And that's it. Okay, they did something and reproduced the audio. This is the script to reproduce. The other one, I will use the facial recognition to open a screen, a new form from Delphi. But I can register a new person and a new face from a new person. When I click in here, I will get the information from the camera and I will try to detect if the face is the same as I have on the register number 1. After he recognized I'm using these libraries, face recognition, and then they will get a lot of points of my face, and then they will put this in a database. And for do the register, like here, register, I'm using FireDAC to get the code number 1 is fixed in here, but of course in the real application this needs to be changed. And I will put the face that I'm receiving the data from Python, the process from Python, and I convert to a variant, and then I get the data from the face and put this data in the database. So when I want to do the login, I compare the data from the database with the data that I receive from the final process of Python. And if the face that I receive match with the face that I have on the database, that's fine. It's a success login. And then I will open this new form system made by Delphi. Okay, and then let's see what happened here. This is for, I don't remember the word, to register a new one. Not a new one because it's linked to the people from the database number 1, the ID number 1. But this is to detect, and then open the camera again. Let me configure it here. So let's see how this example behavior. So I turn off my camera because I need to use in here. But this, I will only recognize my face, okay? And I'm getting all these points of my face and send to the database. And as you can see, in the code, and I don't see this, but I need to click the letter C or S to detect and to save. Okay, and if I don't do nothing, I get a timeout. Yeah, timeout. User don't identify it. So my face is not on the database. I changed my informations to the Kivian information. Okay, it's not safe. It's not safe. And then I click in here to save my real face. It's like this, and I click S. Okay, so my is not a problem. Confirmed by user, and then if I now try to identify my face, that's okay. He opened the system made with Delphi, and that's it in here. Let me close the key here, and then log in successfully with Slate Campus. Okay. If I try to do this again, now I will change my photo to the Kivian's photo. And save. Okay. I don't know why, but and then confirm it. Okay, I saved the Kivian photos on my system, and again, my face won't be recognized. User don't identify it. But if when I show Kivian photo, yes, and then Kivian, the face of Kivian can access the face of Kivian can access the system as Slate, and then open and login successfully. Slate comes, and that's it. It's how we can use Python to process something and send to the information to Delphi. Delphi will check some information, and then the Delphi can act in a lot of ways. Okay. And the last one, that's my favorite, is about how to control my mini robot with using the MediaPipe. MediaPipe is also a library to identify face, not face, but pose. It's like part of body. And then I'm using the my real arm, to control the robot arm. Let's see that. For this example, first I would like to show my first version. It's only with ArcGL component, and for which one I have 5 in here. Yes, and for each one I have the link with each one model in the robot. For example, the first one in here is the first model in here, the second is the last ones. Then Primus gave me an idea to put some bars, because for him it was difficult to control by the geo. And for most people that play with my robot was the easy too. Then I put these 2 versions. This is beautiful and not too much, but I put the image on the background to be better. The most important for now is the part of Python process the somethings and send this to Delphi, and then Delphi continue send the command with UDP client. UDP is the fastest way to send data, and to configure it too. It's easy to explain, because here we need only to configure the host and the port, and that's it. You can send informations to the robot, and then this information will be from the Python process. So let's see the example. Then I will turn on my... So here I put some configuration. So if I want to control this part of the robot, and then I click in here, and I put an edit in here, but I want to control this motor. If I want this, that, or that, and then I put that, and we will see how. Let me connect on the robot Wi-Fi. About this robot, right? It's all made by 3D printer, okay? And then it's an SP32 that controls all the system, all the models. And then each model can be controlled by text that we send by text. Okay, because I didn't turn on. Okay, right. I can control by here, then I need to connect first. And in the software, in the SP32, I program to the board create the Wi-Fi, and then we can connect and receive some data. Okay, I can control it by here. Okay. Okay, I can put in this position. Yes. So you can see that I put some modifications in this code, because if I see this thing, you can see that doesn't work, because I need to get little distance. Okay. The same to the arm. And if we change, okay, we put this one. Let me configure the. Okay. Now I'm moving the lash model. Can change it for this. This is a little hard because, yeah. And finally, this one. And then to get the lash position. Oops. Because as I said, I can do, for example, let me move it. I can do this. In the last version, it was possible, but now it's not more because I need to get few distances, like. Then it's only in this way that the machine now works, not like this. And the jar with my fingers. Then let me see if I maybe. Yes. This presentation ends here, but if you have any questions, suggestions, or invitations to events, I don't accept complaints, right? But you can email me or more easily, just add me on Instagram or LinkedIn. I post a lot of things there, things like that. That's my last project. It's an Exapoid now, but next year will be Scorpion. And I didn't post everything about how I create or how I control. Okay, I show the applications how I control, but I will explain details about this project. If you want to create one, maybe it will be possible. And that's it. See you around the event and around the world. Bye.
It's not often I'm left speechless from a demo, but I'm left speechless. And for all of your sci fans, as we know they're now called, right? It is slightly development because both you and I went, what?
Yes, now I have more fans around the world after this video.
They have a hashtag. Randerson's trying to start a hashtag saying sci fans. Oh my word.
Or sci fans or if fans, the same.
I'm a sci fan, they said, and like, oh, okay, what does that mean?
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, there's thousands of us now. Well, I don't know about thousands, but yeah, I mean, what a demo that was.
Yeah.
You know,
William invented that
this,
because we work together, and then he always say, "No, yeah, see fans, see fans."
Yeah, well, Landerson is a hero of Delphi, as we know, but I just want to say people do not know this, okay? But you recorded that last night at just gone midnight, actually, this morning,
Yes,
right?
yes.
And
I didn't
boom.
sleep until now, but that's
Oh
amazing
my
because
God.
I recorded and I edit the last night.
Yeah, you know, I mean, David couldn't do his session, and you messaged me and went, "Hey, Ian, look, I'm really sorry, I've left this late. Can I do a session? I'm like, of course. You know, I've seen you do sessions before. I know you're awesome, and you're like, oh, okay, cool. And I'm like, I'll fit you in.
The last
I was either
moment.
going to do the first one, or the, as it happened, David Millington could do his. I'm like, great. And up comes a session, an hour long.
Fun, but at the same time, amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how you do it. I mean, absolutely amazing. It was
And
really,
I only started to record this video after you sent it.
that is amazing. I mean, and as everybody says, wow, mind blown. Yeah, and also Marco Antonio Luisca, he's got to be Brazilian with a name that's got like 8 names in it. Very, very well, nice. Yeah. Felipe says, congratulations, amazing. Patrick Prematan, who we know is a good developer, he says he needs it. And I thought you like when you said, oh, here's my robot. Oh, and soon it'll be a scorpion. What? Yeah, you're going to create the next Terminator.
This is the little
That's what it
version of my robot. Yeah.
Yeah. I saw you. I mean, I saw you in Amsterdam because you also travel around a lot, or you did travel around a lot, because you were in Florence. There was pictures of you on Instagram. Here I am in Delphi, you know, and here I am in Florence, and and that was amazing. But I've met you a couple of times in various countries. Yeah, and you did.
Yeah, because I need to pay a lot to go to Europe, and then when I stayed to only to know that it's not possible to go to Europe to stay only 3 days or
no, exactly. I have to say, speaking as a British American, my fellow Americans bug me when they say, oh yeah, we went to London on the Thursday and then we went to Paris on the Friday morning. In the afternoon we went to Spain. Like, what? How could you possibly see all of I mean, London's not that big, the centre of London, but you can't see London in an hour or so. It's impossible. And seeing Paris for the morning, you totally missed out on the whole point about Paris. Amsterdam, there's so many things to see in Amsterdam and stuff like, you know, it just makes you so cross. But I mean, last time I saw you in person, I think my dog's crying now. He wants to go out. But you had a robot arm. I think, were you firing bullets out of it or something? I can't remember.
No, not. I think about to put some arms in.
Oh right.
Some arm, yeah, like fire or to do something, but it's only a gear.
Yeah. I tried to make a sword fighting robot. And unfortunately, I moved house in between, and I lost my robot for ages. I couldn't find it. I have actually found it again now. It's over there, and I'll probably put it together. And maybe next time we bump into each other, I'll have a robot, and we'll do sword fighting or something. Yeah, you're a great speaker. You know, you're such a bouncy. I mean, you and I were chatting in the private chat, and you're like, both of us are quite quiet people off screen. Actually, I mean, we're both, you know. I mean, it's not an act. I am like this, like, you know, I am an outgoing person, but when I'm working, I'm working, you know, and I'm a mentality of a coder. I sit here and I code, and I'm quite quiet and do my own thing and stuff like that, and walk my dog. That's about it. But you were saying the same thing, that you know, you're kind of shy, which I don't agree. You're shy. But,
I am shy. Sometimes I
yeah, but you're a very good speaker. Anybody that wants to have someone who is a speaker who will always amaze them, Saled is one of the people that they need to get right. She's pretty smart. And now, you know, you have a fan club and a hashtag. Well, you know, it's they're signing a star.
I have yeah. Oh my goodness, William.
It's worrying, isn't it? I have that problem when I go to places. When I went to Brazil, I could literally not walk 4 feet without someone going, oh, can I have a selfie? Can I, it's
but
weird.
you know that you have a fans here too, because it's impossible to
I
to
always say
Brazil.
to people, you do remember I'm just like a regular guy, right? I'm not, anything special, but
You
it's
aren't a
nice.
regular guy.
I'm glad
I'm
that
not
it
a
worked.
regular woman, and you not a regular.
Well, there you go. Yeah. All right. Well, look, I mean, Landerson giving you props. Of course he is. This girl is incredible. Well, of course, yes. Yeah. And I mean, I did put up on the screen, but it went when I changed slides. But Slady's got an Instagram there. It's not difficult. If you just search for her name on Google and then say Delphi, she'll come up on LinkedIn and stuff like that as well.
I think there isn't other person called Lady Camps on Instagram, then it's really easy to find me.
Does she do Delphi as well, though? Mm.
Yeah, that doesn't have one.
No,
Another one.
there you go. See, it's I think you're probably the only one. I think because you were saying to me in the chat, oh, I'd like to just do robots and stuff all the time, and I think that's I totally get where you're coming from. I mean, are those tags behind you? Are those all speaker tags behind you? You've got some like
Yeah, this is
no,
the
no.
robot. Here is
The badges.
it's a box
the
to my
badges
drone.
on the strings behind you. Turn around. Look right. No, on the wall. Up. No. You see those things hanging from strings on the wall.
On the wall.
Yeah.
Yes, it's 2 events. All events in Embarcadero conference, ITDevCon, ACBR, Campus Party here in Brazil too. Dev Summit.
See what I mean? Like
some others, yeah.
This is the person who says, I'm quite shy. And look at the swag she has behind her of all these events. I don't have that many, and I get paid to go to these things as well. So it's
I
crazy.
participate in some events since I was in the university when I started my life with this kind of project, and I went to these events to show my project, and then I participated a lot
you do a good
in the
job.
last year.
And someone's scanning the QR code, so you've got another person. You're gonna have to watch what you put on Instagram. I think they're all quite sane, but you never know. Yeah, follow her exactly, and you really should, because you don't just post stuff about robotics and Delphi. You do actually, you posted pictures of you, like I say, going to Amsterdam and Italy, and I didn't know you were trying to speak Italian as well, which was
yes, I'm learning. Maybe next year I can.
I need to learn some Brazilian. I need to learn some Brazilian. I think I'm gradually picking up words, and bom dia, obrigado. I can say all those things. I've got to get a bit better than that though, otherwise I'm not going to get very far. But yeah, it's good. Well, look, I really appreciate you putting in the effort and staying up without sleep to get it done. You're very helpful as well, because like I say, David couldn't get. We will be showing David, for those that want to know, we will be showing David's session. I'm actually going to do it as a separate thing and promote it to make sure. But I appreciate you putting in the hard work, because people don't realize that 1 hour of a video actually takes multiple hours to get right. So I know the truth. I know how hard that was, and I really, really appreciate you putting in the effort. Yeah. All right then. Well, I guess I better go and do other things now then. But thank you, Slady, for putting in the time and producing a real knockout video with Python, Delphi, robotics. The fact you were doing the finger recognition like that, and the fact that you'd also worked out that you wanted to make sure it didn't accelerate too quickly, otherwise it would, go crazy. Yeah. These are the little touches that really show someone who really has thought this through and knows what they're talking about. So.
Yeah, and I only changed this code because the last presentations in ITDevCon, the guy that helped me with this presentation, he moved his hand and his fingers so quickly that the robot's being like, and
that's
then
what happened if I did it. I'm very animated as well. You'd have to slow it down and stuff. But it was great, yeah. And I thought it was funny you had Kivian on as a face to recognize as well, because she's been on as well. So
I sent a message to her like, I'm using your image, but I didn't check with you before, but I'm using.
She'll be fine.
No worries.
She's
Yes.
on Instagram all the time as well, so it's not like
Yeah.
she's
Yeah.
trying to hide her identity, is it?
Yeah, she's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, look, thanks a lot. I'm going to let you go, but I appreciate all the effort, and I'll see you again another time somewhere else for sure. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. See ya. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Yeah. So, Lady Campos, she's a remarkable person, and she's funny, she's smart, and she knows what she's doing. She will take over the world with the robots. I'm sure we'll all be in big trouble. And Gabriel saying Portuguese is a strange language. I understand quite a lot when I see it written. My mother tongue is Latin based also, but nothing when I hear it. Actually, because I understand French pretty well, when I see Portuguese written down, and some of it I hear, I understand it as well. It's the same as Spanish. I think most Latin-based languages. English is a bit weird because it's a Germanic/Latin language, but good that. Oh, Helos, you don't mean it. No, you mean it was good because Salada had a chance. I did say to her, no matter what happened, I would fit her in because why now? You saw what she did. She's a very good presenter. Her sessions are always like that. She always and I have to say all of the Brazilians MVPs are of that caliber. They're great. I mean, the Germans are the same, and the French, that's why people are MVPs, because they are enthusiasts, but also look at what they can do. They show really what you can do with Delphi, with Python as well. I know Python's doing a lot of heavy lifting on the image recognition, but speaker tags, yes, that's what I was remembering. It's great to have that kind of enthusiasm behind it. So that is the last session. Like I say, if you were expecting David Millington's, we couldn't do it. It's not David's fault as such. It was partially my fault, partially David couldn't get his video ready in time for whatever reason, and I have to process it, and I can't do that whilst I'm broadcasting. And plus the AI that recognizes it and does all the speech takes a while as well. The rendering the video takes a lot of time and space, and I can't be facing over here on a Mac, for example, to do the rendering and concentrate on presenting as well. I want David's CodeBot to be given the full kind of chance that it deserves. So that's why we eventually said, let's do a different session instead. And that was the lady. So there you go. You got a bonus, and she was great. So we are at the end of CodeRage, but we still have some giveaways to give away. So let me share it. I have explained several times before, but I will explain again that yes, I could use an app to do this, and it would be a lot quicker. But actually, we're using Google's random range generator. If you type that into Google, it will go ahead and tell you that. In fact, someone's saying something on chat. Lady says thanks. Yeah, exactly. But if you type that into the into Google random range generator, it will come up and generate random numbers for you, in a random range. We are ignoring line 1 because that is the header, and we are going down to line 2,505 because that's how many people are registered. The people that are on this list, just as in case people have missed this, are the ones that registered for the event, and the names that I got as of 6:30 a.m. US Central Time, which is my time zone, this morning. So that's the explanation. Why are we doing it this way on camera? Some regions, some countries, in order for this to be legitimate, we need to do it on screen, and so that you can see. But also, for the sake of openness, it doesn't matter that I'm a bit clumsy doing it. You can see what I'm doing. I cannot use the shortcuts in Excel because it affects my broadcast software. There are a lot of people go, why don't you just jump straight to it? I can't. It's for technical reasons because the broadcast software grabs the hotkey. So I'm just using, my key press. Now, what have we got left to give away? Well, we have a Mitoff runtime license with source code, and good luck. This is from Boyan Mitoff, mitoff.com, and let's pick someone at random, and that is 1007. The people that are highlighted in red that are people that have already taken part, or they were employees. Although there's no specific law saying an employee can't benefit from this, it just seems wrong. Unfortunately, for Martin Rumans, he's already won previously. So, Martin, go and buy a lottery ticket or something because your luck's in. Sorry about that. So I'm going to have to pick another number, which is 182, and that is Churat Apichat. Congratulations to you, and you have got a Mitoff runtime license with source code, and I'm just going to paste that in here so that we know. That's not working. Come on, why in the work? There you go. Next one. This is also a Mitoff software license, a runtime license, sorry, with source code, and that is number 904. Again, I want to thank all the sponsors. These are all from Mitoff Software, mitoff.com. Boy, Mitoff is quite often in the chat. He may be at the moment. I don't know because I can't see the chat. 904, and that is Herbert Vett. And he gets a Mitoff software license. I'm just going to copy your name, Herbert, so that I know you're on the list here. See how I'm getting better at this. And another Mitoff runtime license with source code goes to number 1811. 1811. And that is Pat. Philip Horst. Sorry about that, Pat. I accidentally peeked and said your name when you were not a winner. Sorry. Philip Horst. Congratulations to you. And the final Mitoff runtime license with source code. Again, thank you to Boyan for providing this. 153. And that is Andre Seidel. Is that how you pronounce that name? I'm going to guess it is. Andre Seidel. Andre, where did that go? 153. Yeah. Andre Seidel. And that was a Mitoff runtime license with source code. That was the final one of those. And then also from Mitoff Software, because, he's a super nice guy, is a Visuino standard license with 1 year of update coverage. And that is number 497. 497. And we will be emailing everybody that was picked out. And that goes to David Gates. Congratulations, David. Just pick these up from here. It's not easy doing this the way I am. 497 is this one. That is a Visuino standard license with 1 year of update cover. Again from Mitoff Software. And the final Visuino standard license with 1 year of update cover is number 127. And that is id_Pruitt. Okay, well, hopefully you've got a valid email address, because if you don't, then I'm afraid Whoops. I'm afraid if your email address is not valid, then there's nothing I can do about it. I'm sure you did, but sometimes people register with fake email addresses and things like that. So id_Pruitt, and just make sure I put that in my little database here. We will be reviewing the recorded videos as well. And the final 4 things to give away are from steamer.com, the people that make T-Chart. And they came along like a train at the very last minute and said, "Oh, wow! If you're giving stuff away, any chance you could, give away some licenses as well?" So Steamer.com, and very generously, they have also giving away some licenses for T-Chart Pro. We've got 4 to give away left. So the next one is 824. 824 is Wajish Golis. I'm going to guess that's how you say your name. I apologize if it isn't. Let me just Steamer T-Chart Pro, and that is Wajish Golis. And another T-Chart Pro goes to number 777. That's pretty nice. And that is Gianluca Rossi. Oh, come on. Oh, right. I'm trying to copy and paste this and drive everything at the same time. 777. Gianluca Rossi. There you go. Gianluca Rossi. Congratulations to you. And 2 more left. Steamer T-Chart Pro licenses. 615. 615. And these numbers are completely random. I know they seem quite near to each other, but it's a random number generator. So, random range generator. And Erwin Schutzel. Is that how that's pronounced? I'm not sure. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Copy and paste, Ian. Come on. Why is that so difficult? It's because I'm pasting from one type of thing to another. 615. Erwin. There you go. Erwin Schutzel. Or Schutzel. I'm afraid I don't speak German, so I'm guessing the pronunciation. And the final one from Steamer T-Chart Pro is 591. 591. Doris van Endert. Why not copy and paste? It's so frustrating. Could have used Ultra Edit. That would be a lot easier, wouldn't it? There you go. And that's the final giveaway. I'm afraid there are no more. Apologies to you if you didn't get a giveaway. Just to remind everybody, and I'm just going to click on here for a second, like this. Make sure I save it. Congratulations to people that did get part of the giveaway. Like I say, I tried to make sure that the way we did it was completely transparent. And I know it's a bit clunky and it's a bit old-fashioned and took you a long time to see who'd got it. But it is what it is. Now, I want to go through and talk about a few things before we go. So all of you, if you're not familiar with, what the products have been that we've been showing, because some of you might have just stumbled upon this feed of this random British guy talking about stuff, but I'm from Embarcadero, and the product is called Rad Studio. You may also have heard it as Delphi. you can get RAD Studio, and you can also download Delphi for free. The same with C++. We also do a product called C++ Builder. Most of the demos you've seen would work in either. Lots of the language is very similar. Delphi is a little bit less wordy than C++. C++ is the kind of engineering level language of you really want control, proper control of what you want to do, really derive maximum performance out of the system, and that's what C++ does. Delphi is very good as well, low level and very functional language, extremely easy to learn. It was based on Pascal, which was designed to be easy to learn, and it really is. So, those are all these things that are good about Delphi, and RAD Studio is the environment within which you edit your program. So most of the people watching this live are probably fans anyway, so I'm preaching to them converted. Just on the off chance that you don't know what it is, it's there. And yes, I am weirdo. That is a life-size cutout of Spock. It is genuinely his life size. And yes, that is a full-size Mortal Kombat video games machine. The reason it's not turned on is when I do that, the camera tries to focus on the graphics on the screen, and then it keeps doing this and jumping in and out. I am a nerd. What can I say? Now, with all of these, I know a few people have been saying, Melvin says, Ultra Edit does not have Vim motions. Raise a ticket, and we'll see what we can do. Because, I actually do stuff for Ultra Edit, and I have a line into some very important people in Ultra Edit. So if you've got a suggestion, email me and I'll pass it on. If you don't know my email address, and you really should by now, if you've been watching me for the last 8 days or however long it's been, anything to do with any of our products, and actually most code gear related products, so RAD Studio, Delphi, C++ Builder, Ultra Edit, Censure I get involved in, Yellowfin BI, which we've shown during this event as well. Feel free to email me, and I will make sure the right people know about it. If I'm not the right guy, I'll make sure that the right people know about these things. But I never want anybody to suffer in silence. And if you've got a great idea, tell me as well, because a good idea is a good idea. And we won't dismiss things out of hand. We'll look at them, and maybe we can't implement them for whatever reason. But if there's something in Ultra Edit where you go, I really wish it would do this, let me know, and I will pass it on to the team at Ultra Edit. They're very responsive, and a lot of them are good friends of mine, and I chat with them about all sorts of random things, actually, sometimes about AI and the world in general, as you do. But, feel free to always email me. And yes, as Gabriel says, thanks to Nicholas Worth, yes, who passed away earlier on January this year, I think it was. Very sad, but we've all got to go eventually. I'm sure my time will come. And everybody's saying, good show, Ian, and all the crew. Till the next time. Yes, thank you, Terry. And fantastic CodeRage, etc., etc. Thank you for a great CodeRage. Thank you, everyone. And Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to you all. Yes, those of you that celebrate Christmas, Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to you all. And it wasn't Star Trek against Mortal Kombat conference. I'll go for a Star Trek themed conference. I've got the shirts, believe me. I also got cosplay as David Eyes. I've shown people in the past. Who else? I programmed from Turbo Pascal, and I still use Pascal. I love Delphi. Good, me too. It's why I work for the company. Actually, I work for the company because I love the product, and I've used it since I bought it the very day it was released. I'm not joking. The very day it was released, long before I ever would even have thought of working for Idea at Embarcadero. And now look at me. People always go, "Oh, you're always in a good mood." Why not? Look at what I do for a living. Come on, it's great. Thank you very much for in. Well, just 1 second whilst we go on to that about thank you, Ian. I just want to take my traditional moment to thank actually the real people that are involved. First of all, the people that did the presentations, of which there were, I think, 30 odd different people, and they all give their time for free. We don't pay them to do their presentations. We sometimes give people incentives and thank yous and things like that. Many of them are MVPs and stuff like that. And people like Boyan, for example, who's saying Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to everyone. I didn't make him give away the torrent of stuff that is giving away. That's what he did. And okay, so yes, I point you towards mitov.com, spelt literally as you see his name on the screen there, mitov.com. But there are lots and lots of people like Cady, David Millington, endless names. Those people that did the sessions, for every hour you see someone on the screen, they have spent multiple hours recording. And Cady stayed up and did hers because I emailed her in response. She asked me yesterday, could I fit her in? And I'm of course we'll have you on a session. And she did that at midnight her time. And as she said to me, she's not been asleep yet. Crazy. But grateful. What a session as well. The last session was amazing. And so all those people that did all that, all the names, you've seen them all. Without them, there would be no CodeRage. There'd just be lots of sessions of me talking nonsense and doing very poor quality presentations in comparison to the stuff that they knock out. But not only that, I also want to make sure that I mention the backstage team that do these things, because look, I'm the guy on camera. I talk a lot. That's what I do. I'm paid to be, that kind of personality. So you'd expect me to be quite talkative, but actually there's a whole massive round of people behind the scenes. People like Alex, for example, Barbara, April, Hagop, Roland, Ali, William. He's one of the bosses, but William nevertheless. Ben, the product R&D team, Marco, Nuno, all, everybody in the PM team. You've seen multiples of them turn up, and there are many other names that I that either choose not to be public or just aren't public because they're just working behind the scenes. They know who they are, and without the product R&D team and the PM team and management and people like Serena and people like that, none of this Delphi stuff would exist. None of it. And as much as people say, oh, idea of this, or the investment company, they're the only people that have kept Delphi and the Embarcadero name and the ID going for all these decades. So I know sometimes people say, oh, we should give it away for free, or we should drop the price or whatever. You know how many companies have gone bust trying to keep Delphi going? Lots. And Embarcadero are still here, and they still employ me, and so you've got to also take credit for the money, man, and all those people behind the scenes who I don't have anything to do with money, so I don't want to deal with them. But it's a team effort from everybody from the top downwards, and people like Ben, our GM. Ben is very, very good GM as well, great guy as well. But product R&D, and also quite importantly, producer Martha, who you hear me talk about a lot, but the reason is she's a very intrinsic part of this. April does things as well, and so does people like Barbara, who make sure that the emails go out, and Alex makes sure that the graphics are done, and Hagop checks the text and makes sure I haven't done loads of typos and things like that. And Ali makes the web work. There's just everybody puts in the effort, but Martha does as well. Martha has a very demanding job anyway. Although I call her producer Martha, she's actually involved in significant amounts of other work. If you ever deal with us to do with meetings or anything like that, Martha's name will come up. In fact, I have, after CodeRage today, I have some meetings, quite important meetings tomorrow, and she's been wrangling those behind the scenes. And she's also doing some college courses as well with some quite important exams. I don't know how she does it, really. And she's also got 3 dogs, so I can tell you from experience that's a trial in itself. But all of those people, I don't want to get too gushing about this, but I'm just the front end that talks. Everybody else does the hard work, and I know not everybody can do what I do, but the majority of it is actually quite straightforward and easy. I've made it quite clear by what I do that anybody could do it. But anyway, thanks to all of them, and for those that celebrate, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And if you don't, whatever you're doing over that period, I hope you stay healthy, well, and peaceful. We will be doing more in January. I'm planning a C++ conference with some very good C++ events. David Millington will definitely be one of the first webinars that we do. I've got to arrange with David when we'll do it, but he'll be doing it live. He will make sure you need to see his CodeBot app because it is mind-blowingly good. And I'll make sure that he gets the full attention of everybody. But until then, I'm going to call it a day. Now, by tradition, we always finish on our little thing. This is Jim McKeith's little thing that he set up because he does. And yeah, for someone, you too, and yes, stay well. And Bruce says, great CodeRage. Yes, thank you. It was awesome. And I didn't actually do any sessions because there were so many good ones I didn't need to. But I will see you another time. But to read us out or sing us out is Jim with an awesome Delphi program and our traditional Code Monkey song. Have a good time, and I'll see you about in another event soon. Around about.
I decided it would be cool to make a program where the code was the codified lyrics to a song, and then the output was the actual lyrics to the song. So much like Walt Disney created Fantasia based on classical music, I've created a special musical number based on the music of Jonathan Coulton.
Code Monkey, get up, get coffee. Code Monkey, go to job. Code Monkey, have boring meeting with boring manager Rob. Rob say Code Monkey very diligent, but his output stink. His code not functional or elegant. What do Code Monkey think? Code Monkey think maybe manager wanna write login page himself. Code Monkey not say it out loud. Code Monkey not crazy, just proud. Code Monkey likes Fritos. Code Monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code Monkey very simple man with big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey hang around at front desk till your sweater look nice. Code Monkey offer buy you soda, bring you cup, bring you ice. You say no thank you for the soda, cause soda make you fat. Anyway, you busy with the telephone, no time for chat. Code Monkey have long walk back to cubicle. He sit down, pretend to work. Code Monkey not thinking so straight. Code Monkey not feeling so great. Code Monkey like Fritos. Code Monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code Monkey very simple man, big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey like you a lot. Code Monkey have every reason to get out this place. Code Monkey just keep on working, see your soft pretty face. Much rather wake up, eat a coffee cake, take bath, take nap. This job fulfilling in creative way, such a load of crap. Code Monkey thinks someday he have everything, even pretty girl like you. Code Monkey just waiting for now. Code Monkey says someday, somehow. Code Monkey like Fritos. Code Monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code Monkey very simple man, big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey monkey, get up, get coffee.
This is actual Object Pascal code and was recorded in real time. You can compile it with Delphi or App Method and run it on Windows, OS X, Android, and iOS. The output is the original lyrics to the song. The code will actually work as a console application as well, and so in theory could work on other platforms like Linux, etc. Just in order to make it shared code, I made it a GUI application. I hope you've enjoyed this special musical number, and my thanks to Jonathan Colton for making and sharing this great song. You can download all my source code for this song on my website at delphi.org/codemonkey. From there you'll find links to download Jonathan Colton's song as well.
Thank you, everyone. See you next time. Bye.